Hello, housey people. How are we doing? It's a late start. I was hoping for a few more guests, but for some reason or another, everyone's just switched off today. So it's just me and Pascal, who's only semi-switched off today now that he's just taken a Vicodin. What have you been taking?
Oh no, I'm actually pretty sober at the moment.
Pretty sober. Okay, so we'll have to see how that's going. So things to celebrate today: the death of the Senate in America, and long live the Queen, as Brexit has finally broken Britain.
I am the Senate.
So yeah, I titled this Affluenza, the coronavirus of our time.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to sort of coin a phrase here about affluenza and sort of people who suffer from it. And I can only look at it like this. People who have had so little consequence to their idiocy that now they're beginning to think that that idiocy is in fact a talent. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the Senate, for example, in this particular case, people kind of going, well, it's like, you know, we got a minority in the House, so it's never going to happen. I'm sitting there kind of going, so what you're saying is that your party is completely corrupt and unchanging in that method. They are just corrupt politicians who will just vote party line regardless of facts.
Yeah. I mean, come to think of it, like Trump is essentially the quintessential example of how stupid you can be and yet still succeed to excess. So I think that's sort of like the qualifier in terms of like the social elements. It's people who have had a life that's so cozy that despite their complete and total bumbling through it, they've still managed to come out ahead.
Yeah, I suppose this is the sort of like the straight white male trope thing. You know, they look at the sort of like the I suspect, and this is only from me really, is that there's a lot of the people that come up with these sort of ideas have dads. And I suspect what they're seeing from the, you know, the sort of like the white male sort of trope is this old dude who's basically some boomer, never really had to worry about anything, has got, you know, had their whole lives basically set up for them. They've had a job for life, they've got a retirement, they've got all of that laid out for them, and they voted to make sure that no one ever gets that again. Those sort of people, you know?
Yeah, like Boris Johnson.
Well, it's like I worked my way up the chain. It's like, first of all, there was a chain to work up. Second of all, there were jobs. So, why do you think it's you just got to stay with your parents for a couple of years, save up for a deposit, and off you go. It's like, yeah, that was back in your day, old man. It's going to take 20 years for that 2 years to happen for us. Are you gonna have your kids living rent free with you until their late 30s? You all right with that? Silence. You know. This is the thing with them, and you know, I've heard a lot of it sort of coming out. Oh yeah, well, we didn't have mobile phones back in our days. No, you had mortgages. That's what you had back in your day. You had salaries.
And then, because the advent of the internet, these ideas that these individuals are espousing become politicized and become fairly easy to distribute to the masses who don't think twice about them. They're just, going with party allegiance because, I mean, it's completely and totally antithetical to people who are in these like rural areas to sort of get behind this, because it's actually going to harm them a lot over the next decade.
Well, this is the other this is the other thing. I mean, I come from Cornwall, and I know for every pound that they've spent, they've had double back come through the EU. Not a single penny has ever left Cornwall to be given up to some sort of French farmer or whatever like that. Quite the opposite. And now they're all sort of turning around and kind of going to the Conservatives. Yeah. So you're gonna keep up that promise to make sure that we're being regenerated and like, sorry, who are you? What? No, we've already got your money now, mate. Too late now.
They don't give a shit about you.
Like I said, the country's been taken over by pirates brandishing sharp suits. It's the only way to do it.
Were you at that Brexit party like you said you were going to be doing?
No, I slept in.
Oh, right.
I mean, what was...
I've seen...
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I've been to community hall discos before. So that with bunting. And, you know, you might as well just go to a wedding of somebody, you know, in their late 30s.
Yeah, I saw some videos of the event, and wow, what a surprise. Every time there was a news camera there was some drunk idiot trying to get on the camera. Actually, it was hard to tell which one wasn't drunk there.
Yeah, our people. These are... The funny thing is they're sitting there kind of going, I really, you know, I hate being told what to do by people from another country. And I'm like, okay, well, now you've got me to tell you what to do. And I'm like, fuck off! It's like, okay.
Yeah, and then also saying, God, we hate being told we didn't know what we voted for and that we're uneducated. I'm thinking, I'm just looking at you like, are you saying you're educated?
Miseducated, mainly.
This whole thing, honest to God, Brexit is really the one thing, the only real thing that has made me regret not going into higher education. Just this.
Well, then you would have been... The thing is, what we've got here is an interesting one, because there's plenty of people who just wanted to make the world a better place, and they were sold this line on this simplistic, easy to understand, easy to read thing, and then they told you anyone telling you otherwise are going to try and complicate things. Don't listen to them. And it worked. It really worked.
Mm-hmm.
Simple messaging. It's the most important thing. Simple messaging. Get you afraid. Get you scared. Bit of stochastic terrorism. And then just make sure that you head them off before you get there. Before anyone else gets there. Anyone telling you different, they're just lying. They're corrupt elites. Literally a man who was driven away in a chauffeur-driven car from the Brexit party is saying that we were sticking it to the elites.
This is why my message to the younger generation is going to fall on deaf ears. Anytime you have an individual who's giving you platitudes and is saying that he's going to solve all your problems with either this one act, this one system, this one set of rules, they're full of shit. Because things are a lot more complicated. They require work, constant tweaking, and this notion that if we do this one thing, things are just going to be infinitely better, is horseshit.
This is kind of this thing that what eventually drove me away from Carl, because when we all first saw Carl, he seemed like a rational, intelligent, he spoke very softly and seemed very intelligent. It was really as it was getting to the referendum that I noticed he was getting louder, more bombastic, more arrogant, and those are the people I distrust the most.
Well, the thing that drove me away from Carl was the fact that I started reading about this little problem called climate change. And I noticed that, like, nobody was talking about it. So I was sort of wondering why. And then they started backing politicians who were in the camp of climate denial. And then I was like, well, wait a second. This is sort of like the clear and present danger that the entire planet's facing. Yet these people are sort of backing these candidates that are moving in the opposite direction of that. So yeah. But then, you know, came his sort of stint into Brexit and his galactically stupid takes that came subsequently from that. And that's when my final sort of opinion of him manifested as a result. So yeah, but yep. Like in terms of like what's happening in the UK, and we were talking about this earlier, like it's not done yet, apparently.
No, it's not. Never trust people who smile, essentially.
That seems to be a rather simplistic way of looking at life.
Okay, yeah, I know.
This is sort of the problem here, is that somebody comes up with a never do this, or always think like this. This is what's got us in the state that we're in, mate. Is taking these really, really simplistic, dumb ideas about things and then spreading them across an entire planet. It's just too thin. It doesn't make any sense. It's a house of cards. I mean, we're like right now. We're living in a world where people are going. We've got our sovereignty back, and I'm like, what does that mean? Honestly, what does that actually mean? And that we get to make our own rules. Already doing that. What are you talking about? Well, we get to control our borders. You could already do that. What are you talking about? Well, we don't get foreigners telling us what to do. Already doing that. Literally got Savage Javid in the fucking Foreign Office telling you what to do. What the fuck are you talking about?
I am still, but like I was saying before, I mean, I know it was very simplistic, but this is the whole one thing that's made me regret going to higher education. I'm also thinking, how did I know all these things? How did I all know these things that were saying about Brexit weren't true? How was I able to figure this out? But it was all back of lies. I still want someone to tell me, which is impossible because only I can know.
Well, the thing is that, like I was saying this earlier, yeah, one of the things that we do in the UK is we don't actually vote on what we want. We vote on how we want ourselves to be perceived. In the sense of this, nobody gives a shit about fox hunting. Not a soul. Nobody gives a fuck about foxes. Nobody cares. Not one single fox hunter. Not one single fox hunt saboteur. None of you. All you give a shit about is the fact that there are toffs on horseback. That's what you care about. You care about the foxes in order to get rid of the toffs on horseback. Nobody gives a shit about their health when it comes to smoking in pubs. Nobody. Not one jot. Nobody ever thought to themselves, oh shit, I've walked into a pub. Now that my chances of cancer has decreased by 25%, how will I cope? Nobody says that because nobody would be that dumb. No. When you get that banned, that's what you say. You might increase my chances of cancer. And then, when the ban comes through, you walk into the pub and you go, how do you feel now? And you go, oh, this smell of smoke is so much better now that's gone. That is why you have Brexit. Everyone's sitting there kind of going, it's the racists. No, it's not the racist. It's the xenophobes. Get it fucking right. You're going to call somebody a bigot, at least get their bigotry correct. They will get upset when you say that. This is the world that we're living in, folks. People don't give a fuck about the truth. They want what they want, and if they have to lie to get it, they will.
Yeah, and Sean says, I care about fox hunting, you git.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Nobody cares. Otherwise, they would be out there all the time doing it. The thing is that the moment the hunting ban came through, nothing happened. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody was arresting these people. Nobody gave a damn. It was just... It's a lot of talk. I mean, talking of a lot of talk, I suppose you've seen the Senate.
Bits and pieces. I've been very distracted by Brexit right now.
Well, recently, after about 3 days of complaint from the defence for Mr. Trump, alleging that there aren't enough witnesses and or evidence in order to proceed, there was a vote in the House saying, well, why don't we subpoena some witnesses? And they decided to say no. So now they've put themselves into a rather precarious position here. And this is, they're kind of going, well, we want the voting public to decide. This is the state that we're in. This is why I was calling Affluenza a coronavirus. Because now it's catching. I mean,
I had to literally look up what Affluenza was on some, but yeah.
Oh, right, Affluenza. Have you never heard the expression before?
Well, I've heard the word, but I've never understood what it is.
It's like
I thought it was an actual disease.
It's the rich version of Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, I've looked that up.
That's probably the best way to describe it, yeah.
Yeah, Wikipedia described it as someone who thinks they should be more successful than they are, or something like that.
What? No.
Well, it was something along those lines. Maybe I'm
misreading. No, you've completely misread it. No, Affluenza is somebody who is so rich that their consequences for their actions have been diminished to the point where they don't actually know right from wrong. Simply for the fact is, whether they do right or wrong, it's covered for them. It's like a kid who stole a bunch of alcohol out of a store and drove a car illegally and killed 4 people. The defense of the defense but the lawyer was that he was suffering from affluenza. He simply had no clue as to the consequences of his actions. Yeah, it was just too rich to understand. Because poor people understand consequences more often than rich ones.
Okay, here it is, the Wikipedia
More
description.
feedback.
Affluenza is a psychological malaise. I think that's malice. Supposedly
Malaise.
Malaise, thank you. Supposedly affecting wealthy young people. It is portmanteau of affluence and influenza, and is used most commonly by critics of consumerism. It is not technically medically recognized disease.
That's right. It's sort of like an idea of rich kids who can get away with literally murder in some cases. And I mean, Trump is sort of like the Anakin Skywalker of this particular situation. Because, like, you know, we was talking about him draining the swamp.
Yes.
Well, essentially what he's doing is he's gone to the swamp, invited the swamp to come and join his team, and then become the worst possible president ever while all these people cover for him. And we're all sitting there kind of going, holy shit, are you really going to eat his shit like that? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean he literally killed the little younging Jedis with his with his stint at the southern border, you know?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fuck. You're right. You're absolutely right.
I think you're
bang on.
I think you're looking too much into that comparison, Robin.
Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders has the high ground.
Ugh.
Yeah, but Robin, Anakin eventually reformed.
No, he didn't.
He killed the Emperor.
Once.
Okay, Vader killed him.
Yeah, Vader killed the Emperor. He was already done, and literally died straight after that. That's not really reforming. You know, that's not going to sort of like a retreat for 3 weeks and then coming out and saying, yeah, I'm going to do 6 weeks of community service. He just murdered a man.
He came back as a Force ghost, mate.
Dude just killed somebody.
Bernie Sanders is Emperor Palpatine in my world.
What? Okay. I'll drop some sugar in this tea. Stir away, mate.
Well, he's one of the individuals that was talking about platitudes, only it's happening in the left. Like, he's just talking about having all these solutions. When you delve deeper into them in terms of the economics that he has presented, they're always short, like, by trillions of dollars.
How do you mean?
Well, for instance, like, one of his tax plans was like short by $1 trillion in terms of like how he's going to pay for it. And there was like another instance in terms of Medicare for All where it's estimated to be like $30 to $40 trillion. So he can only cover like 20.
$30 trillion for what? Over what time?
Well, in terms of like the Medicare for All plan that he had proposed.
No, I asked you. You said $30 trillion, and I was asking you over what time period.
Yeah, I don't know like the specifics.
That's kind of important, though, isn't it?
Well, I know it's important.
You know, if you spent $30 trillion in, say, a day, that would be the entire American economy for 1 year in 1 day. Now you're saying that he's spending the entire nation's economy's worth over, you don't know what period of time, but an entire nation's year's worth of GDP times that 1.5.
Sure,
but you're not telling me over what time period here.
If you'd like to find out outside of just like
I can tell you exactly. I was just double checking to see if you knew, because that's where the adding up isn't going to really work out, is it? You don't know it's actually over 10 years. So we're talking about around 3 trillion a year.
Right.
Now, if you have a look at the amount of money that is actually spent on healthcare by America already, that dwarfs that figure.
Sure, but you still have to get the that capital to shift to the system in itself. And what he's proposing to do is to go via like estate taxes and that sort of thing in order to cover it, which isn't going to amount to the totals that he's hoping for.
Well, yeah, you've also got to remember, of course, is that people aren't going to be spending that on top. If you're going to spend, say, I don't know, I mean, there's people who spend sometimes even up to $1,000 a year, $1,000 a month on their health insurance because they've got some sort of pre-existing condition. There's some people who are not spending any money at all because they're young and healthy. Why would I need health insurance? Who gives a fuck about? Oh shit, I'm in a car crash. But once you put all of that into the actual situation, it doesn't work out as bad. I mean, you're from Canada, you know this.
Well, the difference with like the Canadian system is that we got there by first going through a plan like the ACA, which inevitably helped the markets sort of prepare for the shift to single payer. And it seems to be like the American electorate is essentially looking to have something like that versus have like a tax raise, because like regardless of the situation, you're gonna have to raise taxes across the board, like full stop, for everybody. There's no way around that.
Well, of course, yes.
And the second you sort of propose that to Americans, the sort of overwhelming population saying that they really like this Medicare for All plan, it suddenly drops to about 30%.
The moment you ask for money.
Exactly. So that's sort of the battle that the United States is having.
Well, yeah, but I've already had this conversation with somebody, and I've watched Bernie explain this one as well to people. Mm-hmm. They keep on saying, look, right now, this is how much you're paying for your health insurance. I'm going to take that money that you're paying to this private health insurance company, and I'm going to put that into your own health insurance. It's already explained this. What you're getting taxed will increase, that's right, but what you're being billed will decrease.
True.
So he's already laid this messaging out for people, but a lot of them are just kind of going, free stuff, free stuff.
Well, yeah, it's extremely
which is a bad rhetorical device.
It's a nuanced policy, and I think more informative sort of presentation of these types of policies would sort of help the electorate sort of warm up to the actual idea. But a lot of what people are afraid of is drastic change. And this is just sort of a psychological thing. So it's kind of like boiling a frog, right? So if you're boiling a frog, I mean, in the end of this sort of hypothetical, the frog doesn't die. Keep that in mind. It actually gets saved by having a healthcare system that actually works for them. They feel a lot better for it. So you introduce small changes to individuals, and they're going to acclimate to those changes. For instance, like the Affordable Care Act, you start implementing that, and you introduce it, and you sort of target the poorest.
I understand that this principle here. The only issue is that you're dealing with Canadians in your model who can appreciate and understand incrementalism.
True.
Whereas in America, if you're talking about people being afraid of change, I two words, Donald Trump. He is a frightening change. And yes. the ACA was basically a toned down. I mean, it wasn't really. It was toned down version of Obamacare, completely devoid of any real extra bits, and it just made it look as if it was basically a cash grab by the corporate elite.
Well, no, the ACA is Obamacare.
No, it's not.
It's one of the same.
No. It's not Obamacare. Obamacare was what he proposed. The ACA is what ended up after basically going through all of the various shenanigans. The Republicans neutered it as much as they could. They nerfed it as much as possible, and then complained about the problems associated with said nerfing. This is why it wasn't the success that it could have been.
So the Affordable Care Act is.
You understand? Let me just explain. You're talking about incremental change, okay? Now the problem with incremental change in some cases, like it's a bit like being half pregnant. It just doesn't work. You know, you're either over the bias or you're still stuck behind the bias.
No, it does work because what you're trying to do is you're trying to get.
Hear me
the
out, mate.
electorate-
Hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you've just
No,
said
I'm
that
saying,
it doesn't work, right?
I'm saying that in some cases incrementalism does work. What I'm saying is depending on that incrementalism, it cannot work. Sometimes you've just got to bite the bullet and go over the line. There's a line to cross. There's no grey area for you to sort of like incrementally go through. You're either in it or you're out.
That's what doesn't work, though. That's essentially.
You're not listening to me.
how-
I'm not telling you what works and what doesn't work. What I'm saying is, in some cases, that is the case. In other cases, that is not. Just, you don't incrementally crash a car. You're either crashed or you're not. You're fucked or you're not. You're in the lamppost or you're on the road. That's fine. This is the difference here. When it comes to this sort of thing, when it comes to incrementalism, the problem with that incrementalism is there's usually problems associated with said incrementalism. People exasperate those problems in order to hold the incrementalism back, stopping anyone from seeing it getting to its full point. It's like the ends and the means. You say, look, there's going to be a bit of pain in between. Between now and the ends. So we're going to have some means, and it's going to be a bit of a problem. What people do is, in order to stop you getting from A to B, they interfere with that between A and B incrementalism. This is what the Republicans do very, very well. Is they make sure that the incremental change is a fucking nightmare. And by doing that, that puts you off going further towards that final goal. And that's where you get stuck. The problem with the Democrats have always had is they keep on compromising with the uncompromising. You can't compromise with the Republicans. Look at the Senate. There is no compromise for them. It is power for us, none for you. We win, you lose. I don't give a fuck if you've got anything to say. I'm going to scream about my free speech all I want.
Have we concluded whether Bernie Sanders is Palpatine yet?
So he is. I mean, you've gone on for about 10 minutes, so I don't really feel sort of interested.
I'm sorry, I was just saying that incrementalism. No, I'm just saying incrementalism is a very good way to get sabotaged in some cases.
So one thing you're gonna have to realize, Robin, is that like whenever you have a point and you want it addressed, like you have to actually let the other person speak. So in terms of like the incrementalism that sort of holds true in terms of psychology, there's no escaping this. You're not going to bring.
No, I understand you. What I'm saying is
you're not going to bring Medicare for all. You're not going to bring single payer to the table.
Nothing's going to happen without somebody trying to do something in a slightly piecemeal sort of way that just gives you no change.
And you're doing it again. You're sort of talking over me, like in terms of like just because I have a differing.
No, it's not a differing of opinion.
It's actually informed from psychology and politics in general. So,
okay.
I mean, I don't know exactly like why you want to try to strong arm this particular position.
I wanted to ask you
guys. You just want
help.
people to what, fight the Republicans?
Oh, both of you.
I mean, you have
Pascal,
country in this sort of instance.
Okay.
Like, what exactly are you going to try to do to sort of?
Can one of you guys help me?
Half of the country that's going to like sort of back up.
You're just going to ignore Pascal doing this for some reason.
But this is just fucking retarded.
Carry on.
I don't want to interrupt you guys. If you want, I can come back in like.
No, it's all right. Go on.
No, I mean, Pascal, is it okay? Or should I come back in 15 minutes?
No, go for it.
What did I want to ask for help with? My OBS keeps crashing, and it's really annoying the shit out of me. I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Does it crash when you start it up?
Yes, instantly.
Have you uninstalled all of the plugins for it?
How do I do that?
Okay. You need to go into your.
I can share my screen if you want.
Well, best thing for you to do, mate, is to uninstall OBS, delete the folder.
Okay.
And then reinstall. That's probably going to help you out there.
Programmer.
No, my point to you was this: that incrementalism.
I really don't
understand it
give
as
a
an
shit
idea.
at this point, Robin. Like,
well, what you're saying is
this conversation is just
I'm
done.
right, you're wrong because I've read about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's generally the way things work. Like usually, if you get educated on a particular position, and
But you're
if
not.
you're
But
trying
you're
to
not.
communicate that
You're not
particular
educated on
position
this
to
position.
somebody else,
You're not educated
and
on this
they're just sort
position.
of like talking over you, and they're like gish
like
galloping
what
you
you.
like
Yeah, but
ad
I'm not.
nauseum.
I'm
It's
trying
absolutely and totally, completely
see?
useless for me to sort of like go beyond that scope and actually.
This
try
is
to
what
explain
happens
it
when
to
you get your
because
emotions in the way of what you're talking
all
about.
you're
Pascal.
doing
We've
is
done
you're
this before.
essentially trying to talk over people.
I'm not.
Which is,
I'm
par
trying
for
to
the
say.
course.
I'm trying to explain to you that incrementalism is one way of looking at it. However, there are ways to stop that incrementalism, and you do understand that that does happen, right?
Yeah, no, I believe it or not, I've taken these things into account. But like, the thing is that if you're trying to get something pushed, like going the extra step, the extra mile is not going to happen. Like, it's just not going to work. You're living a fucking fantasy, dude. But
Pascal,
whatever.
Could
So
you do me a favor?
let me help you with your OBS.
No. I already set it up. I'm just testing the audio levels. Could you shout at me?
Ah!
Just talk. Okay. Thank you.
Like how loud would you like me to talk?
No. I was just testing
just
if
needed
the
it from
sound
the thing.
setup
Okay.
caught you.
Always pop your default audio down to about -3. That's usually the best, and then you never peak really.
Wait, I have to rename this into streaming.
Just for anybody who actually does audio when it comes to video and whatnot,
So wait, I should turn
speaking
it down
should
to
never be
30.
over more than -20. Music being no more than over -40.
No more than -20.
That's right, yeah.
No more
You
than-
should be peaking at around -15 when somebody's speaking.
Da. Okay, good. What
Hello,
else? Oh, yeah.
Sean.
Fuck me! I now have to add all this other shit. I have to add.
Add one at a
Um,
time,
Yeah. How do I
because they
do
may
stream
interfere with
notes?
each other, Kraut. This is the thing. I'm suffering from this as well, where I've got to actually sort of de-pick my my OBS apart as well.
Yep.
I think I've got too many
first-
live stream bits and bobs going on there. I've got like this one that's like a virtual webcam kind of deal, but I've also got my NDI outputs as well, and I think they're interfering with each other.
What was I logged in here with? Was I logged in with Twitch?
Joseph, while you're doing that, go to your search bar on the bottom left.
Yes.
Smoking a cigarette. Back in a
yes.
moment.
Type in event space viewer.
Event. Space.
That one. That icon.
Oh.
The one that just came up before you finished. That one.
Okay.
This.
I can't even pronounce that.
Ereignisanzeige. EREIGNESAN. Okay, that's probably not it.
Yeah, that is it. Open that.
Oh, that is it. Ereignisanzeige. Okay, here we go.
Go to Windows Protocol. Expand that.
Windows Protokolle. Yes, yeah.
Click on the little arrow to the left of that.
The arrow to the left of that.
Yeah, so you have Windows Protocol.
Yeah.
And go to Anwendung.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like every time your application crashes, it puts in a log of what's happening. So if you click on the filler,
Fehler, yes.
that should tell you like what's causing it. And
Notice
sometimes
error.
if you search for like the error code, like the 0xC 00409.
And it can tell me how to fix it then.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
So you just say OBS crashing and then you put in that code, and that can usually come up with like a solution for it. That's like that was my job for about 2 decades.
Okay, I'm gonna fix this so I can keep this up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. So, Roman's gone. Sean, we can talk about rhubarb. Are you there, Sean?
Fuck your rhubarb. Wait.
You'll be
How
fucked
do
up the
I-
arse with a rhubarb stalk, pal. And you like it
Screw you.
with a rhubarb stick. Oh, good
No.
evening, by the way.
Evening. I've never
Hello,
actually
database.
had.
Why
God
not
damn
use?
it, I forgot everything. I'm
Why not
fucking
use Streamlabs OBS? Because it's got loads of junk attached to it. That's why.
Okay, well, I just need to figure out how I can put my stream chat on the Twitch chat on the screen. I have so much shit that I need to do now. Now that I need to put a background in. I completely
Didn't think this through, did you?
no. Screw you. Screw you.
It's not
Who
like
needs to think?
it's not like Joseph to go off ad hoc.
Anyway,
No.
so how was your Brexit day, Sean?
I did something that I haven't done for about 4.5 years.
Which is?
I had a drink,
Ooh.
and I feel extremely ill.
Was it
Oh, dear.
was it a British drink?
Yeah, British vodka.
Apparently, they banned all alcohol that was from another country.
No, it seems stupider than that. Turns out Farage couldn't actually get a permit for various things, including alcohol.
He forgot to apply for a permit till it was too late.
The Affordable Care Act, also known as
Oh,
Obamacare,
Jesus.
was signed into law in March 2010.
Oh, can we go off this now?
No.
I can't find the proper background. God damn it!
It's almost as if I know what I'm talking about.
Did you notice that it says also known as?
Yeah. That's because it's synonymous. It's because Fox News decided to frame
Keep calling
the
it the same thing over and over and over and over again. When the initial thing, Obamacare, being produced by Obama, was his initial input into that. It was then whittled down to what they call the Affordable Care Act. But then what they did was they then turned around and said that it was Obamacare.
No, it was always called the Affordable Care Act. It was Fox News that decided to call it the Obamacare, and that's what essentially stuck in parlance of the Americas. So you're wrong.
That's what you want to say. I've said what my piece. We're just going to have to disagree on that one. Because it was patient protection and Affordable Care Act. But anyway,
Hello, that Serb guy who joined at the end.
there a
David
Serb
was-
guy. I'm not actually paying attention to the. Thing.
Well, it's on the screens. Yeah, he's.
Oh,
Sorry,
are we talking about Databus?
yeah, he's the Serb
Okay,
chap
hello,
who
mate.
joined last week.
But it is streamlined. It's not that streamlined, to be honest with you.
God damn it, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, Farage
Sorry.
couldn't actually get a permit for various things, including fireworks and music, and he couldn't get Parliament Square shut down, so he could sell tickets to the event, or closed off rather, so he could sell tickets.
This is his last cash-in, really, as far as the public are concerned.
Oh no!
You
Well,
know,
excuse me, he's going off to Newsweek.
Hooray for sovereignty.
I was worried. I thought he was going to Newsnight, which was really good. Yeah,
Oof.
Newsweek, isn't that American?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's going the way of Goldsmith. Then he's doing the Sir James Goldsmith thing. Does if anyone knows anything about a chap called James Goldsmith, he was the person who actually started something called the Referendum Party, which was in fact the precursor to UKIP. And he made his bones by basically buying, obviously getting some friends in high places to change a particular law, which meant that he could take a company, buy up a company, sell its assets, borrow against it, and then bankrupt it. And this was all legal.
Sounds like a great grift.
It was a grift, yeah. It was illegal before he managed to get this law changed. He then went on a rampage that basically made him a billionaire by closing an upwards of around 10,000 different British companies.
What the fuck am I
Yeah.
doing?
So, I suppose you see this now and again, where you have these massive companies like going under, and like you get the CEOs like running away with millions, and then everyone's pension pot is completely demolished. That's the Goldsmith sort of gold standard. He started that in late 70s. Would put infiltrators into unions, for example, and undermine them as best as he possibly could, fuck them up, all that sort of thing. And then, once he'd done that over here, he went over to America and did it with the Reaganites. And this is basically the situation we've been in ever since. So if it's got to the point now where companies build up, they get better and better and better, and then they get bought up by some sort of company that literally just bankrupts them, and then all that pension money that you had is gone, and then everyone wonders why we're not really. Nobody feels like they're winning in this world because they're not.
Ah, shit. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Goldsmith.
Okay.
Yes, Sir James Goldsmith.
No, I remember him. His daughter was Jemima, and she married Imran
Do
Khan.
any of you know how I can get the Twitch chat into my OBS?
Yes.
Okay, if I share my screen, would you be able to guide me through it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay.
So anyway, for anybody who's not obviously interested in
Sorted out
working
crowd.
a stream, yeah, basically throughout the week we've had some interesting ones.
Oh, fucking hell! Are you live?
Yeah,
Yes, we've been live quite a while,
Jesus.
actually.
yeah. This is
Oh my god!
this is our idea of entertainment.
Shite! I should have known. Okay, I'm gonna drop out and just come back when I fix this shit. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry.
It's fine, mate. It's all
It's
all
been
part.
amusing us for hours.
It's all
about
part of the mix. That's how
He's
it works, mate. That's how it works.
Wonga, they've been nice, haven't they?
Oh,
The guy who owned Wonga.
what about him?
Well, they lost a court case a while back.
Oh,
And
yes.
they were told they had to pay back all this money. So the
Right.
guy went bust,
Right.
and they're now paying something like 4p in the pound.
4.3%.
There you go, 4.3p in the pound.
Hmm.
So these
Mhm.
people who he owed thousands to, I mean, this guy's got a mansion. He's a billionaire by, any man's standard. And all of us, and he's basically walking away with all the money, and the people he ripped off are getting 4.3%. What a nice chap.
Yeah, Brexit Day was certainly interesting just for listening to the Jeremy Vine show, because naturally they had to have people on the phone who were both for and against, and as usual, the people who were against it were frankly intelligent people who were looking at numbers, whereas the people who were for were just right crackpots who were saying, oh, but the Commonwealth will say, oh, you've got to think of British sovereignty. One woman, very interestingly, said how it's the right thing for Brexit's the right thing to do. It's spiritually the right thing to do. You look at Germany, and their symbol is a bull being ridden by a harlot. There's satanic imagery everywhere. What? And Jeremy just kind of cut her off quite quickly.
Glazed over at this point, yeah.
Well, there's still question time had the woman on going on about straight bananas again.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yep.
I'm still depressed. I was hoping I was going to have a shower and do a Bobby Ewing moment where you come out and the whole of the last 3 years is just a complete illusion, and we're still in Europe and everybody likes us still.
Well, it's those city-dwelling, out-of-touch elites surrounded by people who are obviously not listening to Erica, who sat in her home in the middle of a village with about 13 other people in the whole place. These are the people that think that we're the ones living in the bubble. You know, this is the thing. You see, it's like nobody's listening to us. No, we have listened to you. You've been listened to your entire lives.
It's just you're wrong.
Yeah, it's just that you're being proven wrong over and over again. Yes,
Again.
yes, gay people should be parents. There's nothing wrong with them being parents. It's okay. Yes, a black person should be allowed to vote. It must
And-
get really upsetting after a while of having everyone telling you no. You know?
And again, even with the Jeremy Vine show, I mean, when it was, for all those who don't know about Jeremy Vine show, he does a little preview of what they're going to talk about at 11:30, then 12 o'clock, that's when his show starts. And at the 11:30 bit, they actually said, Jeremy actually put the idea that, and maybe we should put the idea, maybe the Remainers were wrong because the general election was kind of the second referendum and it was a landslide. Like, what? That's not how you determine someone's right or wrong in this situation.
The thing is, they treated the second, this particular election like a second referendum. That's the thing. But the thing is that they didn't actually have to worry about the popular vote this time. That's the trick they played. They said, well, we're going to have an election about this. Why? Because there's all these people that are getting in the way of Brexit. Now, if you go back to when Theresa May got in charge and she had made her plan for Brexit, Brexit means Brexit, blah, 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 the people who were against that were the Brexiters. So they were now causing trouble and mischief in the United Kingdom's government in order to get what they want. They'd already wrecked up the EU. Now the turn is to get the people that they wanted in charge. And it's in this way. If I promise you Brexit, doesn't matter how, as they've already said, many of these people have said, I just want Brexit to go through. I don't care how. And that's the big trick. That's the big one for you. As you can get people exasperated enough to the point where I say, I just want it done, and I don't care how, you've got them. Because then you can do whatever the fuck you like and just put a little label that says Brexit on it, and they're going to vote for it. Boom. And that's the state that we're in right now.
But of course, Brexit's not done, and they're just going to blame someone else.
If only we'd Brexited incrementally.
How do you mean?
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
Just taking the piss out of Pascal.
Oh, well, alright.
You don't get anything done unless it's incremental, except, pretty much votes.
Alright, let's not go
Well,
for this again.
well, you don't,
Oh,
because
God.
the whole
Oh, God.
the whole sort of like thing behind it is that in order to pass policy, you need to have the electorate behind you, because that's how candidates who support said policies get elected into office.
I thought it was pointing at the others and saying that you're an existential threat.
Well, that's part of it, but it's also
That pretty
has
much
to do-
works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's the thing
They're-
that actually works.
Yeah, there always
It
needs to be
does,
another.
but that's sort of par for the course. This idea that in the polarized state that the United States is in now, that you're going to go from the path of least resistance to the path of most resistance and
We're talking
actually
about
get
Brexit.
something done.
We were
is
talking about
ludicrous.
Well, the issue once again is that there is no there's going to be resistance either way. They're going
Hold
to
on.
do the resisting regardless.
Hold on, Bakura, I already understand that you're not interested in this particular topic. You've already expressed your disdain multiple times. So I don't know exactly why you keep doing this.
What is he
It's
doing?
more-
I mean, I'm actually here because
No, I
I'm
missed
sort of
this.
interested in having a discussion, right? And the discussion keeps on sort of pivoting towards that particular aspect and that topic. I know that you don't necessarily have a vested interest.
It's not so
but
much that,
me-
Pascal. It's just that you both pretty much monologued for half an hour last. Really.
Yeah, it's almost like we're on the open house and we're having conversations about current events and politics across the world, dude.
And Bakura, what were you talking about?
Oh, I can't even remember anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, well, let's just wait until the next conversation.
You-
You decide to derail it to whatever stupid point you want to talk about, dude.
You were talking about Jeremy Vine.
That was a bit. No, I stopped talking about that earlier.
All right.
I think you brought up Jeremy Vine.
I most certainly didn't. I wouldn't.
No, I
drink
brought it
one.
up.
But anyway, to any of our American audience, if you don't know who that is, it's basically like a daytime TV show. It's like, what do you think?
I was talking about his radio show actually, but
Well, same old, isn't it? Really, it's one of those sort of things that, yeah, your voice is important. It's like, now that I've heard it, not so much.
It's like a poor substitute for James O'Brien.
Well, that's not really fair, is it?
On who?
James O'Brien actually kind of goes, "You're wrong, mate. Actually, and here's why."
That's what I said. He's a poor substitute for, as in not as good as.
He's more like probably the better way to describe it is a bit more like Farage. I mean, I've seen this a lot, and people kind of going, "Wow, that's very condescending of you to tell me that I'm wrong." And I'm kind of going, "Do you want to Google that word for a second?" People who condescend to you always kind of go, "Nah, mate, everything you said is absolutely correct, and everything you say is absolutely right. All you got to do is, I think you're right too. Do you want to agree with me on this?" That's fucking condescending.
It's just you mentioned Farage, and that's just I loathe that person.
Well, one more, maybe two more little sort of chunks of change he's going to get out of the people of the UK, and then he's going to leave.
One of the
fortune in America.
One of the scary things that I started noticing recently is that conservative, and I saw this with Crowder. You know the things that he does with his sort of change my mind?
Well, picks on students.
Yeah, exactly. And at first he started out being extremely aggressive towards students and just sort of like cornering them and kind of like strong-arming them. But now he's actually having conversations where he's charitable to them, and I find that particularly scary, because this is how you change people's minds. And I know for a fact that like there's no way that he came up with this on his own, so he's likely been getting some coaching in terms of like debating and that sort of thing. And if this sort of follows suit to various other talking heads within that particular sphere, where they're actually having conversations with people and sort of like saying, that's a good point, but have you considered this kind of thing? I feel that could be sort of a way that they're going to be able to sway people onto their side. And on their side, there's like climate denialism and that sort of shit.
But it's the idea of I'm listening to your problems.
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing is that what they're saying is that I have the solution for your problems right here, and because I listen to you, I'm going to know the solution. The thing is that when people are kind of going to, this is my problem, and see, somebody's going to go, well, that's not actually your problem, or that's not actually a problem, and here's why. They don't want to hear it. You see, they want someone to condescend to them. They want somebody to say, I've listened.
It's sort of giving ground in terms of the nuggets of truth that people have developed within their sort of paradigms and worldviews and experiences and that sort of thing.
Propping up a personal lie is what you're really saying.
Well, it's not necessarily propping up a personal lie. It's that you have an understanding of the sort of way people operate. And if you look at the United States in terms of like what they actually believe, there are a lot more commonalities than there are things that divide them. It's just that social media and various other social sorting has polarized them to what it's become today. And if you don't sort of take part in that, and you're actually a one-on-one and having a sort of physical interaction with them, well, that gives a certain personal bond that people have been sort of craving for. And with the kind of conversation is how you actually change minds. I remember actually having a discussion with a Proud Boys member, and I was talking in that sort of tone, and I was sort of like accepting of like certain truths that he was bringing to the table, like how he felt sort of marginalized, how he felt sort of isolated, that sort of thing.
I've done the same thing through Gamergate, listening to a lot of people on there. And the thing is there's there's two types. There's those that aren't actually in that sort of way, but they are trying to sort of like blend in with the rest. And these are the people that are trying to influence the situation. I had a lot of this issue in the open house because I was basically had like a 4chan, 8chan direct line of communication between them. And so there were a lot of these types of people out there. I've talked to probably about like maybe 4,000, 5,000 people within those sort of Gamergate circles. And there was a plethora of different reasons as to why people came in there. Mainly, it was more to do with the fact that the devs and the journalists had basically become so embedded with each other. Things like, for example, EA literally just told somebody to not write about the fact that they'd had their passwords hacked. And so in order to not let people know that, they literally told a journalist to, if you do this, you write about this, we're not going to be, we're not going to invite you into any of our parties anymore. That sort of thing. And then you've got, obviously, the anti-SJW types. And there was some
gaming,
sort of cross...
not to put too fine a point on it, but gaming journalism has basically been a tool of the gaming industry, and it still is, for pretty much at least 10 years, if not more.
Ever
I would
since,
say.
ever since the internet became,
And it's not new. I mean, movie reviewing is a similar thing, really.
Well, it was movie review more so.
Yeah,
but
they've had longer to.
Well, no, it's not so much that. For the internet, for internety people and stuff like that, computer games, computers, all that sort of thing. That was we were sort of the first adopters when it came to the internet. You basically had people on DARPA. You had people doing BBS and crap like that, but then those are the sort of like the IT communication types. But then after all of that's done, at the end of the day, it's like people kind of were asking me, why did you learn about networking? Like, so I could play my mates at a computer game in a LAN cafe. I wasn't sitting there kind of going, I want to be part of an internet to change the world. No, it's just so you can play games. Why have you got a ping like that? So I can play games better.
Hence the outbreak of hacktivism. It's all just to play games. It's for faster internets to play games with. It's all.
Yeah. That's all it ever was. That's all the internet was there for, to play games and look at porn. I mean,
that's
come
right. Yeah, exactly.
So you've now, there were a few people who were sort of like kind of going, this is going to release a golden age of communication. It's like, oh yeah, I've worked in people, I've worked with people that I have to talk to. I'm not sure. But it was
a communal sort of surrender of becoming a marketing tool for the various companies that were sort of bringing out their products, because you needed that product in order to be able to be one of the first front runners that would have like the latest review and that sort of thing.
Do you remember that old advert? And it was it was for some politician at the time, and he was basically talking about television and how you are the product when it comes to television. It's you're being sort of molded into this sort of character, and the internet is exactly that, just but multiplied.
It's really, I would say, it's anything that you don't pay for. If you're not giving value back to them through your money, you're giving value back to them through some other means, which is generally your demographic information or whatever.
I was talking about the actual production of the person rather than the thing being sold or whatever like that, and how a person is basically just turned into this easy to manipulate fool. And it was easier online. It's easier online now than it was, say, 10 years ago. But it was certainly easier on television back then. Now it's changed over to the internet, where you don't have to know the truth, or you don't have to basically you don't have to get somebody to know the truth. You just have to get them to distrust all truth. That's the real trick. Once you've got people to distrust everything, then whatever it is that we were talking about the fact that you just have to listen to these people, and then suddenly you've got them on board. This is what we're talking about. But the first principle is to destroy all truth.
There's a book series I quite like called the Lightbringer Saga, and there's a quote. It's very quotable, and one of the quotes that I like is, "We stop believing lies so we can believe the truth, not so that we can believe nothing at all." And basically anyone who watches RT is someone who needs to be told that, because they're not finding it.
I want to read like one of the dumbest things that I heard about Gamergate. It was a thread that was started by Peter Coffin.
Oh, he's turning his coats around at the moment.
I was actually about to talk about that. Actually,
isn't he sort of like working with Ian Miles Chong at the moment?
No,
I didn't know that.
That's not what happened. So that particular story is something that I sort of caught wind with. Is apparently he's part of, or he's been working with a company called, what is it?
Gameranx?
Yeah, exactly. And he's been producing content for them. Right. So Ian Miles Chong was the editor-in-chief for that particular company for a period of time.
There now, yeah.
Exactly. So it's kind of a bit of a nothing burger, but a lot of people are still treating that particular justification around sort of like Gamergate and all that sort of thing. They still think like the people who work there are gamer bros, when they're probably just, a gaming website that talks about video games. At least that's what I caught from just browsing the site for the amount of time.
No, you
But-
mean a gaming website just talks about games?
Well, Habib used to work with them as well for a little bit.
They're kind of using that to try to cancel Peter. which
That's not
I
really.
find kind of stupid.
The thing is that we were talking about incrementalism. You see, he is the incremental, and what happens is immediately in these particular things, you either fall on one side or the other. You can't be. If you're not going to be with us, you're going to have to be against us.
Peter Coffin's a socialist. He's
I know.
definitely
That
not
doesn't
an
matter.
incrementalist.
That doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that it's in this particular case we're talking about him reaching some sort of halfway house between those who are against and those that were for, and kind of going, okay, maybe it's a little bit more complicated than either of you are saying.
This is actually-
I don't think Peter Coffin would ever be halfway on anything whatsoever. I mean, he's like entirely a class reductionist. Like his
Indeed,
whole shtick is like putting everything through this like ridiculous myopic binary lens of the haves and the have-nots, and he just sort of like shoves everything through that particular lens. And the things that he's sort of prescribing are the extremes, things like the Bernie Sanders are proposing.
Well, there's actually something a bit bigger going on right now. I decided to check Kotaku in action because sometimes I don't look at it much anymore, but sometimes I do. And according to them, apparently a lot of social justice types are now starting to argue what Gamergate was actually about. And when I read that, I was like, no, you mean after so many journalists, after so many years, started calling Gamergate of every possible or evil name under the sun, but now several years later, people who are getting a bit wiser are beginning to realize that couldn't possibly all be in one thing. So, what was it actually about?
Maybe we shouldn't have shoved them over to the right.
Yeah, funny that. Oh, apparently because of how we've got through the last decade, I haven't watched the video, but Watch Mojo have done the top 10 biggest controversies of the decade, and they did mention Gamergate, obviously. And apparently they did it in a very neutral... I didn't watch it, I just looked at people commenting on it. They reviewed it in a very neutral way. They said... I can't remember what they said now, but one person in KIA actually quite rightly put out, so nothing about how it was about journalists fucking up then. No, nothing about them being unethical. So the Watch Mojo video didn't completely apparently demonize Gamergate, all that, but it didn't highlight what it was really about.
Well, the whole quote unquote what it was really about is sort of inconsequential. I mean,
I know. Yeah, I know that because everyone was coming in, putting everything. Yeah, I know. But I was there at the beginning. I saw what was really going on.
Yeah, for sure. And
it's still
it's like it's like the whole Kekistani thing kind of getting usurped by a bunch of like all writers. It's like at that point it becomes this entirely different thing that you essentially didn't agree to in the first place. But I mean, it is what it is, right? Like you can't sort of say, well, no, this is what Gamergate's actually about, because then you just kind of look kind of silly.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and it still fucking angers me that Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn have got away with the things they've got away with, and that's never gonna get. The truth is probably never gonna get out.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to sort of take into consideration, like, why did this happen? Like, why did it become usurped in the first place? Well, people started forming communities around this particular topic, and they started discussing other avenues, and they went to the next extension.
Things that you were never going to really win on because, well, no one was going to take you seriously.
Because really, it all boils down to the same thing. This idea that you have people who are in power that are maliciously doing things, and it's on purpose. When really, it's a little bit more organic than that. Because I'm sure that like these companies that do gaming reviews do so with a certain set of principles in mind, and they say, well, we have to do this in order to be competitive with the other companies out there, and they sort of justify it in themselves.
Yeah.
And what Gamergate started with, it was just trying to say, well, no, there has to be a better way to do this, because it's sort of sacrificing certain aspects, and like now you're not getting reporting on certain stories because of it, because of sort of that fear that's in place.
Yeah, I mean, when I kind of feel a bit bad that I was kind of looking into gaming, because I've said before, I'm not actually a gamer, I'm not interested in video games, but I'm interested in censorship, and that's what got me interested. I was already aware of Anita Sarkeesian before all this happens, and I can actually go through the trail of it. David Cameron wants to have ISPs ban porn by default. This, knowing about porn, gets me on to Jordan Owen. Jordan Owen talks about Anita Sarkeesian through Anita Sarkeesian, learn about Mundane Matt. Zoe Quinn blocks Mundane Matt's video, which leads to Gamergate, and there's a trail. I did it.
Yeah, I didn't really care as a gamer, and the reason behind it was because I found other avenues in terms of like getting my opinions about video games and that sort of thing, which was essentially like the scene on YouTube and the scene. I don't know if Twitch was around back then, but it was definitely like one of those things, like people who were just doing Let's Plays, and I could see like the first couple minutes of a video game in motion and how people were responding to it, and I was like, yeah, that's something I want to try. Because there's, in terms of a visual medium, like you could write this very long, brilliant article in terms of like all of the things that are present in a particular video game, and a lot of that gets lost in translation. If you're actually looking at a video game being played, you get a better sense of like if this is something that you might enjoy doing or not.
Thunderfoot kind of talked about in his videos about Anita. He noticed how, well, people keep saying, of course, Anita's a gamer, but he was kind of highlighting how if you put her videos up against a Let's Player, you can see the passion behind the Let's Player. You can't really see the passion in Anita's video.
True, yeah.
And that's because, well, even I can understand. I may not know video games, but I can kind of tell, yeah, she doesn't really give a shit about this, does she? In fact, the one thing that really got me was one claim she made that the more you think you're not affected, the more likely you are affected. The idea that video games cause sexism, obviously. She actually said the more likely you think, the more you think you're not affected, the more likely you are affected. And I'm like, what the hell? Okay.
So here's the thread that Peter Coffin decided to start. It starts off by saying, the anti-Gamergate people who have remained liberal and are mobilizing against Bernie Sanders effectively demonstrates how the overall effect of GG was the cementing divisions between conservatives and liberals. So already he's making a few really ridiculous claims there. That Gamergate somehow is influencing the political election of the United States of America.
Mate, there were claims from the anti-Gamergate side that Gamergate had infiltrated the FBI.
He moves on to say, Gamergaters justifiably felt alienated by the neoliberal fetishization of feminism and the reductionism of politics to identity teams. And powerful people with supremacy ideologies have worked a long time to subsume this alienation. This is just fucking word salad. If I would ask him to justify these positions in terms of bringing sort of evidential support.
Well, let's be fair, mate. There were definitely a lot of people who didn't like what they saw as feminization of the video game industry.
Of course, but I think that particular thing didn't manifest because of Gamergate.
Oh, no, not because of it.
It was an inherent truth that sort of existed, because a lot of what feminists were doing was this sort of performative ethics that would escalate into cancel culture. Like we witnessed from Contra recently.
I don't want
and this.
Oh, but I am aware of that. Yeah.
Tends to have a tit for tat kind of response by people, right? So you're going to have some sort of a backlash in that kind of a situation. So it's not really fair to say that like the Gamergate was essentially one of the causes that was sort of behind this kind of thing, because like a lot of people weren't within Gamergate, and they sort of started getting annoyed with just general people who were generally in that particular circle, because like there they were sort of telling people, well, you're just doing this because of your toxic masculinity and your white privilege. I actually had somebody like tell me this, when in reality white privilege is more or less a concept that's there to sort of talk about a particular intersection that sort of falls, like we were talking about before, like how the veil of ignorance sort of slips on people like Boris Johnson because they just fail upwards. So that's more or less what the actual feminist critique is between of it, and you have like individuals who are sort of perverting that into something that it's not. He goes on to say, this is precisely how the Obama years function. The prescribed way of handling discontent was to find a way to describe the aggrieved as privileged. The reactionary response is to say, no, people of your identity get social support and social programs, you're privileged. So that's what Peter's sort of like talking about right here. That sort of concept of people getting beaten over the head by that sort of thing.
Yeah, something you were actually just saying about, I can't remember exactly what you said now, but it was getting me thinking about how I tend to look at Liana Kay a bit nowadays, and she was talking about pretty much how Anita Sarkeesian pretty much ruined women in video games, or the development of women. The point she was ultimately trying to make was, had there not been a lot of finger wagging from social justice types, then women in video games would have developed naturally on their own without all this conflict that we have now. But now, because everyone's trying to forcefully say, put these women, don't have sexy women, and put more women in it, because it was all that, everyone's now very suspicious of women in video games. In that sense.
So, there are some nuggets of truth in terms of like what Peter is tabling here. However, here's where he sort of like loses the plot. And he says, of course, both of these viewpoints are designed to obfuscate class. The whole thing is an example of how neoliberal ideology sets the working class against itself and creates thought leaders and elite among visible professional managerial class personalities. And then he goes into like the whole class reductionism kind of thing. I mean, it's a real reach to sort of like, I think he's trying to what do you call when you try to make two pieces fit together? A shunt? He's trying to shunt two completely different kind of topics together and to sort of marry them so that he can make a point about how class is essentially the lens in which everybody has to look at things. And I think that is myopic, and it's incredibly simplistic, because people are, well, the social sort of variables that exist with individuals are a little bit more complicated than that. You do have like sort of class that plays into it. You have intersectionality, which is what feminism is like ultimately about, that sort of plays into it. And you just have people's lens of experience that sort of dictate like how they're going to perceive things in reality.
Let me ask you this. Is this just a case, or is it a case that there are people who just think way too much?
Yeah. Well, I think it's not necessarily they think way too much. It's that they have sort of like a specific, like for me, when I'm looking at things through the lens of tribalism, right? I'm going to miss certain aspects and certain variables that might necessarily sort of surface in those distinctions. When I'm talking to a friend of mine who's like a PhD in psychology, whenever I ask him a particular question, he has the incredible ability to write things as nuanced as possible, so you get a full scope of like what the psychology behind it is. When I'm trying to communicate these ideas, I'm not going to have that level of expertise or sort of ability to sort of write these things and communicate them at the level that he is, because he has actually taught people at a fucking university. He's done so for years. So you have to understand that a lot of things can get lost in translation. And when you play this game of telephone online, you're going to have a lot of things that are sort of segmented and sort of boiled down to sort of the simplest variables in order to present it to like an audience as a result. And it's not the way you should be looking at the world ultimately. My suggestion to like anybody who's looking for information about a particular topic, look at the people who's actually been studying these particular topics over the years and read up on the materials that they have presented, like understand what their work, ask questions to them like I have.
Talk to the experts, essentially.
Yeah, don't get it from me, especially. Like the thing that frustrates me is that I have a little bit more understanding than the average person, or like the Kyle Kalinskis of this world that should essentially treat it as their fucking job and do a little bit better in that regard. But still.
And I missed the whole team because I came here for the Gamergate.
Hey! You can always resurrect the subject, mate. It's fine.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the great thing about the
an ongoing.
Yeah, and I'm sure Anita would love to talk about
Hey,
Gamergate.
Robin, do you always use the same Hangout link for?
No.
Only for the I use the same Hangout link for the evening.
Thank you.
Carry on, mate.
Screw you! Sorry.
Most of you people know who Jim Sterling is.
Yes.
Okay, so
Sort of, anyway.
I'm a really long fan of his, like the Potoid Time and Dismo Jester, all of his podcasts. We had a Facebook group that was literally torn apart by Gamergate.
Ooh.
Mostly because how to say it, a lot of people who supported Gamergate, we had a group of social justice warrior group that if you said anything positive about Gamergate, you would be literally called every fucking name. The group was very liberal, very open-minded. Let's say it like that. It wasn't hardcore left. You had all the mostly center left people. Maybe a few right-wing people, but again, a lot of trans and gay people in the group. So if you're right, you won't be there, I guess. So a lot of people did there who were centrists, who were like, hey, she's selling total bullshit. This is not true. So while that whole thing was happening, group imploded. Literally, the moderator who created that group, who was the good friend of Jim Sterling, blocked Jim Sterling because of his fan base.
Yikes.
And said, fuck off, see you, and never see you in my life again. That is what I remember mostly. That happened while the Gamergate was on. For me, I really didn't fucking care, mostly. And like when people were like talking about it, like, yeah, both sides did some stupid shit. Duh. But no one was a fucking winner. I mean, Anita Sarkeesian and the group were the winner at the end because they got the publicity. But like the whole thing. Oh, I mean, literally some people told to me that Trump won because of the Gamergate.
Oh, for God's sake.
And those people are from that group. If somebody is watching from there, and I don't think so, I think they hate crowd, probably. Because...
Oh yeah, they do at this point.
Yeah, I just posted the thread that Peter Carl started, and I think it's kind of like what he's essentially implying.
Robin, how do you want me to integrate this OBS into this Google Hangout into my Twitch stream? What would you like me to do? Should I have something that you do in the background?
Is he there?
If he's not there, then I'll just think of something myself.
Put a
He's
bottle
probably
of
gone out tonight.
Perlenbacher, or however you say it in German. It's some little kind of little beer that I got it for really cheap.
I mean, Anita still tries to make herself relevant because she's faded into irrelevancy at this point. So naturally, she just tried to make herself relevant by saying when the
people.
Wait.
when the Mandalorian came out, she ended up tweeting about how there are no on-screen female characters in the first episode of The Mandalorian, and people would say, "Fuck you! There is a female character in the first bit." Guys, stop playing her game, because now naturally people fret to send loads of messages to her, and what a surprise, a journalist talked about it, or at least one journalist I was looking at, and anytime a journalist talks about Anita right nowadays, I think this must be a friend of hers.
This is just something that people default to, though. It's a term called sort of performative ethics. Like, have you ever noticed, like, if you're in a Twitter thread and somebody just decides to sort of like quote what you said and bring it to their main page? That sort of thing. That's sort of the psychology behind it. It's like, get a load of me getting a load of this guy. And there's a lot of that goes on. And the thing that doesn't happen is any sort of prescribed action to sort of solve the problem. Like, nobody ever adds, like, this is a solution to the problem. If you want this to be solved, you do this, that, and the other thing. You can contact this member of Congress, that member of Congress, that sort of thing. And
the initial days of
it's entirely an egoistical endeavor, and this is something that I used to do myself until I read up about it. And it's the real reason why nothing ever gets done. It's like you're sort of farming likes at that point in time, and people are giving you validation through your particular opinion and your particular take on a specific matter. So for instance, if I were to all of a sudden say, check out what Anita's saying, what a dead ass dumb bitch, or something to that degree, right? And then I get a bunch of people that are like, yeah, fuck that person, I hate that fucking person, like. That gives my brain little dopamine, doses, and then I feel a lot better about myself, to the point where I'm gonna do it again. And it's to the point where not only am I gonna do it again, I'm gonna start looking for other stuff that people might necessarily be upset about in order to bring it to the forefront. That's the whole sort of reactionary kind of journalism that kind of manifested.
Wait, did you just describe the whole YouTube commentary definition?
Ding, exactly.
But that's kind of rigid because you said how nothing gets in the initial stages of Gamergate, solutions were sort of being created. I mean, Jesus Christ, what's going on? The whole initially, the whole thing was about contacting the advertisers and getting the advertisers to pull down until the journalists actually start performing ethically. But then everyone forgot about that and started going into drama.
More or less because they had these communities, and when they notice that when they start talking about certain things, people start paying attention to them and giving them validation for their opinions.
It's interesting.
All it is.
It's interesting though because this is talking about the early stages, like the first 3 months leading up to Christmas. Leading up to Christmas, the moderators of the Kotaku in Action were actually proposing to remove all the drama from the sub. And this is when I realized, literally the first Christmas, that I realized things weren't going to go that great because everyone was suddenly threatening the mods to say, "You're censoring us!" I'm like, I think they're just trying to keep things in order and not talk about stupid shit. But no, had to have it, apparently.
It's going to give a backlash. And people are going to want to sort of keep that kind of a sort of whatever it is.
The Streisand effect is what we're talking about.
Whatever gives people sort of that validation, that egoistical validation of getting like likes for their opinion, shitting on Anita Sarkeesian or shitting on whatever conservative is particularly out there. It happens on.
Do you know why Anita Sarkeesian became famous?
Because of us.
Yep.
This was the reverse Streisand effect. See, and 4chan have never really forgiven her for this. Is that most of the shitty opinions that she was spitting out on YouTube, they weren't getting a lot of hits. In fact, most of the hits were actually from basically gamers in 4chan kind of going, "Bitch, that's completely wrong, and here's why."
Mm-hmm.
And she worked out that if she can just enrage these guys enough, she can get enough hits out of them, she could exploit them for money. Not getting money out of them, but for basically playing the damsel in distress trope. Literally on 4chan. Rile these motherfuckers up. She opened up a video to, Kickstarter, and just opened up the comments section just for one day, just to let all of these lots spit out a bunch of hate because they were like sick and tired of her basically, boycotting them. And then use that as a method to basically say, see, poor me, give me money, and it worked. And they've never, ever forgiven her for it.
Now that you're back, I wanted to ask you, how do you want me to integrate your stream into my stream?
Orally.
I mean, what kind of symbol should I put in there in the back? I'll share my screen briefly.
I'm sorry.
What I'm talking about.
How PG is this?
It's not PG at all. Don't worry.
What do you want me to put in here in the background?
I don't know. The open house logo. I don't know.
Can you send me the open house logo?
Yeah, sure.
Look,
okay.
free booze. That's what you put in it.
Well, there isn't any free booze, is there now?
You're right. Tits. That's what you put in it.
Not any free tits either.
This is first time seeing crowd live for me, and I thought that you were much slimmer for some reason.
Wow.
I'm not that fat.
No, I'm a
only
slim
fat
guy.
people say
like,
that.
I am 62 kilograms and I am 192.
I'm not fat at all, actually.
No, I'm not saying that you're fat, but I didn't
underweight
accept
then, young man.
that kind of biceps on you. I don't know why.
Okay. You guys want to take a room somewhere or something?
No. Just send me the thing.
Do you even lift, bro?
No, but I can suck for money.
It
Oh
seems.
God!
It seems.
All of a sudden, Kraut sits up.
I think the reason why I have these is my parents, because the heating system they have in their house is an old-fashioned one where you actually have to cut wood, right? Buy wood and chop up like 3 tons of wood.
Oh,
So you
I
have enough
upgraded
wood
from
for the
that.
winter. So every summer I have to go to my parents' place for like a month and a half. And throughout like 4 or 5 weeks, all I do is carry wood, saw wood apart, and chop it up into half blocks.
Okay, I have a good thing for you to give you. Like for 700 euros, you can upgrade to the pellet system, which is literally
I know,
small...
but my parents prefer the old wood system, and
Why?
I get these shoulders out of it, so that's pretty
Why?
okay for me.
There's
Like,
something,
I
to be
used
said
the
for
wood
chopping
system.
wood, actually. There's something quite cathartic about
relaxing.
chopping wood, yeah.
Yeah.
And just being tired
would find
It's in your genes,
It's
guys.
not just that.
It's in your
Honestly,
genes.
it's getting these shoulders out of it. That's worth it in my opinion.
So we totally got sick by chopping every year around 9 square meters of wood every year, because that was how much we used. So literally, it was 3 days of work. And we were like,
Yeah, because
fuck
of
this
that,
shit.
you're a slim fuck. You don't have the shoulders to show for it.
Fuck you.
But Robin, the thing you said about how Anita just made herself a damsel in distress, the irony is a lot of these anti-SJW YouTubers or skeptic communities are doing exactly the same thing with that, with no sense of irony.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but really this is it's just bear poking.
Yeah, I know.
It's just bear poking exercises, you know? So, I mean, like I said, this has worked for various people. I mean, I personally think that the Chantards have got this idea about themselves as though that nobody can get the drop on them, nobody can fool them, nobody can get past them, because they're just like this hive mind that's able to see through all of the bullshit. And to be honest with you, they're really easy to manipulate. I did it on a if you imagine, you can't get any single one person can be responsible for whatever gets put on 4chan or 8chan. It's great. So they whenever anything good happens, they can turn around and kind of go, that's Chan culture for you. And if it's some deranged lunatic or whatever like that, I kind of go, wasn't me.
Yeah.
So it's brilliant cover for mischief makers to do whatever the fuck they like. It's brilliant cover for racists and xenophobes. It's cover for SJWs and anti-SJWs alike. They can all fuck each other over, fuck each other up. So you can infiltrate your enemies. You can do all kinds.
Well, you had like one large community of individuals that sort of like broke off into subset communities based around the things that they were essentially incensed about, like feminism or Jewish people.
Yeah, but when it comes to Chan culture, and Robin, I know you've said about simplistic talking and so on, but nonetheless, I don't really trust any large community that consistently swears all the time as a form of language communicating.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, simplistic, but
that's pretty fucking weird, to be honest, mate. But
well, yeah, but you look at the Chan culture and they just keep calling each other racist words.
Yeah, but I don't remember Hitler swearing much.
Okay.
He wasn't obvious. That was the thing. Well, to be honest with you,
Hitler didn't swear. Therefore, swearing is good.
I'm actually sort of defending the correlation causality bit here, because he's basically saying is that I don't trust people who don't swear. I don't trust people who swear, for example. It's like kind of that's no way to. You're basically opening the dragnet up to quite a lot of people who just don't swear, so they must be good, right?
Hang on, I'm not saying that if someone swears, then they're automatically evil. I'm just saying someone who only ever swears as a form of communication says, you fucktard, you shit stain, you fucktard, get out, that sort of thing. That constantly angry sort of thing, swearing sort of thing.
Oh, I mean...
Yeah, it's almost as if you get a bunch of socially stunted people on a platform that sort of keeps them away from all human contact whatsoever. It generally makes them insufferable little shits.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be honest with you.
Like a prison.
I don't think that drugs are the things that mainly lead people to mental illness. It can be quite the opposite. So when you're looking at 4chan, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's the cause, more the symptom. It's like these are the thing with Chan culture is that they're their own personal babysitter. So everyone is being babysat by each other in this sort of way, and it's the lunatics in charge of the asylum.
Look at it this way: back in the day where you had to dial into a BBS and essentially wait an hour to download like a 386K image of a woman who's naked. You didn't really have motivation in order to sort of stay around those particular spaces. But here you have an entire sort of network of individuals that are at your fingertips. So you don't really have the incentive to, like, say, go out to a pub and start interacting with other human beings, or going to a board game kind of convention where people are playing D&D or that sort of thing. The areas where you would come face to face with individuals from different walks of life, and you wouldn't necessarily cancel them because you don't do that generally. You sort of work out your differences because you're having a game of D&D and it's really fun. Or, you're having drinks with your mates and it's really fun, despite of the really dumb, stupid thing that your friend just said about incrementalism.
God damn it!
I'm not going to take the bait,
Robin on Twitter.
Yeah, you at least put some fucking worm on that hook. Jesus.
What did you say?
Pascal was trying to bait me like a 12-year-old. And at least bait me like a 15-year-old.
That's what I do.
Where is the candy, though?
That's for the 6-year-olds.
Okay.
Get in the van, kid.
But it's you've got all these Chan types who also get angry when other websites start trying to implement rules to get these fuckers out because you're not really helping anything.
It's not getting these fuckers out, okay?
Yeah.
The internet is a creche in a crack den, okay? And this has always been the problem for the internet. It's the creche in a crack den thing. Everyone's sitting there kind of going, I want my kid to go on the internet and I don't have to worry about him. And I go, pick one.
Are you sure about that?
Pick one of those. If
Yeah,
you're
but
going to
certainly-
allow your child to go on the internet and you don't want to have any qualms about what this person is doing on the internet, you don't want to have to like look over their shoulder or stop. You are a bad parent.
I'm actually talking about individual websites that actually want to just curate a bit to make them a bit more friendlier to advertisers.
That's for the parents. That's for the parents.
Yeah, but I can understand the idea of some things. Like there's the forum on the anime streaming service Crunchyroll. Now they used to have a general discussion section on their forum, which was right below the anime section, and they ended up having to move the general discussion as to the bottom and retitle it miscellaneous. And the reason was because there was so much political discussion going on in the general discussion. It was mostly right wing, very very right wing people, and it was seeping into the anime discussion. So, like I said, they moved it. They made it miscellaneous, moved it to the bottom. Then I noticed they removed miscellaneous entirely. So, yeah, they obviously decided, okay, the people talking in here is not the kind of conversation that's going to be very productive for this forum.
The way I'd approach it with my kid, if I had one, is I'd sort of sit down and say, okay, well, you're going to need certain tools in life. And one of the things that is really going to help is the ability to communicate. And the only way you're ever going to do that is by meeting people face to face and actually having conversations with them.
And then the kid turns around to you and goes, "Yes, but what does A, B, and C mean?"
Well, then I explain A, B, and C. And
Pascal, are you suggesting I should go outside?
Well, I'm not saying that you personally go outside. I don't know, like, what your history is, if you've actually interacted with other people outside of the
Yes,
internet.
go outside.
I made a video about going outdoors, so you don't have to.
But if you haven't, then yeah, I'd highly suggest like putting yourself in outside of your comfort zone and interacting with individuals, because that's the only sort of thing from my experience, and I could be wrong about this. That's sort of the outlier between me, who's now like disabled in his 40s and isolated on the internet itself, that has a base where I'm not canceling every single person that happens to have a differing opinion than me. Usually it's the other way around.
I don't know. I mean,
I can be a little insufferable at times, but you know.
Yeah, you don't
only a
harass
little.
people.
Only a little.
Yeah,
It's
well,
fine.
no, Pascal doesn't harass people, though. He doesn't
Yeah.
make people's lives
as
difficult.
we're going up, as me going outside, I have gone outside. Then I put the pen out and came right back in again.
Yeah, that was enough for me.
What's outside?
Guess what?
I don't know.
And to be honest with you, it's not worth going outside because Donald Trump has loosened restrictions on the use of landmines.
What?
Yes, Donald Trump rescinded restrictions of the U.S. military's ability to use landmines, weapons that have been banned in more than over 160 countries due to their history of killing and wounding civilians, a White House said Friday. The president has cancelled the Obama administration's policy to prohibit United States military. He's literally just looking for anything with the word
Anything
Obama in it.
Obama does, I'm getting rid of it.
So
from employing anti-personnel
I have a boss now.
landmines.
okay, that's what I was waiting for. Anti-personnel mines. Holy shit, that is like fucking insane.
Okay, so literally Bosnia all over again. I'm talking from like ex-Yugoslav point of view. Bosnia is riddled with mines from all of the sides, from Croats, Bosnians, and Serbs.
Yeah, well, Falkland Islands is the same, and that finished in '82. They're still clearing up the minefields there.
No, literally.
Oh,
when Pokemon...
the Bosnian minefields are fucking funny, if you ask me. They're really hilarious.
do you know what is the...
You go and stand on one and tell me that.
No.
The Serbs. Let me finish this. The Serbs.
Go on.
You know, they mined their border with Croatia, right? As a kind of a chauvinistic, fascistic. Fuck you. We mine our borders. We don't just build walls. We mine our borders. And what happened was, the Danube flooded and washed all the mines into the various Serbian villages. They had to pay millions to pick it all up.
Not millions. Let me fix you that. If you force people to do it, it doesn't cost you.
Oh yeah, forgot. You live in the glorious dictatorship, one of those places where...
Slobodan Milosevic time, yeah. My dad almost
I
went
lost
to
mine. Come clean mine.
My dad almost went to clear those mines, but his company that he worked for, which is back then NIS, which would be oil industry of Serbia. Rusell like, no, we cannot let him go there. Like, no. So literally you had people who were literally never dealt with mines go and scan the whole thing with the mine detectors and shit like that.
Yummy.
Yeah, I know the story. The fun thing about Bosnia is there are 3 types of mines there. The Yugoslav ones, the American ones, and I don't know which Middle Eastern country ones. So even if you detect them, you have 3 ways of diffusing them. And you need to find out which one it is.
By the way, hello, political bullshit.
Hello.
Hello there, mate. How you doing?
Hello.
Been feeling pretty shit literally recently, but you
You
know.
got the coronavirus too?
Good. No. Close to Crohn's virus, but you know, but not coronavirus.
Happy Brexit Day, by the way. If
Oh,
you
don't
missed it.
remind me. It didn't even go past me. I just like, fuck this at the moment.
Didn't somebody throw a 50p coin at you?
No. Oh, did you see the Brexit celebration? I have so much respect for the audio engineer on that because he fucked it up royally. And I think he must have been one of those people that just really hated Brexit because he left the in-ear monitor click track going out loud through the actual main speakers whilst they're doing the celebrations. And he also mixed everything to the point of distortion as well. So every time you hear like the gongs of the bell, it was just distorted as fuck.
And judging from the sort of people that we're talking about, he's incompetent.
No, I think when you're hired when you're hired to do those things, you should know what you're doing.
You would think, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's politics then, and politicians.
It'll have been done by my mate Barry. Will do it for a $5
Mate, they didn't even get an alcohol license for this one.
And they still got drunk somehow.
Yeah, people just turned up with a load of tinnies.
And they can't blame Brussels for it.
Wait, what is alcohol license? I'm sorry, I'm out of the...
If you're going to have an event, you need an alcohol license to
okay.
alcohol.
Okay.
You have to pay government taxes to sell your shit, basically.
God, the government taking my money.
Did anyone see the Katie Hopkins video?
Yes. I didn't
That's
see it,
the
but
one.
I was aware of
Okay, for anybody
I've
watching,
posted the link in
yeah.
the side chat.
Let's inform the audience rather than just telling
Yeah.
people about things. So,
basically,
all right, carry on.
she was flown to Prague and picked up an award from the CUNT.
And what does CUNT stand for?
Campaign for the United
Uniting.
Unification of Nations, and I forget what the T stands for.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that at all.
Hang on. I should just because
You put the video in.
I mean, this is going to be a bit of a tricky one because if I just basically try to Google Katie Hopkins cunt.
no, if you look in the side chat, Robin.
Yeah, Sean did
Yeah,
actually
you
put the
can.
video there.
I've already seen some of the backlash to
It's
this. and
campaign
you've
to
got all the
unify the
Nation trophy.
the campaign to unify the nation trophy.
Yeah.
You've got all the racists like arguing she's been taken out of context when she says all the stupid shit
If
she
you
says.
seen, if you watch the link that I put in from 7:45, it is great.
Yeah, she was taken out of context in the idea that the context that she thought she was in was she was talking to a bunch of racists.
Yeah.
That was the context that was everybody was missing.
She
She,
thought
she
she
wouldn't have
letting you
said
know,
this if it
I'm-
was on national television.
I'm just letting you know we're going to go live on Twitch in 3, 2, 1, go. What?
Hello, Twitch. Oh, did it
No.
fail?
Copyright strike.
Yes, I got another fucking error message. Oh my god, what the fuck? What's
Robin had a
wrong?
DMC on you.
Did you get the look at the fucking report?
Protokolldatei.
The what? What
I have
report?
no idea what's going on.
Oh,
I'm just annoyed at
I
this thing.
suspect that the key that you're using isn't working for your Twitch stream.
I only just got that key.
Did you enter it in by hand, copy paste?
Yes, I copy pasted it.
Then enter it by hand.
It's fucking 29 digits.
Yeah. Fuck that.
You'll
Just
keep-
copy
I'm
paste.
just trying to keep him busy. Shh, shh, shh.
You just generate another key and put it in.
Have you turned it on and off and turned it on again? Hit it with the bigger
Okay, now
hammer.
you're really just fucking with me, are you?
Yes.
As
he
if
is.
we would.
Okay, I'm just gonna try this one more time. Okay. Okay, let's get this one in. Okay. Fuck you! You stupid fucking. Oh
Fuck
my
you
God.
too, crowd. Fuck you too.
It's alright, I've already got your audience now.
Hey, yeah, I'm here.
So, what if you're actually live and that's the first thing you said?
Do you know what this is? Do you know what this really is? This is white male rage.
Oh God! Don't start that again.
That's what it
Oh
is.
god.
What the fuck is white male rage?
Saturday Night Live did a skit about white male rage, and it involved the Joker and was it the Irishman?
Yeah, and we're all sitting there kind of
people
going,
went ape about-
what?
It was just a joke, but people went ape, not about the Irishman, but the Joker.
No, I was sitting there kind of going, I get the Joker thing, sort of, but then I'm like, the Irishman? What? I didn't understand that at all.
Well, it's just about mobsters beating each other up for senseless reasons, so it's the same thing, right?
I need to add about the Joker.
Do you really think that's a Scorsese movie?
Well, what did I just walk into?
Oh,
It's a Scorsese movie.
That's how they write the plot for Scorsese movies. They sort of like kind of go, let's get a bunch of wise guys together and shoot them, and then I don't know, stick them in a hotel somewhere.
It was a really fucking poor joke. It was a really fucking poor joke, but the people that got offended, the people that it targeted have got really offended quickly. So
I have no idea why this is not working.
I mean,
do you have TeamViewer, crowd?
I can share my screen and show you what happens every time I.
yeah, we can do the laugh. Carry on.
Okay, go on. Give me the screen.
Okay, here you go. I click start streaming, and I get this error message. No idea what it
Can you translate it?
Starte Ausgabe. Starting streaming has failed. Bitte überprüfen Sie, ob die Protokolldateien für den Test. Please
You have a
check.
codec issue.
do you have VPN on? Or
I have a
something?
what? I have a what issue?
I think it's your codec issue with AMD driver or something. I cannot. The second part does have some AMD bullshit.
That's Hinweis means tip or notice. If you use an NVENC or AMD codec, make sure that your video treiber is on data. What is the English fucking word for video treiber? No
Same.
fucking idea.
It's the same.
I have no interest in fixing this now.
It's asking you to update your video drivers.
Probably.
Great.
So that's normally done automatically via a program that you should have on your PC in general, anyways.
Or Radeon,
I know.
or Real Live, or whatever it's called. Not Real Live, but
I know. It should be updated. I don't know why.
I
it
think
isn't.
it's the fault of Brexit.
Fuck you.
So
You damn Europeans coming over here stealing our
Isn't-
protocols.
So what-
I heard there were certain restrictions when it come to live streaming in Germany.
He's not in Germany.
I'm not in Germany.
Oh yeah, of course.
So what's this joke that people have been offended by? Sorry.
If
Sorry.
Saturday Night Live did a skit.
What? Sorry.
Saturday Night Live, an American comedic show,
Yes.
did a skit that
Comedic
involved
show in brackets.
white men's rage, referencing the Irishman and the Joker. Sorry,
Yeah.
the Joker.
SNL is basically like a comedian sort of proving ground. It's where they get all the sort of like the new comics coming up, and it's like write us a sketch in 5 minutes kind of deal.
Yeah, I am
And it's
aware of
usually
Saturday Night
something
Live.
that's sort of part and parcel of whatever sort of
It's
politics
so
are
shit.
that day, and it's really lowbrow stuff. You know, when they were talking about the Gulf War, they were talking about golfing. It was really that kind of level of comedy, you know, like
But they-
bottom of the barrel
they-
scraping stuff.
So they decided to make a sketch about white men's rage and use the Irishman and the Joker.
And it landed like a brick.
Yeah, it sounds like something that would land like a brick.
The
frankly.
girl doing it, I mean, she did a little jiggy dance and sang a little song. And it was like, yeah, okay.
I don't even know what Saturday Night Live is.
It's an
Really?
American... Do you ever listen to anything?
It's a
Eddie?
political-
Show
American
every
political
weekend
sketch
that
show.
produces the lowest denominator of comedy every week, and it's so bad that you could write it in 5 minutes before the show.
Literally, the only reason Christopher Walken is popular.
I need more cowbell.
Cowbell.
Well,
They're-
God damn it.
It used to be good in the 70s and 80s, but because it's just been an institution, it's just gone sour.
No, he's still the best performer. Is his weapon of choice.
But anyway, yeah, SNL has launched the careers of hundreds of different comedians
yeah.
over their
Oh,
time.
yeah,
they've
absolutely,
sort of
yeah.
turned up, and it's one of those places that if you get into SNL, people are going to notice you.
Yeah, Jim Carrey got noticed there. Loads of people.
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Everyone associated with Ghostbusters.
Yeah, like I said,
essentially.
it's a proving ground for American comedians. But of
That's
course,
when
a
they
lot
were
of
edgy
them-
though, but now it's just really tame.
Well, it depends on your version of edgy, of course, as you
Yeah.
grow up. You know, their idea, most people's idea of edgy is, oh, what makes the adults uncomfortable? Really?
Who's that guy from the Man on the Moon film? I can't remember his name. He was on there, wasn't he? The guy that faked his there's a conspiracy theory that he faked his own death. I can't remember. He's a really famous comedian.
Anyway, I wanted to add in also.
Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, he committed suicide, didn't he?
What were you saying, Alaska?
He was in THAC.
It's Alexa. Literally, same as
Sorry,
Amazon.
Alexa.
Same as Amazon. About the Joker movie, when every journalist was writing, "Oh, there will be massive shooting, massive shooting, massive shooting,"
God,
nothing
that was
happened,
stupid.
and nothing happened. And then I read the article, "Teenage machete fight at Frozen 2."
Oh, that was in the UK, yeah.
That was the UK. That was about the gang violence.
Yeah, that
Well,
was
it
blamed on a
wasn't about
completely.
gang violence. That was the thing.
That was blamed on a completely different film, though. Blue something.
No, Frozen 2. Wait.
Yeah, I know.
Machete brawl. I'm sorry. There's even a video about it.
I know, but
Yeah.
It
There was
was
all-
about, I'm trying to remember. It's blue bollocks. I can't remember.
Blue bollocks.
I haven't even watched the Joker yet.
No,
Oh, it's a great film.
Eh,
It doesn't appeal to me.
it's like
I,
it's like a really poor origin story that just won't fucking stop. It-
Um,
It's
I'm looking forward to
really
buying it.
low end. To me, I think Joaquin Phoenix did a really good job, but it just dragged, and it wasn't really. Imagine a sort of like a character exploration movie in a Marvel universe kind of deal, a DC universe, but without really any references to that universe at all.
Has anybody seen the David Copperfield
no,
yet?
no, don't really intend to. I think it's something my mum might like. She likes David Copperfield.
I watched Death of Stalin, and that
That was great.
That was a
Very
funny
funny.
film. I found it rather interesting for that film, mostly because they were using British accents the entire time.
Well,
It didn't.
I've
Well,
watched-
it doesn't matter when it comes to these sort of things. They weren't doing it for historical accuracy, you know.
Oh, I know. That's why I got
I've
the joke.
It was a
watched
British
Armando
farce based in.
Iannucci for
It was a
Was
British.
that
yeah.
the Fast Show doing that?
Well, there were many characters in the farce show, yes, but it
Yeah.
was a British farce done in Russia.
I watched it. I just didn't. I didn't
Yes!
quite
I got
get
it
it.
working. I got
Hey,
it
well
working.
done you.
Hey, we're on Twitch now.
Let me.
And that's all for tonight. So good night to everybody. Bye, Robin.
Hello, Twitch audience.
Bye.
That joke always gets old.
Was that a driver issue then?
Yes, I just need to add Robin's background.
Yeah, you're
he's,
live.
He's 67 years old, lies about his age, he has false teeth, no hair, he's 7 foot tall.
You can just put like group of British wankers.
International wankers, we've got foreigners here as well.
There's a few of us who are British.
We are British.
There's
you
an
made it
American tosser, there's a Canadian tosser,
We're British Euro trash.
without the euro, just the trash.
Oh, Eurotrash would be interesting.
Well, I've still got my European passport, you see. It's good for another 10 years.
I got
Is it good?
my renewal notice through earlier this month, and I can't be asked.
You don't want the blue one then, no?
No.
Well, it might be advantageous to have an escape hatch, mate.
Actually, I'm tempted because my grandmother was Irish.
By the way,
So I might be able to apply for I need to get in touch with my mother and ask, see if I can get an Irish passport.
Don't you just have to put O and then an inverted comma and then you're Irish?
Well, you have to get an Irish setter. That helps.
Hmm.
That was the old joke in the 90s about playing for the Republic of Ireland football team. If you got an Irish dog, you were in. Yeah. But I know that's football and you wouldn't understand football.
Are we
by the way,
discussing the mess that is Brexit then?
yes, and to every British person that's complaining about the 50p coins and say, "Oh, I don't want one of these 50 coins," you're a horrible person if you want one of these 50p coins. Okay, dude, put that in a charity box. I don't think people who need money are pretty picky about the design.
Great point, well made.
Somebody else is getting a
Copyright Jonathan Pine.
Well, there's somebody else has bought an indelible ink pen and is writing EU. I love the EU on all these 50.
Well,
Yeah.
it's gonna be the end of the United Kingdom. It has to
Absolutely.
Yep, probably.
At least you had a chance to be in EU.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you lot are never going to join the EU.
Do you know the reason why? Kosovo. Kosovo.
Dutch. No, it's not really just Kosovo. It's the Dutch are ever blocking. The reason why is because you humiliated the Dutch during that war.
Wait, what?
Oh,
What?
God.
Srebrenica massacre. The time of Srebrenica was supposed to be protected by Dutch peacekeepers, right?
Oh, God,
Oh
I-
yeah, the same guys who let Yasser Oric to go around the other villages and purge everything.
And the peacekeepers, the Dutch peacekeepers, when the Serbian army turned up, the peacekeepers did nothing. They just allowed the massacre to happen. Right?
God. Bring a German in here, they just talk about the war, typical.
Shut up.
Wait,
I
so
mean,
you,
do you want
Alex-
to? Do you want to
Alexa,
know?
where are you from?
I'm from Serbia.
Okay.
Literally
Damn
the
it.
only country where my name is male name, and not a female one.
My fucking microphone is not working. The chat is telling me.
You've got.
Do you get
well.
confused when you go over to people's houses and they just start like ordering things on Amazon?
The good thing that Amazon support here is awful because we have tariffs and shit like that because we are not in EU. So Amazon is not really that widespread here.
Or when people start wanting to like play music.
But the problem is I have a lot of friends on the internet who are from, well, let's say it West. I had too many Alexa jokes in my life.
Oh, sorry.
I need to sue
surprise me.
Amazon. I need to sue Amazon.
Yes, you do. You need to sue them for damages.
Yeah, emotional damages mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Though let's talk about PTSD because I have it, bitches.
Oh, dear.
No, I'm just kidding. I have it, but it's not that awful. Mostly, I hate fireworks.
Oh shit!
That's understandable.
Hey, I have a genuine.
No, I
have a-
mean it is genuine.
Yeah, and I actually have a genuine question for you. if you have PTSD, do you then get a bit annoyed at a lot of left-leaning young people who keep using the word triggered for just being upset?
Well, that is the modern
I
vernacular
mostly
these
don't
days,
give
so.
a like as a person who, I mean, I don't have a problem. Mostly only when I have a problem is like New Year's Eve and Christmas because of fireworks, and it's not that hard. It's mostly I cannot sleep, I'm annoyed, I'm angry, I am nervous. And
it's like loud noise.
it's literally something that I cannot control. If people use word, okay, I'm triggered because somebody said, I don't know, F word, N word, add any slur here, I think you need to grow a fucking skin. And just ignore what person said and ignore that person. Because
You're just going to make
he just said what he is.
No. To be honest with you, mate, the thing is that a lot of these people are doing this to get that reaction, to warrant that reaction. That's their pleasure. That's their thing.
So literally, by ignoring them, you're a better person.
Yeah. Well, by ignoring them, it's difficult, you see, because what somebody is doing.
I just hit my microphone.
Yeah, what somebody is doing is going into your world, trying to make everybody feel uncomfortable, and then laughing about it.
For me,
it's really what it's going on about.
I just told people that if they wanted to join the stream, I gave them a link to your Twitter and I gave them a link to your YouTube.
Good
so
man, come on in, kids.
Do you want me to give them a link to your Twitter, to your Discord as well? If you do, DM me an invite.
Yes, please.
I'll post it in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, Robin,
There's
can you
thousands
link
flooding
the
in now,
Discord
mate.
link here?
If you have a look, it's all down there in the bottom, readable in the page.
Yeah. Can you listen, guys?
Yeah,
All
and
23
from
of you,
your
go to the
copy paste,
description.
from your copy paste, please delete Google Plus link. I got really annoyed by it because Google Plus doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, I'll get rid of my Google Plus
I'm
link.
talking to Robin.
All right, Jesus Christ.
And the mines.
Yeah, come on, Robin, buck up.
This is why I didn't want viewers. Because they start asking questions. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? It's like,
see what happens when you get Alexa in. Alexa, delete it. Alexa, delete that. Sorry.
It's been...
Sorry, Sean, but I cannot do that.
At least you got it right. Most people call me Dean for some fucking reason.
Oh, sorry, I had the problem of every Sean that I saw, I called them Scene.
Yeah, that does tend to.
Sion.
Seamus was another one, and it's not. I mean, I actually knew a Seamus, and he would. I mean, it's spelled SEAMU, Mike Uniform Sierra.
Testing. Hello.
Hello, Joshua!
Hey, dude.
So, Kraut, just a quick question. Because we're on Twitch, there's probably like certain TOS things that you don't want us to say, right?
Well, I can always blame that on you and then your Twitch.
My
Twitch
Twitch.
Banned from Twitch. You are the one who gets their Twitch deleted, not me.
You are fake news.
I don't have a Twitch related to this, so it's good.
Well, you will be preemptively banned if you ever come back. If you ever make a new Twitch and you said a naughty word that's not allowed on Twitch, right? And then you make a Twitch later, I think they'll ban you afterwards.
I've got a Twitch.
Nervous,
I don't want to get banned.
Yeah, but political bullshit. You're evil. We know because Zargon said so.
You're not allowed to say, for example, the N word. Just say Nicaraguan instead of something like that.
You can. Isn't it Nakers they call it now?
Or just say it Niger.
No, didn't you hear this controversy?
Says, they say, what do they say? They say basketball Americans, which is of course incredibly original.
No, Kraut. Recently, there was somebody was talking about Kobe Bryant, wasn't it? Dude's recently died, and somebody had said that he was working for the Nakers instead of the Lakers. They'd obviously just misspoken, and everyone was saying she said niggers. It's like, what? Literally Nakers, and it's all the right-wing loons desperately trying to make some hay out of this, and you're sitting there kind of going, guys, really? Do you honestly want anyone to listen to you ever? They're hypocrites. They're hypocrites. Mate, you're a hypocrite. Yeah, but they're hypocrites. It's like, yeah, but you're a hypocrite. You can't just sit there being a hypocrite and then point to other hypocrites saying that they're a hypocrite. Do you know how hypocritical that is? Dunno.
Why don't you just watch some films or play some video games or just do something with your life?
Do what Rick Mail used to say. Have a wank.
Okay, we've got somebody called
That wasn't Rick Mail. That was more
Replay
the
Value
audience.
13 coming in.
It was his quote.
Oh.
This guy should be fun. He called me bro. What could
Oh,
go
God.
wrong?
You a bro?
I'm a bro.
Bro.
Who
It'll be
called you,
fine.
bro?
It'll be fine.
You're brony.
No.
So we're waiting for
What do you
a
think
bro
of
to
Hillary
turn up.
Clinton
Sucks.
Me? She can
No.
burn in hell.
telling people that Bernie's not a nice person?
What?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Like, he's
No, no,
he's
he's
probably the
not.
most consistent politician.
Here's the thing
you
with
know, in recent
he's
history.
not a nice guy. He's not a nice guy. He doesn't like write you cards or any of that sort of bullshit. He doesn't really pay attention to any of that crap. That's why.
Do you want to know how bad it is? Because of he actually handheld Hillary Clinton to go into like campaigning. Like from the start of her career, he was there trying to give her advice to try and boost her up in.
Along
Who's
with Henry
this?
Kissinger.
Who's this new person? Replay.
That's our new guy who's just come in. The guy who called me bro.
Oh,
It's all right.
He's-
It's all right. I'm just saying. He's been
Is that a eel or a?
it's a crowbar, mate.
It's a crowbar. Yeah, I've had to dig it. I've had
So he's
to
obviously a
zoom
big
in
fan
on
of
it.
Half-Life.
But he doesn't seem to be speaking for some reason.
No, it's because Mike.
Somebody on YouTube tagged crowd. Can we have a Gunt check?
A gunt
Gunt
check.
Gunt.
Gunt.
That's
Oh, they want to see if I have a gun. Wait, I'll have to stand up for that one.
We're not going to show. Please don't show
Hold
that.
on. Oh,
Put it away.
Reveal your
Oh
gun
my
to the
God.
world.
I'm assuming that's a 2-2.
I don't know. I'm not looking at his Twitch, so I don't know.
Crowd, Twitch TOS, please.
What's wrong about showing your gun?
This is not safe for work, folks.
Yeah. Do you want your Twitch to stay up, mate?
You
Put
don't
your,
even know what a gun is.
put your gun away.
I know what a gun is.
I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
I've had plenty of gunt in my time.
I've seen plenty of an example from Ethan.
That's a sunny side up gun.
What the bloody hell ever happened to him?
It's barely a gun. It's a winter gun.
Yeah, that's the excuse I always use. Sorry, love, it's a bit cold.
Replay, are you actually going to say something and introduce yourself?
He's still muted.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm curious. You even there, mate? Type something in the side chat. Oh. No, still not there.
The EU will back Spain over its territorial claims to Gibraltar in the next phase of Brexit negotiations by giving Madrid the power to exclude the overseas territory from any trade deal
That
struck
would be
with
funny.
Brussels.
Ooh.
It's why is anybody shocked by
And
this?
so it begins.
Why? I mean, you've got Gibraltar. You've got.
Oh,
You've also got.
his mic is working. I think.
Guess what's going to happen when the UK tries to do any trade deal with Argentina? Falkland Islands.
I don't
And to
think
be
so,
honest-
because there is an agreement between Argentina and the UK concerning the Falklands, which is it's a funny agreement. It's a sort of let's just for the sake of better economic benefit ignore the issue for the time being.
Hello, Replay. Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes,
Oh,
we can
yes.
hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Pressure's on. You've said hello. Second album syndrome's kicking in now.
Hello too.
Now it's time for Meteora. Don't worry.
Wait. Can you even hear us?
Alright. Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we
We
heard
were
you.
responding to your earlier thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. My microphone's kind of jittery right now.
Okay. How you doing there, mate? Welcome to our Saturday.
It's fucking... Oh, yeah, it's Saturday. Oh, shit.
It's
Yeah.
our Saturday. I'm not quite
Welcome
sure what
to
day it is for
Boomer
you.
Simulator 2020.
You another?
Me.
I'm doing pretty okay, I guess.
Are you another
calling us-
American?
What?
Yes, he is.
Are you another American? I was asking.
Well, I live in America, yes.
You
live
must
in
know
America.
Drew
I
then.
mean, That
We
would,
both live in America.
No.
That would make you an
Let's go down
American.
this. Yeah, let's go down
don't
this lining of reasoning here. Yes. So you
Yeah.
aren't. So far, you've not stated that you're American, but you do
Right.
live in America.
I'm curious about this distinction being drawn here.
Are you a Londonian?
No.
No, he doesn't have an accent.
You guys are all gonna go ape
Are you
shit.
the
the
House
sec-
of Lancaster?
I'm gonna. First of all,
No,
I'm an American, so
Let's
I won't.
let's
I won't
talk.
be
Let's
triggered
talk
by
to
your
replay for a
Americanness.
second,
no,
guys.
guys.
We're,
I
we're all
live in
gonna lose
America
our.
and
We're all
I'm a
gonna lose our
citizen,
shit,
but
aren't we?
you guys are gonna lose your shit where I'm from.
Okay. What do you mean where you're from? If you live in America
Well,
and you're American citizen, you're American.
Shush.
Well, I do live in America. It's just that I'm not born in America.
You sound
Okay,
Mexican.
that's fine.
Where are you born?
You're still American.
Oh,
were you born?
Jesus Christ.
Where were you born?
I was born in, fucking hell. I was born in Pakistan.
Pakistani, yeah. Okay.
You got it. No, dude, that's not to be ashamed of. You got out. Congratulations.
There is nothing wrong with being Pakistan. Mate, you lot play brilliant cricket.
Mate,
I mean, Pakistan has suffered so much
Mate.
by not having proper cricket.
You know what?
players.
You must feel. You must
We
feel
won the
relieved.
tournament last time, so I mean,
Yeah,
I know.
replay. You must feel very relieved that you've left a country that has just.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I want to go back there, buddy. I know what you want.
Well, I was just about to say to you that you must be so
we might have
relieved.
some problems.
You must be so relieved
You
to.
trying to run the gauntlet?
Oh, can anyone hear me? Am I there? Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought that everyone was
Facing
just
up
being
yet,
basically
yet,
not
so-
listening, but in fact, yeah. No, I was just saying you
Stop
must.
talking over Rob.
Oh, Jesus
the
fucking
main,
Christ.
The main reason why I'm here
I'm
in
gonna
the first
close
place
this stream,
is,
fuck it.
it's mainly because of my father's job. His job is here, so I had to move here. If,
Oh, right, fair enough.
if I had the chance to go back to Pakistan, I would take it, but I can't.
I'm not,
mate.
Robin. I'm
mate.
not sure whose show you think this is, but
Hey, mate. Osama bin Laden was educated in America, so.
You're joking.
No.
And he died
No,
in
I'm not
Pakistan.
joking.
He was.
That laugh.
Holy shit, bro.
So you're in good company, mate.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's true, isn't it? He
No,
died
don't
in.
worry, I'm not gonna stone any minorities today, at least.
That's not necessarily like,
Well,
like
you-
you say.
you can't do that in America, you're not
educated
white.
In the United States, a lot of people got educated in the United States. Fucking
Except
Yeah,
the
wasn't
Americans.
Ayatollah Khomeini
Ho
educated?
Chi Minh got educated in the
Wasn't-
United States.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't Ayatollah Khomeini educated in France?
I
No,
think.
wait.
Yeah, no. He went to
Uh,
exile in France. But I
Pol
don't,
Right.
Pot was educated in France.
yeah.
Anyway, Trout, your mic has really big echo.
What,
It's all right for me.
Really?
Yes.
No, Kraut.
the
fine for me.
dictator in North Korea was educated in France. It's where
Is
he
it
got-
worse?
Whoa!
It's
Whoa,
where,
mate!
he,
Whoa.
it's where he got his cheese addiction from. What, you didn't
No,
know
that is no. Is it the Cuban? The Fidel Castro had a cheese addiction.
No, I'm on about the guy in North Korea. He has a cheese addiction.
Kim
Oh.
Jong-un?
And
Kim
yeah.
Jong-un?
yes.
Can't you see? He's always got.
Also,
little
Fidel
bits of-
Castro had a
He's got all that cheese
addiction.
stuffed in his little cheeks. He's like a hamster. You can tell. Have a look at a picture of him now, yeah? All of that big cheekiness, that's all just cheese.
No, so his winter storage is in his
That's right,
cheeks.
yes. As with all North Koreans.
I'm so lonely.
This is why they don't
Oh.
smile. or
North Korea, best Korea, of
Yeah,
course.
this is why they don't open their
Oh.
mouths or smile much. Leakage.
Do you want to define as irony? The country that is most famous for remove kebab is the only country in Europe that has a currency that is dinar.
Turkey?
Greece,
Bosnia?
dinar.
Serbia.
Doesn't surprise me a lot because
Serbia uses
Serbia-
dinars.
Yeah.
Oh,
Serbia right now has some of the best diplomatic relations with Turkey.
That's
Oh.
probably Jesus Christ. Well, we all know Europe's being taken over by people like me, so it
Oh, do
doesn't
you
matter.
want to know the funny thing?
What's the funny thing?
If I
the
can
funny
finish the
thing is-
point, because it's an important
on.
point, it's because the EU member states treat Serbia like shit, and because of that, Serbia has increasingly looked to other markets, and that led Serbia to increasing cooperation with Turkey, which is kind of ironic.
Kebabs, unironically, are pretty tasty, though. You have to admit.
The funny thing is, it's not just Turkey; it's also Saudi Arabia.
And Russia.
The UAE in Saudi.
No, Russia
I-
was always there. no matter what.
It's pretty. No need to interrupt, but Laura. I mean, I'm sorry for interrupting, but it's kind of ironic, really. I've been to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, right? And it's a weird mix of freedom and authoritarianism, right? So, like for example, in the UAE, you can smoke weed all you want, but you can't insult the government. It's very odd.
You can smoke weed?
Would you want to insult the government if they've let you smoke weed?
You wouldn't really. Let's be fair.
Let's be honest. After a few spliffs, you don't really.
Arabia might be. It's literally just Yemen.
I'm actually high right now.
Replay. Are you from Kraut's audience?
Yes, I am from Kraut's audience.
Okay. This is a really important question. This is absolutely essential that anyone knows. Do you know who Zargon is?
Zargon. Isn't he the? I know he has a beard. He has a beard. That's all I know him for.
That's good enough.
All
you need to know, mate.
The guy with a fetish for hating women.
No. Hold on.
Sargon is a Muslim then.
Yes, I am a Muslim. Partially.
No, Sargon. Is Sargon Muslim? He's got a beard.
There's two like different people with beards who are like completely and totally fucking vapid. Like
you guys should know, by the way, before you explain to him who Sargon is, one of the reasons why I'm happy.
I've seen his videos before.
One of the reasons why I'm happy that I'm increasingly building an audience that doesn't know who Sargon is.
Kraut, you just cut out on is.
Your videos are
pregnant. He's doing a suspense builder, isn't he?
While he's working on reestablishing his connection to the internet, there's two sort of Sargon-ish kind of people with beards. You have Vosh, who's this class reductionist idiot who's like bolstering socialism across the board. And he essentially is like the Sargon of the left. He's got like a little man bun, and then you have Sargon himself, which takes the libertarian kind of class reductionist approach, and essentially presents it in that ridiculous lens. So
and then you've got a third bearded guy called Centristony.
Well, he's more somebody who works along the lines of.
I have a question. We're live on Crowd Stream, right? Because Crowd Stream just died. It says offline.
Yeah, I think he's
Crowd
offline right now.
Died. That would explain a bit.
We're probably going to be losing him in a second.
No. Why does Crow have shitty internet?
Yeah. This is why he's relying on me for live streaming right now.
It's because he's a member of the EU, and the EU is evil.
Oh, there he goes.
He dipped.
You know, I think he was like Harambe. Kraut, you just pulled like a Harambe. He's like, wait, I've got info on Hillary Clinton.
Okay, you
Backing him out.
You cut out on the word is, and now I can't remember the rest of the sentence that led to it.
The sentence that I was.
Yeah.
And he broke again.
No, bro, Bryn is fucked.
He was saying
I'm cutting out non-stop.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
back now, mate. You're back.
Yeah, you were saying how happy you are that you've got an audience that doesn't know who Sargon was.
Exactly. Therefore, please don't explain.
I know who Sargon is. I haven't seen his videos.
The point I was going to make was, I am happy I have an audience who don't know who Sargon is. So please don't explain to my audience who Sargon is. That's basically what I was saying.
Okay.
The problem is,
They don't need it.
I found your truth, Sargon, though.
What's wrong with Sargon?
Yeah.
How long have you got?
Do we have time of him being just a fucking dumbass?
Yeah.
Just watch his channel.
Yeah, and when it comes to him, when it comes to people who don't like him, I'm not saying you shouldn't invest in a grot, but
No, the funny thing is, I was let me clear all my sins now. God, I sinned and shit like that. I did watch Sargon like in early 2000 and
a lot of us did.
16, 17.
Yeah, I used to.
But when he became literally just making content just to be just so people like it, I really got annoyed. I still watch Count Dankula because I find him funny.
What?
Ew.
Block this man. Bam,
But like
bye.
his Mad Lads show is fucking awesome.
Yeah, Mad Lads is pretty based.
Like the political thing, I don't give a fuck. But Mad Lads is really good content.
The last thing that I ever watched Sargon's content was the first 2 minutes of the Black Pigeon Speaks video.
Oh
the
my
interview.
god. I love Black Pigeon Speaks talked about something about Serbia or something, and he really fucked it up. Like, so.
Well, they have to make their narrative fit. They have to.
The problem
And
with
that is the problem that I got annoyed with.
The problem with politics on these platforms is that the second you start going into nuance and trying to explain the intricacies of like any particular policy that's sort of coming into fruition and what are the pros and cons, you've already lost like 90% of the people. So it's not going to be popular. You're never going to gain traction, and it's just going to be boring for everybody. So
This is why I suggest top 10 lies of certain people, and that will go everywhere because no one does that in the sphere,
Yeah,
and they do it in every other sphere of YouTube, and they've got like hundreds of thousands of views. If you did like top 10 lies of Sargon, I think that would probably go around.
Yeah, but Pascal's certainly right. I mean, I know I'd probably get bored if you went through nuance,
No.
unfortunately.
Someone DM'd me that they think I'm being DDoSed.
Someone doesn't like you.
Yeah, you know, I have a lot of people who don't like me, so that's
Do you
unfortunate.
have a VPN?
I could set one up, but not for now. Like, if it happens again, if I lose connection again, I think I'll just have to stop it. It's unfortunate, but it's, you know, not unexpected. It's something that...
The fun thing is, does your provider have static or dynamic IP addresses?
Well, that's giving them more information.
Yes. I will DM you on Discord.
just
I
leave
can
it
use
be for
a
now.
friend.
We're just going to stream until I lose connection again, I guess. And then
No,
I'll
if-
do something about it later.
Alternatively, I mean, this might sound a bit revolutionary or risque. They could always just pop into YouTube and watch it there.
That's a
Just-
good idea.
Just a
True.
The problem with YouTube is it's 30-second delay and nobody answers the comments. The chat.
I would.
Let me go on the Twitch chat and post the link.
No,
to
the
this
problem with
stream,
the
so-
problem with YouTube is that it's incredibly biased. So I mean, like literally, hey, bro, you said Nazis. You're getting suspended now.
Not really,
No.
because literally I refreshed the page and the YouTube showed me that these guys were lying.
Even in the context.
No,
even with the
dude.
context
I'll
of
be honest.
history.
I'll be honest, but this doesn't actually happen really. What happens a lot of the time is more prominent YouTube channels do this to each other and to themselves as well. It's one thing to make a name for yourself, but it's another to make a name for yourself through being censored.
There's something I wanted to tell you about this. This is something that I've been doing over the course of the last month. So the apocalypse, when everyone, you know, lost monetization, it pretty much happened because of a select few Nazi YouTube channels, right? That the Washington Post found had ads on them, right? And because of that, pretty much everyone lost monetization because YouTube's genius solution was to make a list of 15,000 words that if you say 2 of them in a video, you lose monetization. There's no ads on that video. And that includes words that reach from gay to genocide to Jews to Afghanistan, right? Just a whole lot of words, which means LGBT YouTubers got wrecked, history YouTubers got wrecked, politics YouTubers got wrecked, a shit ton of YouTubers got wrecked.
The thing
And
with
what is the
the
thing? Wait, let me finish this point, because this is a really important point that I want to make in a video in the near future. I spent the last few months, right, being...
You just
gone
gone
again.
But the thing with the political YouTubers, though,
Yeah,
No, Kraut's gone, mate. Kraut's gone. What's probably going on is as he's streaming, he's probably crashing his signal or something, perhaps.
Where does Kraut from, by the way?
No, yes.
My only response to that sort of thing is like, if you're running a business and you're trying to advertise stuff, do you want your products in front of someone saying that, you know, the Jewish question or stuff like that?
I come at it from a slightly different angle. and I mean, this may be harsh for a lot of people in the sort of like millennial generation, but your opinion isn't actually worth something. And when I say that, what I mean is it's not worth anything to advertisers.
I feel bad for all of the people out there, the epicurious, the culinary individuals who might have thick accents that they just want to talk about their juicy steaks and then they're getting demonetized.
Yeah.
This is kind of what I was...
Put the juice into the oven.
It's kind of what I was trying to talk about. I mean, Kraut talked about how a lot of LGBT and other campaigning sites lost monetization, but or political channels lost monetization. But all I thought was, surely if your word is that important, it shouldn't matter if it's monetized or not. This is the thing that always got me curious.
It's the thing when you get
it's obviously about money, really. But
when you get into YouTube, you do it as a hobby, and then it overtakes because you're earning income from it. And when you are solely reliant on that, you can't. It's going to be really difficult to replace the income that's coming in.
But that's the thing, right? The thing is, right, if you're going to have a political or like if your channel is based on opinion itself, you aren't going to get monetized for jack shit because YouTube is incredibly biased when it comes to opinions. Hey, bro, you said Jews, and you said it in a negative context. You're going to get demonetized.
You're mixing it up again.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
If you imagine, yeah. Do you think that, say, Alex Jones should be given the same advertising, sort of like, say, nous as, say, I don't know, somebody who does unboxing videos, or somebody who reviews, say, motherboards for a living? Do you think he should have the same advertising nous?
I mean, I guess.
Well, your answer is no, and the reason that the answer is no, and the reason that you've got it wrong, is because you're not an advertiser. If you can imagine, yeah, imagine if I were to say to you, death to the globalists, to bring it all down. Oh, by the way, a word from our sponsor, Coca-Cola. Can you see how fucking stupid that sounds?
You gotta understand, mate, advertisers are brand conscious. They're very cautious about who represents them.
They don't want to be associated with you. I kind of see another
side of this as well. Where there are, even in Alex Jones's case, there are advertisers who would rather advertise their services over that kind of content.
Berkey water filters, for example.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
But all of that stuff is actually belonging to Alex Jones. Like all of that stuff.
I couldn't fix the issue. I'm just going to jump in to finish the point that I was making before I lost connection, if you don't mind. So basically, what I did was I checked a lot of these. I cut off, I guess, when I mentioned that a lot of people lost monetization, right? So what I did was I checked a lot of Nazi YouTubers, a shit ton of them, right? And I found that overwhelmingly, I think it's around 60 to 80% of them still have ads running on their channels, still are monetized. And the reason why, because I checked the videos, I can send you the screen caps even, is they use code words instead of black person or the N-word, they say basketball American. Instead of Holocaust, they say baking cookies. That's what they do. And because of that, they keep monetization. YouTube's boss.
Dog whistling, isn't it?
Well, no, the point I was going to get to, YouTube's stupid fucking censorship bot model. All it resulted in the end was that everyone lost monetization except the Nazis.
Wow.
And it's infuriating to me.
Well, this is the so basically this what is you're the saying point is of they them. Thought about it.
No, this is the point of them. You see, is that what they were seeing was all these people getting advertising money for spitting out their opinion and stuff like that, and they need to kill that. So they've messed up the system as much as they possibly can, and then gone under the radar for it. This is, why defeat somebody on the merits of a matter when you can undercut them and kill them? Why win when you can cheat?
Okay, I'm gonna drop out now and try to figure out why my internet doesn't work.
Good luck. Good luck.
Sorry, guys. See you later.
It's too late for calling ISP.
I mean, I kind of agree with the attempt to try and do something about it because if you're a business and you've got products that you're selling, you don't want your products next to the worst person.
It was always bound to happen. I mean, this was a very short period of time. I always thought that this was never going to last for very long.
And especially with COPA. Have you heard about COPA?
No.
Well,
Oh.
basically, I agree with it. Even though it's really like horrible, but the reason why I agree with it is because, you know, what business does YouTube and advertisers have collecting data of children watching videos? And so that they can use that data to market more stuff towards the children that are just watching YouTube videos because their parents are just saying, "Watch this while I go and do something." You know, that's the reason why that they've demonetized all of the kids stuff, because they don't want to be held accountable for all the legal action that will happen to them if like anyone wants to request their information not to be passed on to advertisers.
Sorry, legal ramification already happened by paying $300 million. Second of all,
what do you mean by that, mate? Sorry.
The problem is not just YouTube. It was also with content creators that were targeting kids that are literally untargetable. Kids you shouldn't sell commercials to. Were focus generation.
Well,
Jake Paul, I totally forgot, the Latino girl that is also popular, and a lot of YouTubers who are popular right now, quote unquote popular, that are cancer, literally abuse the young generation of YouTube, of kids that are literally parents
THAC, mate, you're getting a lot of wind.
Yeah.
Wind, mate.
Blowing your mic like a retard. Jesus Christ.
We can hear you, THAC. It's just that you're getting a lot of wind or breathing into something.
Sorry.
So much better.
Did you notice I cut my mic just to make sure it wasn't me?
There's another aspect to this sort of.
Can I just finish? A lot of those creators literally went from 8 to 18, and their target audience was from 8 to 18, which is pretty fucking illegal.
There's another aspect to this particular story, and it has to do with people who are targeting minors for sort of their own sexual gratification. So what they would do, they would get kids to start, jumping up and down and start posing with lollipops and that sort of thing, and they would have these resources that were available, and, channels to point out and stuff like that, where kids were just being kids. Yeah, so that's another reason why they sort of crack down on disabling comments and stuff like that, because people were literally leaving timestamps in the comments where a kid would do something that could be perceived sexual, where they would get off on.
Is that like
Yikes. Yeah,
that is the second wave of YouTube apocalypse, when that one guy created a video about it.
Is that basically doing an Onision then?
I remember that.
It was really sad to see that, what looked like to me at the time, and I think still is, there was a couple of families that did post videos that felt like, they were just taking their creative freedoms to upload content, end up getting really fucked up by that whole situation. But it's still unfortunate. It's also really disgusting. I'm glad that YouTube's taken action regarding those people, but it's always like every action you take, it will affect people who aren't even involved remotely with it.
Yeah, the problem is
you're dealing with objective implemented sets of rules or regulations on people based on subjective situations, and that's really where a lot of things break down, so people don't understand.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, guys. This is the issue that everybody has to realise here, is this, that you're talking about a company that is having to field upwards of 1 billion videos being pushed onto it every day. And so if you can imagine having this as a free available service where you can upload 360 degree video in HDR up to 8K and not paying a fucking cent for it, you didn't think they were going to automate a few of these bits?
Yeah, there's no way you can have a presence there that can review things. Can you let Pascal finish there, mate? that can review things case by case, which is what's necessary in these kinds of situations, because that's where you get the nuance and you can understand like what a person is doing and try to determine their intent versus like another channel that's doing things that are against.
Can I stop you guys? Tube, can you just mute yourself, and when you want to talk, just unmute yourself?
Yeah, you're breathing with your nose.
Sorry, am I breathing into? Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Into your microphone there, mate.
Yeah,
the best place.
actually,
just one second, a bit of Minecraft for you there, mate. Tube. Instead of having the microphone directly under your nose, you should have it pointing basically so that the microphone bit
I'm away from my
is pointing
desktop,
basically in front of your mouth.
I'll
Otherwise, you end up popping and you sound like this all the time.
Yeah, it sounds like a gas station, Mike.
Yeah, I'm
Bring it away from your face, mate. You don't have to have it literally on your mouth.
Go on, well, I'll make myself home.
I'm gonna head out. I have to go do something. So see you guys.
No worries, mate.
See you.
Dropping by, buddy.
Take care, mate. Nice to meet you.
Be safe, don't drown.
I'm sorry for being a little bit of annoying at the moment, but I am audio technician.
No, it drives me
and
nuts as well,
I
mate.
really hate when audio is not really good.
I hate it when
It's
people...
alright, mate, don't worry.
Oh, fuck off!
Do you know how many people I see like talking away from a microphone using a pop mic? And I'm like, why?
So,
what are you even
No,
bothering with this?
Alexa, how does mine sound?
I'm at a mate's house right now, so I'm.
No,
Where the
using my
microphone is
phone
there,
now.
that's
YouTube
fine.
is on
Where the microphone
phone
was,
and
that
you
was
can
fine.
hear it. Everybody else is totally nice.
So, Alexa, how does this sound? Is it alright? It's good?
It's much better.
It's really fucking good.
You don't sound like popcorn.
Do I sound fine?
Just really distorted.
You have a
and loud.
high gain,
Just the only thing.
and that's what's the problem.
Listen.
Anyway,
You have 4 mistakes until I turn on my rape button.
wow.
And I have a rape button because I play Dota.
I see.
I have one of those directional mics in right now. Am I talking into it the way I should, or should I be talking to it like this?
That's about
The
right
second
there.
way is much better.
Second one has much more
So I'm trying to talk like this
color
for
to it.
just to trigger Alexa.
Me.
I'm just kidding.
Why would you want a rape button? I mean, why do you want to be raped? Is that just sexual preference? Or...
Sean, do you know what Dota is?
Yeah,
Delta? It's an American airline, isn't it?
It's a set full of...
No, it's a video game. It's a video game where you mostly...
It's Cancer Incorporated.
When you play with people, you mostly, like me, play with Russians who yell at their microphones. So you have a rape sound button where you put your gain on ear rape button, where you literally just press the button and say normally everything, but the gain is 100% plus boosted 100%, just so they stop fucking yelling while you're playing the game.
Yummy.
Okay, we had Pug and then we lost him. Who was
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. He has a very ingenious way of how to solve all the world's problems.
I've run out of THC. I'm in an emergency.
Oh,
Thanks for that. He has an ingenious way of solving all the world's problems. Kill all the people.
I mean, that is literally what my brother...
it'll work.
No people, no problems.
Is that Luca?
No people.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No people. No problem.
There's an idea of fixing a problem, then there's the idea of fixing a problem, and
Okay, basically the psychopaths that I allow onto my show, there's a few of them. Dusty is psychopathic in the sense of basically no people, no problems. Whereas Luca is more along the lines of, well, this person needs to die in order for them to learn a lesson.
How can you learn a lesson if you're dead?
I know, but he doesn't seem to really compute that bit for some reason.
how can you technically define a problem if nobody literally exists with the consciousness to identify that problem?
This is why it works out so much better.
Don't think about it too much.
If you're in a forest and you clap and no one's there, does it make a sound?
No,
Yes, it does. It still does.
It's like the option to remove a tree is to remove the fucking soil.
Why don't we let Pug...
That's what the problem solution sounds like to me.
Why don't we let Pug actually just talk about it?
Well, I haven't talked much, but go ahead.
Why are we allowing me to talk?
Because you're the one who has this idea of how to solve all the world's problems.
Well, if there's no people, there can't be any problems.
Yeah, but what kind of world is there if there's no people? The only kind of world that's worth living is one where you can experience things, and that's the one where you have people.
Are you
I have a question. I have a question for
But the
everybody.
problem is, if you
You're
don't have a-
forgetting there's also
Oh, God, what have I triggered?
animals and
Here's a-
bugs.
Yes,
Here's a
but
question. Here's a question for you.
The,
If the
the
tree,
experience of an animal and the experience of a human are fundamentally different. Humans have consciousness.
Are you saying
Animals do
Pug
not.
does not? Are you saying Pug does not have consciousness? He's sitting right there.
it's a level of consciousness all the way up.
The level of consciousness is
from a
different.
stone up to a universe.
Also, I'm perhaps not at the best level of philosophical argument at the moment
But-
because I have had quite a lot to
That's
drink. So,
you're
yeah.
just in the right spot then. Just
And you're a
slight-
tie.
Like try not to interrupt. someone.
Well, we are about to drink. I'm going
Yeah,
to mute this.
And to be honest, you could solve the vast majority of the world's problem by killing like 90% of the population.
Yes, but what kind of life would there be if you were literally a primitivist living by yourself? What kind of life? There would be no quality of life. Yes, you would have a life, but the quality of that life would be so poor that it would not, arguably, it would not be worth living.
I
Mr.
personally think.
honestly,
Pugman,
it's-
Mr. Pugman, you'd really like an anime called Dr. Stone.
Do you know what's going to happen, guys?
Oh, I love that
eventually, there's going to be a
show.
world.
Okay.
There's going to be this world. There's going to be this apocalypse where everyone like, gets nuked, and the only thing that's going to be left is Elon Musk's internet. So we're all going to be
Dr.
living
Stone
like
outlined
we're all
this
going to be living
problem
sticks
very,
and
very
stones.
well.
Yeah, we're all going to
Yeah.
be living sticks and stones, but we can communicate with people from the other side of the planet.
Does
You know,
does anybody remember Douglas Adams, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yes, of course.
The B arc.
Yes, the B
Is
the
that
B
what
arc.
we're discussing now?
The B arc was basically all the hairdressers, marketeers. What else was it?
Middle management.
Middle
The people
management,
clean telephones, I think.
replacement teachers. You know, all the really sort of like the useless
telephone
people.
sanitizers.
Yeah.
Second
And
class.
I'm just saying, the vast majority of them, the humans' problems is there's just too many of them.
That's not no, because society runs on the fact that there are people who are able to do complex jobs like being a nuclear physicist. I couldn't be a nuclear physicist.
There are people capable of that, and then there's 99% of everyone
Yes,
else.
but 99%, like my friend is in the room opposite there.
No need to shout,
Like
mate. No
he
need
can
to
do
shout.
things
Relax,
that
relax.
I cannot
Hang on,
do.
hang on,
and
hang on.
that's the beauty of society. is that we get other people to do
tie
stuff
tube,
that we
tie
can't
tube,
do.
tie tube. Let's take a breath. Let's calm
Sorry.
ourselves
Can I
down.
just point out?
No, let's all breathe. Let's all breathe
If it
now.
wasn't for
Let's everybody
1%
breathe.
of the
Everybody.
population of humanity, we'd all still be living in caves.
Pug.
We would not.
I don't want to sound funny, Pug, but
I'm trying to
I
calm
used
the
to work in a
situation
hospital,
down, everyone. But
and
it's
you
not really
need
working out.
consultants. And the consultants, if you ask them, they will tell you quite happily that yes, we need the cleaners. Yes, we need the people to do the shitty jobs. Why? Because if we don't have people to do the shitty jobs, they can't function. You need all branches of society.
Yeah,
And
that's
the
the one with
management is your
Wuhan
bin.
right now. Like they don't have people to do the shitty jobs, and that's why there's a danger of the society in Wuhan, which has been quarantined.
They have a fuckload of people to do the
I really
job.
But they're all closed off and can't get into the city centre because of the quarantine.
Calm down.
Can you do me a
Calm down.
favor? We're all adults here. Oh wait, great. I'm Robin now. We're all adults here, and I mean seriously, if you really want a good intellectual like conversation, we can walk away learning something. We can't be shouting over each other. Please
But
continue.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. We should be going towards automation because all that shit's boring.
Yeah, and political bullshit. Yeah, absolutely right. Dr. Stone anime really touches on this issue. I'm thinking getting the manga one day.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
there are
awesome.
certain jobs that you
Communism is
cannot
good.
automate. You
Name
just
one.
can't.
No, you just automate
name
as
one?
much as you can.
All right, I'll name one. The person who empties all the leg bags on patients who are unable to pass water, and that's why they have leg bags.
A robot could, in fact, do that. Yes.
No, it couldn't, because you
Yes,
have
it
to
could.
take it out, measure it, take it to somewhere else, put it into another. Too much programming involved. mate.
We've got retinal scanners that probably work out the distances and shit. It's very viable.
Honestly,
Well,
I
as long as all
honestly-
the leg bags are in the same place.
Do you okay? One of the things that I haven't heard in this conversation so far is cost efficiency. Do you think it's cost effective to go and spend an enormous amount of time training and working code that you know doesn't even exist yet versus people who can do it in a cinch. Like, and
Yeah.
are those AI when they break and somebody's life is on the line? How are they going to react? When humans, they can react. They can say, okay, something's clearly gone wrong here. This is the current problem with a lot of current.
The fewer
AI.
people you have to pay, the more cost efficient it is.
But could you imagine you being a doctor, and having to say to a patient, your life is in the hands of a machine, and if that machine breaks, no matter what, you are going to die. Can you imagine telling a patient that?
Have you not heard of robotic surgery?
Can I just come on top of this one for a second and say you are a machine?
Second of all, machines have less of a chance to make any kind of problem than a human.
The vast majority of human,
it's human error again.
Yeah.
A system works great
if you
until
die in a
somebody uses
hospital,
it.
it's almost always human error.
Well, no, it's usually the car
You
crash.
die anyway.
There are people who rely on machines in a life or death situation, like dialysis machines, pacemakers, etc. So I don't think that argument's
Point withdrawn. That was a bad argument. Point withdrawn.
How did we get here from the solution to all the world's problems being kill all the people?
Well, my question to you is this: if a tree falls in the forest and Fox News isn't there to cover it, is it still Hillary Clinton's fault?
For me, it's always Hillary Clinton's fault.
That was a rhetorical question, guys.
First.
I wasn't expecting an answer. Just you know, just
You've
a
got to
giggle.
blame
That would
Obama
really be
first,
enough.
haven't
It was
you?
my breakup segue. But no, we don't really have segues in this. The whole show is just one ginormous segue, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
It's one ginormous explosion with eggs.
I'm at the
For
moment.
some
I'm
reason,
actually.
it always segues into the extinction of humanity when I show up.
Yeah,
Why
well,
is this?
we're doing it ahead
I've
of
been
time
on the
with
show
you at
for
this
2
point.
days, and I've already talked about humanity ending twice,
That happened.
which says enough that you need to know.
I'm
Wait,
at
this
the moment.
happened without me? What the fuck is this bullshit?
Allow me to wrangle the conversation towards anything other than this bullshit.
Look, the
I
open
was
house
just
is a pathogen we can't eradicate.
I
it.
have to actually overrule at this point, guys. So yeah, I was just my sort of guilty pleasure right now is now and again just popping in to see Fox News trying to cope with all that's going on right now.
Wait. So it's like what?
I haven't even
Revenge
touched the
masturbation?
No,
Revenge sex?
they just voted that they don't need witnesses. So you know.
Well, that was always going to happen.
Yeah, you know, in a trial, do you know what I not need? I don't need witnesses. You know, I just sort of.
Or documents. We don't need documents either.
No, we don't need evidence. What's evidence? Evidence is overrated.
Well, this
Who
is
needs evidence in a trial.
Here's the question.
Hang
Here's the
on.
question. How
What is
scared?
interesting-
How scared of Donald Trump do you need to be, to the point where you are literally? I mean, you've got to remember that in order for you to get re-elected, of course, you've got to look as if you've got some level of integrity.
Based on a lot of Americans that I've met, no offense to them, but a lot of them don't feel like they've got a lot of integrity.
It's Americans. They don't have
But
integrity.
a lot of them will support Trump no matter what he does, if you know what I mean.
So what you're saying is that they're confusing that with integrity. Party line.
Well, I mean, I would often say a lot of
integral to the party line versus
Yeah.
integrity as in I'm going to tell the truth, I'm going to stick to my principles kind of thing. This is adherent. Well, this I've said this.
There are people who
Ty,
genuinely say I support Trump because of what he stands for.
dude. You've got to really just not jump over the conversation. There's like 8
And TyTube, your gain is really high. I mean, like your volume of speaking
Just
is
got to
really
calm
loud.
it down a little bit. Take a breath. Breathe in through the nose, out through
If
the
you,
mouth.
I mean, it would sound all right if it was a little bit quiet. That's all. I
Ease up, mate.
think you're
Ease
just right next to it, and that's
Imagine
why.
you're in a bar.
I'm gonna wait for this thing to
you're
calm
in a
down, so
bar.
I'm just listen.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think many people know what the actual open house is. Imagine you're in a bar right now, yeah, and this is basically like a walk-in hotel, and there's about 9 tables just around a sort of like a rosewood oval table, 9 of these little chairs, leatherette.
Are we
It's not
playing D&D now?
It's not real leather, they're leatherette, but it's good enough, you know. And just behind us is the bandstand, and just where facing the entrance is the bar. You're in that.
The wizard walks into the bar and
you're in that kind of shut the fuck up. You're in that kind of relaxed atmosphere.
I want real leather.
Rather than basically a guy.
Sorry about that. My mate's just walked in and I tried to shush them, so I was speaking really loudly.
Rather than a guy in a pub yelling at his mate to get him a drink.
Robin, can I have a perception check?
Okay.
Robin, can I be the guy in the corner who is secretly wanking?
I look at Alexa just like tugging one off and just being like, what the fuck's going on?
What about John at the bar? Is John still at the bar?
John's dead.
Hey, intimidation check, please.
I'm gonna have to. They're back now, so I'm gonna have to go. But it was nice talking to you guys, and I hope the world doesn't end, and I hope the coronavirus does not kill all of China or the rest of the world. So I wish you all the best.
Don't worry, it'll just kill
wish
the
you all
weak
the
and the
best.
lame.
And if the coronavirus spreads, I'm going to Ireland because Ireland is cut off from the rest of the world, and I've got an Irish passport. So yeah,
he's leaving because it got weird.
Also because of Brexit. But anyway, I'll see you all next week then. All right then.
Yeah.
Bye then.
I can't get over the fact that somebody said kung flu once. It was so bad.
I saw this photo of this girlfriend just like, you know, with like the Chinese masks, you know, those like doctor masks.
Yeah.
And she was like getting her like a boyfriend her boyfriend's Corona beers and pouring it down the sink.
I was thinking if they had a strain mutation of Corona, they should call it Corona Light.
I'd like we're pouring down fucking goat piss down the drain.
I want to just pour some cold water on some of the rumors that have been floating around as well.
So Corona Classic is SARS.
Dudes, is anyone paying attention to me at all?
I'm sorry, Robin.
Try. Just pretend that you're in a panel show.
Please don't touch me there again.
This one talking right now is the one.
Anyway, I've got to go. So
okay, bye. Yeah, sure. Why not? It's your show.
Robin's about to want to read.
Bye. I've already said that. I have to go. Right, bye.
Okay, then go. Just piss away off the pot. Just Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway,
fuck off you.
Please leave.
Bye.
Anyway,
I don't know.
Yeah. The cold water I'd like to pour on this because there's a lot of people that are sort of looking at the Chinese and all their strange eating habits. One of the things that I wanted to point out, there's a lot of people were showing a video of this lady eating all kinds of shellfish and sort of mainly seafood more than anything else, live squid and all kinds of nastiness like that, as far as they're concerned.
I'm pretty sure it's the gutter oil that people are fascinated with at this point.
Okay. Thanks for the interruption. Anyway, one of the things that I'm really sort of sitting there kind of going, guys, this is the flu virus. Okay. Those people can eat as much seafood as they fucking like. They're not going to get a flu virus from the sea. It is what we like to call a respiratory disease, so it's going to pick on people with lungs. That's kind of the important thing.
Yeah, it came from bats.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, no, it didn't came from bats. That is a guess that somebody reported on. That's it. That is all the information that people are getting here. The idea of an influenza virus, which changes every fucking year, all the fucking time, gets in between all kinds of different species, most of them with lungs, in fact all of them with lungs. You eating an animal that is cooked isn't really going to give you a virus. Just thought I'd let everybody know this. But viruses, the moment you get them over about 70 degrees centigrade, they die. Just like people.
So you want to tell me that
all of
first
this idea,
HIV incident came because somebody fucked a monkey?
What?
No, that was HIV, mate. Green monkeys.
Once again, people just basically.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
No,
Don't
what I'm
take
saying
it
is,
seriously.
I'm rather old and.
What I'm trying slowly to fucking squeeze out as best as I possibly can is the information.
Squeeze one out, boy.
Just because somebody has.
Oh my god! I want to hear his fucking statement.
I know it's fucking annoying today. Just because somebody is eating some crazy food, it's not always funny, Sean. People eating some sort of crazy food and have different food habits to you, that doesn't mean that they're going to catch something. A lot of the time when you see people eating, say, raw foods and stuff like that, it's not where you're going to get a virus from. If anything, you're going to get bacteria. We have listeria problems, we have E. coli problems, but these aren't viruses. A virus will switch and change, whereas bacteria generally lives everywhere all the time. So when you're looking at people taking the piss out of Chinese eating habits and say, see, that's what it is, what they're actually saying is, I don't like foreign people. That's what they're saying.
I hate it when people assume all of a certain group, of maybe like a few people that consist of that group, do what those few people do.
Yeah,
I'd rather be accurate and say, yeah, there's people with crazy eating habits, but that's all over the world.
People are videoing themselves eating this because it looks special.
Like to portray that as the whole group is. That is bad. That's.
But the problem is like that makes no sense because China, as in China and Chinese culture, are not as that as awful as like some
China
other
is.
Asian countries that literally eat everything.
Japanese eat a
like
lot of
what Cambodia literally, well, they have a cuisine that is literally eat whatever you can because we didn't have food
Cambodia.
under the Cambodia.
Oh, here's the thing,
Yeah.
mate. You're talking about East Asian parts of the world where not too long ago, and for actually quite a long time, they have sort of things like people basically starving to death because there's not enough food.
Yeah.
So you do tend to find a certain full food culture that can basically pretty much cook anything.
No, literally, they ate everything because they didn't have enough food, so they ate bugs. They ate
That's what I was
monkeys.
just saying,
they
mate.
ate.
That's what I was just saying. Yes.
And we never
and,
had an outbreak of any kind of sickness like this.
That's because you cook stuff
in those countries.
This is all to do with high population density.
Before anyone else goes on, I've got to go. See you guys.
Have a good night. I just wanted to put in a second of my thought on it. I really think it just breaks down to, like you said, population density is a huge play factor. That's like that makes the playground for these mutations even more. There's more people to have more periods of mutation. You know, like there's just more opportunities for things to mutate. And then there's also the issue of infrastructure with cleanliness in regards, or like how the average person can remedy their issue, to treat illness and to isolate and make sure that stuff doesn't spread.
More people are dying from not taking vaccinations than they are from this new virus.
That's a very dangerous statement to make. Not to say that I support the people who are not taking the vax. It's just that the numbers are too early to say that. That's false.
I've seen like this article that was proving it, and it was from a reputable science Facebook page.
Just gonna get Alejandro in here.
At least they did. At least they don't get autism because they're dead.
I hope you're joking on both sides of that thing, because you don't get all.
I was looking at preliminary calculations for the R0.
It's a joke about not vaccinated kids never getting an autism because they don't grow up.
I'm just really high right now, so I'm just spaced.
Fuck off, you bastard.
I was just going to say though, real quickly, that I did look at a couple sources that were discussing initial calculations for the R0 value, which is basically saying how many people per cycle a generation can infect people. So like the average common flu is like 1.28. So from cycle one of like the patient 0 being infected, there would be 1.28 people infected the next cycle, and so forth, multiplication. And initial studies were saying that the Wuhan flu was around 4. So like each generation it would be a factor of 4 people being infected, which was pretty scary. But that's still early information. It's not final.
It was also.
Do we know how?
It was also due to the fact that the incubation period was like 2 weeks.
Yeah, they didn't even know it accurately what the incubation period was. The infectious period as well.
Do they know how resistant the virus is to basic nature? As in, if you breathe it out, how long does it last within the atmosphere before it dies?
I think it lives off of moisture mostly. Like it's a moisture contact kind of thing.
You need moisture and heat in order to keep a virus being a virus. Otherwise, it dies very quickly.
Well, yeah, I mean, because one of the reasons I'm asking is because in the UK they landed at Bryce Norton, which is in Oxfordshire, and then drove them basically approximately 180 to 200 miles to Liverpool in a bus up the M6. So they've then basically, if I don't know how this, how virulent the virus is, but if it survives on, like you say, damp, moisture, it's a bit moist in the UK at the moment because it's winter. They've basically driven these people all the way. They've basically driven a bus, just coughing out this. If any of those people are affected, or infected rather, they've driven a bus 200 miles through the middle of the UK, spraying this virus out.
What?
Well, think about it. That's what
I am thinking about it, and that's why I've gone, what?
Well, think again. Deep think then.
Okay, so people in a bus, sealed in.
They're not sealed, it's a bus.
Buses aren't airtight.
They're not sealed.
Buses
they have air
windows.
vents.
Yeah, okay.
If they were sealed, they'd have had
you're talking about
corpses.
You're talking about a virus here where it has to be spread by touching of hands or people being sneezed upon, and you're worried about it being air vents.
I asked how the virus.
Okay. Maybe you don't understand this about airborne viruses versus sort of like viruses that require like body fluids or whatever like that. Okay.
You're here.
Airborne
We
viruses.
can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Airborne
Okay, cool.
viruses behave a bit like a seed. Okay. So they go dormant. They're able to travel through the air and stuff like that. They live in a dry, sort of arid kind of environment. They get into a warm, moist environment. That's when they kick in. Then there's other viruses that require constantly, all the way through, there being some sort of environment for them to be able to live in. They will not last very long if they're just left out in the open air for a few minutes at most. And that's what we're talking about.
That's why I asked what the virus.
Yeah.
Literally HIV.
Most
HIV
respiratory
dies
viruses.
in 8 minutes.
Yeah, most respiratory viruses require a respiration system.
Mm-hmm.
They need to be in oxygen-rich environments.
Of those viruses, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's the flu. It's not an airborne thing. There isn't really so much. I don't think there is very much in the way of airborne viruses. It's sort of like a science fiction thing, of the idea of a virus going dormant.
In a worst-case scenario,
Isn't common flu airborne though?
It's airborne in the sense it has to be sneezed at you.
In a worst-case scenario, 190,000 people could be infected in Wuhan.
So I just added, based on that statement real quick, the Spectator Index via Twitter 2 minutes ago said that reported 14,000 coronavirus infections confirmed in China. So just to give you an idea of what it is currently.
Yes, that was a worst-case scenario though.
Because political bullshit cut into the Robin.
Is it just one more example of too many people being the problem?
I don't know about that.
I don't want my existence invalidated by a pug.
No. I wanted to ask Robin because he is a little bit more educated than me. I'm mostly educated in prevention of spreading of HIV.
Okay.
So most of information that I know is based about HIV, and literally HIV cannot survive more than like 6 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Outside of the in the outside world.
Most viruses can't. They require an ecosystem in which to live.
Like
just like us. Just like a human
only...
being, yeah. You can't just put us in space, can you? You need like all kinds of different shit.
The only way that HIV can survive long in like outside world is literally to let it be in a pool of blood.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
When that blood dries out,
this is why they're in liquids. The surface of said liquid, any viruses that are living on that surface are going to die pretty fast. But depending on obviously the amount of liquid, where the liquid is, if it's in a warm room,
the humidity of the air, the temperature,
so it
and everything
evaporate
else.
away. That's going to be dependent on how long it actually stays alive.
Anyway, the fun thing is we were doing some schoolwork and we were disinfecting some really old room of the school. And I look at the label of, and it had how much time you need to disinfect something if some kind of like sickness there was, and there was HIV, and it was like 2 minutes. If blood, 2 minutes. I was like, holy shit, why?
An hour ago, it was reported that over 300 fatalities are so far for this virus. So
But
reported deaths, of course.
yeah, well, obviously the initial person, sort of like the first person to actually get diagnosed with it, has survived. They were somebody in their 30s, so that's sort of expected.
Hey
So-
guys, I think I'm gonna go because I'm a little bit stoned.
I got you.
baked
I
for
feel you,
this.
man.
Fuck off.
Have a good
Bastard.
night.
Or just
Oh,
bastard.
Sean is fuck
He's
off
very
guy
negative
tonight.
today, isn't he? Really?
No, he's not negative, but every time somebody said I need to go, he said
Vicious,
fuck
isn't he?
off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no, it's just it's
a
that
bit
I'm
cultist.
stoned.
Bit
He keeps
culty.
rubbing it in. The
Ooh.
bastard.
I just found some
Oh,
interesting
man.
stuff. I'm gonna post a link to this. It's called
Go
vir-
in.
It's an analysis of the genomes for the virus.
So
You're reading it right now while you guys are talking.
Yeah, that seems a bit
So it's
much.
still same shit as SARS.
Well, it's part of the
It's
the same
same
group, isn't it?
family, yeah, as the flu and SARS. So, according to this video I watched by this doctor, it says that the coronavirus is the same as the common cold. Like, there's just multiple variations.
Yeah.
So they call it. The coronavirus is the family. This is just a mutation similar to SARS back when
It's a
China
novel. It is
had that
novel.
outbreak.
Yeah, it's a novel coronavirus.
Yeah, novel. Yeah, that's the
There's
word.
a reason why they're using novel.
The fun thing for me is I love myself because I don't have built up resistance to antibiotics, and literally
Antibiotics.
yeah, I don't have any resistance. Like my
So
first
if you were,
first
somebody were
time
to give
in my
you
life that I took
antibiotics, you'd be in real trouble.
what?
If someone were to give you antibiotics, you would be in real trouble. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no.
totally the
Listen
opposite.
to this story. No. Listen to this story. So
I'm trying to listen
I
to your
got-
story, mate. But what you've said to us has
I have,
we're not
Let him
hearing
finish, and
it
you'll
correctly.
understand. I think I understand him.
I got really awful zit behind my ear that couldn't be popped by needle because
Ooh.
nerves and shit like that.
Oh, gross.
So I got really hard antibiotics for like 10 days to drink. I was literally drugged up.
Right.
Every time I took them, I slept
Ugh.
for 3 hours
Yeah.
after drinking them because I have zero, like I don't have built up resistance to them.
No.
But
no,
the
it's-
good thing
it's
is,
not-
if
what you mean by
uh,
built-up resistance doesn't make any sense there, mate.
Yeah, I would like to
Uh,
clarify what antibiotic was it? Because every bionic pretty much, well, some are same but similar, but none of them are the same.
this is
sure.
we call it here punk love. Let me just see what is like internet.
So, to my understanding, antibiotics are just like maybe the microbiome you have in your body is not resistant to that particular antibiotic, which, if it's really strong, makes sense. And your microbiome was probably getting wiped out, making you really tired. Makes sense that it would fuck you up.
Oh,
It'd probably
it's,
fuck most people up.
Well, antibiotics in general is absolutely devastating for your gut biome, which is your health.
Yeah.
well, literally, I got the medication to drink with it. That is literally something for to not fuck up my.
Yeah, probiotics.
You probably got probiotics,
Yeah,
to
probiotics.
supplement. Yeah.
Yeah,
So this is some type of amoxicillin.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, that's pretty.
strong.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only thing I would say to be worried about is if, like, you had continual diarrhea and stuff, then, you know, like, maybe your gut biome is repopulated by really bad.
No, I don't have a problem anymore. Like that happened like
Yeah,
2 months ago
Do you know
I think
why you
that-
don't have a problem anymore?
because I don't drink it.
No, it's more to do with the fact is that the 80% of your DNA is designed around creating said bacteria.
Oh,
Yeah.
20% of your DNA is actually making up you, and the other 80% is actually making all the little creatures that live inside you.
oh.
Yeah.
It supplements their growth, right? And I think, if I'm not mistaken,
No,
our
but,
mitochondria was once a different cell that embedded itself in our bacteria.
The thing is, like, what the doctor told me is because I don't have a history of taking antibiotics, is that mostly every time that I get them, I will feel the negative effects much more than other people.
Interesting. Sorry.
Well, there's no one really into doing antibiotics as a thing.
No, but a lot of people, like a lot of doctors now prescribe antibiotics for literally nothing.
You could have said that maybe about 10, 15 years ago. They don't do that so willy-nilly now. Not with the invention of, or at least the discovery of more and more superbugs. They're actually quite sort of like scared about that sort of thing. I recently had about 2 weeks worth of antibiotics that were 3 times the doses of their strongest shit. Yes, it included amoxicillin, and it basically didn't work. And I had antibiotic-resistant bacteria inside me, and it was basically going to eat me alive. They had to drain my face.
So literally, if I get that, I'm even more fucked. I'm asking you because
antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Yeah, that's in
the game. That's real bad stuff. And that's just evolutionary.
It's not that it's really bad stuff. It's just unkillable with antibiotics.
Yeah.
It's unkillable with the antibiotics they had available.
Yeah.
We're talking about was MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, I think.
It's a constantly
off the top of my head.
It's now a battleground of that sort of thing, and a lot of it is to do with allowing the bacteria to grow on its own for a while, because then there's more chance of more cells being antibacterial resistant. So the fact that you actually it's my own fault for letting a septic part of me continue for too long. So get it in fast if you are going to do it.
The thing with things like Staphylococcus, is that it's an evolving virus. It continually remutate. I mean, if you want to look at evolution, there you go. Viruses. 40 years ago, we could kill them with penicillin.
Wait, you mean bacteria?
Yeah, dude. So, Sean, there is a difference between a virus and a bacteria.
Sorry, I meant a bacteria, a virus.
There's a reason we still haven't managed to cure the common cold.
They both mutate, but I think bacteria are susceptible to antibiotics, whereas viruses are like in this weird gray zone where they're not technically a living organism.
They're a combination of I suppose probably the best way to describe them is like a seed that needs a cell in order to grow.
Strand of RNA that can get into a cell and infect and change its function.
So it can create more of its virus. That's all it's trying to do. It just wants to live. That's all.
It's weird.
We called literally. My biology teacher said they are undead viruses.
That's interesting.
Hey, Robin.
What viruses are undead viruses?
No. Sorry. Undead bacteria. Viruses are undead bacteria. It's a little bit too late.
Robin, are you in the medical profession, or you seem to know a bit about it?
I know, but
He was a patient.
I was a patient once. No, I've been to hospital plenty of times. No, I'm first aider, but also I've got family and friends in sort of like the caring profession, if you will. But also you can just read this stuff up. I mean, somebody says to you, "Oh, there's a difference between a bacteria and a virus," and I go, "I wonder how. I wonder why."
There is,
And then you spend say a couple of hours of your life finding that out.
I used to train to be a medical emergency technician, but that didn't pan out for me. But my mother is a nurse at a hospital, so.
Yeah, it's like I said, the thing for I look at bacteria a bit like commies, and I look at viruses a bit like right-wingers.
Yeah.
Because they just
in a weird way, I kind of like that.
Yeah, because bacteria, for example, there's like millions of different bacteria living inside you and around you and all that sort of thing. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, some of them are freeloading. But honestly, there are vaccine. No. Listen, hear me out. Some of them actually are freeloading, and they're just living in your body, but they don't do you any harm. And the thing is that the reason that the body leaves this stuff around is because it's not doing any harm. Now, some of those freeloaders, when you eat a meal, for example, they eat a bit of that meal too, and so you don't get so fat. What's wrong with that? but also you have an infection. Well, they don't want to be attacked by an infection either, so they're there fighting alongside you.
Yeah, and I think recent research on microbiome has shown that they also produce a lot of the chemicals that our brain uses for neurotransmitters as well.
You're a constant, it's like there's certain people with certain chemical balances where they're producing alcohol in their stomachs.
Yeah, that's an extreme example.
Yeah, they eat too much fruit, and certain bacteria will actually sort of like turn it into
ferment. Diabetics in general have that problem, actually.
Oh. Really? Which diabetic? Which type?
It's because you constantly have a shitload of sugar in your system because
I think
can't get rid of it.
Because the lack of insulin. I mean, they might be more susceptible to that, but I don't know if that's
already
the case.
in your bloodstream. It's actually being brewed in your stomach.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
it's nothing to do with your pancreas, if you imagine. That's the stuff that's taking all of your blood and whatnot and filtering it through to try and sort of like give it a little bit of insulin here if it needs it. I mean, this is why like high fructose sugars and things like that are so dangerous for your pancreas, because it can't cope.
That's also kind of why kombucha is so good for you. Being a Californian, I drink a lot of it, but it has a lot of the probiotics that supplement the right kind of neurotransmitters that help to even out.
The problem is it tastes like shit.
Hey, Robin.
I like it.
I like something you might find interesting. It's a epidemiology graph showing all the spreading of the virus over time, the past month. It's got all the it's like an actual tree diagram that shows you where spreading occurred, like how they linked it up and stuff. It's always good to look things up. I mean, you're right. There's things on the internet. You get curious, you go look things up.
Yeah.
I've got a whole Discord chat dedicated to this information, so...
Problem is, I'm a gullible cunt who can believe in everything.
There's a lot of that going around, mate, and the danger is, of course, is it's such a great community.
Great community and not trusting everything.
That's right, but the thing is that you end up trusting each other.
The first step that makes you a little bit ahead of the curve is accepting the fact that you're a gullible cunt and you can believe.
No, I am. That's literally that I said that I watched Sargon and
poor man.
Count Dankula and some people like Black Pigeon and stuff like that.
Oh, dude.
That are totally now that I'm a little bit older and
you didn't so much swallow the red pill, but have it sort of smeared all over.
No, I didn't.
Let's
not let rephrase like that. I've watched them for like quote unquote their insight and their knowledge, and then but I never propagated that. Let's say it like that, and never used them as a fact. But when I started to dig deeper, what they said didn't really work out. So mostly now, everything that I read on the internet, I don't trust it.
Let's say this, yeah. Most of the people who say, don't listen to me, do your own research, are banking on you not.
Yeah.
I get in conversations that sometimes people get frustrated because I'll have an entire discussion with somebody and I often just only really ask questions, but at the end of the day I won't agree with them, and because I typically don't take a stance.
I think there's a certain zeitgeist out there at the moment that doesn't trust the mainstream media, normies, whatever you want to call them, and they're in this bizarre dichotomy of thinking, well, you can't trust those people in the mainstream, and somebody goes, well, I'm not mainstream. Well, I can trust you then.
Yeah,
it's so simple.
No, I cannot trust you.
The quote that I give for it is, you can't trust the mainstream media. I read it on the internet. And it's this very idea that somebody lying to, and if you listen to a lot of the stuff that, these sort of, as I prefer to call them, paranoia pornographers do, is what they're doing is pointing to the nasty thing that somebody else in some other mainstream media outlet has made them aware of, and they're just making you aware of that themselves. A lot of these people, if there were no mainstream media, wouldn't even survive because they wouldn't have anything to bloody talk about. A lot of the time is they're complaining about the mainstream media as though that's it. That's the complaint. They're the problem.
I think that's funny. I think it's funny that people can't grasp a concept of listening to all sides before drawing to a conclusion of some sort.
There's a thing that if you often, so I guess I'm a college student, right? So often when I'm engaging with ideas, I mentioned asking questions earlier, but if you kind of Socratic method everybody when you're trying to engage with their ideas, oftentimes you'll realize that they actually prove themselves wrong a lot and contradict themselves. And so there's a lot of people out there who talk like they know what the fuck they're talking about and don't actually.
I think it's a balance between patience and convenience. It's like, well, I need this information now, but I need the right information now. And it's kind of like, okay, well, most people don't have the time or patience that they choose to in most cases, but still they don't have the time or patience to sit down and really break things down. And I'll side with people who think that the mainstream media discuss things on too shallow of a level, especially certain topics that deserve way, way, way more complex discussion than allowed. But I will also say to the people who completely shut them out that if you do not hear that, it's like literally putting a blindfold on and trying to play chess with your opponent. You need to know what they're doing. If you really feel like you have a strong opinion that's right and needs to be heard in some way, then show me why the other side fails to convey their argument. And most people will shut themselves down. And I notice that it's usually either an emotive, like it's usually them having an emotional backlash or response to you, like questioning, like you're questioning their integrity without even proving in the first place their argument.
Well, I think they're
trapped.
trapped in a false dichotomy. You see this a lot, especially from the right as well, where they basically kind of go, if you don't agree with me, then you must be a commie. They're in that sort of, you're either lying my way or you're lying the communist way. There is no truth. These are the same people who obviously complain about postmodernism, for example.
You'll also run into a lot of it, like what if you keep like asking why does certain things lead to another, they'll just repeat the point instead of actually stating a reason, and they're just waiting for you to agree, which is it gets to me.
Did you notice, 40? Did you notice when you were in those sort of right-wing circles and stuff like that? Is that they always say that we disagree on all kinds of things, but when you listen to what they actually disagree about, it's really about how to sell it. That's really where they disagree.
Well, it's just like I think I know where you're going with this. It's like they can be better used car salesmen, but it's just that a used car.
They're not actually like agreeing or disagreeing on what the point is. They don't really care about that. It's how do we utilize it. It's there's people who aren't really interested in the truth or the facts of the matter. They're more interested in the use of the matter. So if it's a lie, who cares? If it's truth, who cares? Really about whether I can use it or not.
I really like the nuance and the complexity of a discussion. I will give room, I'll give room to hear all sides, and I'll give room for people to give their argument, even if I feel like strongly that it's a wrong argument or like the wrong response to.
I can't do that. The thing is,
and I don't feel like I give them credibility just because I listen to them. I know a lot of people jump on me when I listen to.
Yeah, it's more along the lines of this. You see, they go, "Well, I'm entitled to my opinion," and I go, "Fair enough." But why I stopped you at the start of your opinion was because that you'd stated your opinion based upon a falsehood. And this is the thing. What they do is they'll say something that's false, and then they'll tell you about their opinion about it. And if you interrupt them at any point in their gish gallop, they're like, "You're interrupting me." It's like, mate, you've already lied, and now you're telling me an opinion based upon said lie. What is the point? You don't have an opinion here. This isn't actually a true opinion because it's based upon a false premise.
And not only that, a lot of people, I notice it's just people parrot and pretty much extract other people's statements, and it's usually typically from somebody who's done it to somebody else, and that's a real big problem.
They're BitTorrenting their opinion.
You're building the balcony before you build the foundation of the house.
But they're slowly BitTorrenting it, one little chunk at a time. And they're hoping that somebody will come up and explain to them why they're wrong, so they can get righter. But it's really about when somebody comes up to explain that they're wrong. They're kind of going, how can I work out a way to keep this cognitive dissonance up without going insane?
It's kind of like looking at a tree versus a tumbleweed. The tumbleweed can get all around and get everywhere in the conversation, but they can't grow any fruit. The tree will stand and take its time and grow its roots, and that's where the foundation.
Well, the truth is really boring as well. It's just so stagnant, and it just sits there and does nothing. Whereas the falsehoods have got so much more. It's so much more entertainment value. There's so much more entertainment value in that.
Hey, can you mute? There's a lot of ambient sound.
I was trying to. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but what I was saying was it's the thing is about these lies is they're just so much more entertaining, whereas the truth is quite dull, quite boring, quite matter of fact, and it kind of goes, "Sorry, you're wrong, and here's why." And it's just I'm never going to get my thing to it. A lot of people you're seeing this at the moment is that they don't really give a shit if they win for the right reasons. They just want to win. Even if it's a win that doesn't even make them win, it's the idea of a win even.
I mean, I feel like that may be the case with the internet because it's often the very loud people out there. But when I often engage in discussions with people in like the real world, oftentimes it's easier to come to like we both want the best thing for the world, but there's probably just some misunderstandings or misassumptions.
Well, also somebody comes in and kind of goes, "Well, you two shut up. We've got fucking work to do." Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's just it really bothers me that people are so quick to argue something without finding a way to represent their own argument through their own work and their own like study. Like you say. People will say stuff about the stuff we talked about earlier, the viruses and bacteria, and they probably didn't look up much about it at all. And I wish that there was more, that's a wish, it's not real. I personally wish that people would look up stuff and not just one source either, and not just one side of a conversation, maybe as many as possible, because quite honestly, we're all humans, we're complicated creatures, and we're talking and discussing about complicated situations where people might say the definition of a good solution is different from another. And we have
to brother.
Through that. And that time that we have to take to do that is pretty much the only missing ingredient in most conversations. I would love to see people take the time to sit down. Maybe that's why people really like people like Jordan Peterson are going to sit down and talk at length, regardless of whether or not you like him or not. That long form discussion is something I need to see on every side, not just one side I may or may not agree with.
The internet's deadbeat dad.
Let me ask, if when you guys engage in like a conversation, like for example, with somebody you have a differing political opinion of some sorts, what is like, I don't know if I want to say strategy. I guess I want like general approach because I have a particular approach that works for me, but I find that
never own their opinion, only own the facts. If you're going to talk to somebody who's got a differing opinion, you've got to at least agree upon the facts, and if they can't agree upon the facts, you don't have a conversation.
Here's how I try to approach a discussion with somebody that I have a disagreement with. Generally, I try to get their arguments to the point where I can paraphrase them and they can agree on that particular framing of that particular argument. Try to sort of determine what truths, like underlying truths that might necessarily manifest that we both agree on, that we can have like common ground. It's a thing I like to call intellectual parity. The difficulty behind this is that, like Block was saying, like a lot of people, their arguments don't come from a place where they've been grounded with these sort of building blocks that allow for an argument to take shape. People don't know how to argue. They don't know how arguments work. They don't know how to present arguments with factual sort of underpinnings that sort of say, okay, well, I believe this because of that, and they sort of like present it. They go to these inferred steps that are divorced from the materials that were presented in the first place. I believe like there was a discussion between me and this like philosophy guy, Rem, that sort of illustrates that point. It's on his channel, Rem the Bath Boy. He was talking about like pedophilia and how like we need to destigmatize that particular reality, and he was just talking past me because I was saying, well, that's a problem because of X, Y, and Z reasons. So
he's Greek classic. Sorry, he's Greek classical philosophy.
Rem the Bath Boy, you know who that is?
I think he left
no.
Twitch recently.
No. I saw his YouTube channel. I didn't know that he dabbled in pedophilia, and that he's a Greek classicalist.
Oh, I see.
I would argue there is, in fact, a need to destigmatize pedophilia, at least to the extent where we can actually track them.
I don't know if I want to get into that, but I don't
want to get in that discussion, please.
Before that, I just wanted to, I just bring it up because the conversational aspect of it is because I think I stated a couple times, but when I guess my general strategy, and oftentimes what you said is probably true, Pascal, when it comes to things. Now, of course, we're talking here like, we're always the ones who generally have the right opinion in the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I get into these kind of discussions where people say things that I'm not necessarily on, now, I don't do this all the time, but I did mention I'll probably ask and continuously ask, and I kind of try and engage in these conversations as more of searching for the right answers, acknowledging that whatever possibility it is, however sure I am of the idea, there's a possibility that I am, of course, incorrect and wrong, and what I want most is finding truth, right? And so this process of, I guess you could call it Socratic method, but it's not like Socrates all the time.
Forget about truth. You have to look at the thing is that people are confusing truth with fact.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I was about to say
if you're going to lie to me, okay, then you tell it. If you say something that is demonstrably you can see that it's actually a false thing, and then you're going to tell me your opinion based upon this false thing. You're telling me the truth based on a lie.
That I think
that's what I'm talking about when it comes to truth.
I don't know if that's what I'm talking about.
For example, if I walk down the street and I see somebody walking down the street, and I recognise them and I send them a little Facebook and kind of go, "Oh, I saw you on the street the other day," and they're like, "Wasn't me, mate." I'm like, "Really?" But no, I wasn't even there. So, what's happened there? Is he lying? Or have I just not got the right facts to hand? I'm not lying.
I'm not. I don't think that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm approaching it with is that they have an opinion, right? And they probably have some belief that's founded in some untruth or not a fact, right?
It's all about the facts here.
So
if your opinion is invalid if it is not based upon facts.
Yes, the thing is, they believe that they know what the fact is, and so when we get down to what the basic,
their idea of what the fact is down to whether they can argue it or not.
Yeah, I was about to say.
What does that mean?
Well, this is the point.
Yeah, go on, Rob. Sorry.
Well,
what does that mean?
Well, for example, have you not noticed that a lot of people on the internet can be somewhat abrasive, let's say.
Argumentative.
Well, some people have noticed that the more angry and abrasive you are towards somebody, the less inclined they are to engage with you. And this is one way of looking right. This is one way of looking correct. If you're going to be a fucking arsehole to somebody while you're telling them something, whether it's false, true, whatever like that, they're less likely to engage in you. Or if they do engage in you, they're just going to be mean back.
Like Art of War stuff.
Exactly, yeah. So this is a method of agitation in order to basically sort of win an argument through default.
Okay, let me ask. Wait, can I ask, what do you think that I am, what do you think that my point is right now? Because I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not arguing against your point or anything like that. I'm just sort of elaborating on what I just said before. Yeah.
Okay, because
okay.
Well, thank you. When I engage, right? So often it's through asking questions I can get to this. Either they're not educated in the subject, or they give a statement that they believe to be true, and through asking questions, I can get to the general assumptions that they have for saying this statement, which I probably disagree with. And then
I didn't say that. I didn't say
okay.
that. It's no. What I mean is that's usually the refrain that you'll hear from people when you'll see a lot of people who argue in such a fashion as they're making all these implications, and when you go straight to the implication that they're saying, they turn around and kind of go, "No, I didn't say that."
Well,
as though that makes them immune from the argument. You see what I mean?
that's why I'm still confused, because that's why I asked the question, because
let's say this, yeah. If I said
yeah.
to you, for example, that guy's mum, I don't know, let's say that guy's mum likes money and sex.
And I would say,
and it's like,
how
what,
do
you
you
saying
know?
she's a whore then? It's like, no, I
Well,
didn't
no.
say that.
I would say, how do you know that?
Yeah, but what I'm, yeah, that's more at least inclined on that sort of a level. But the what I'm talking about is people putting an implication.
Okay, yeah, no, that's.
And then when you see the obvious implication that they're spelling out, and you spell it out to them, they instantly turn around and go, "No, I didn't say that."
So,
and of course, then you have the people who fucking basically took fucking debate and don't even believe what they're saying, but they sure to hell can argue it.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you want to look up like the science and the mastery of what you're discussing, go look up social engineering. I think there's a book called The Art of Deception.
So literally,
the way you can make up facts or information and get away with it, and finding out how you can do that with people to convince them to either provide you with information they shouldn't, or services, or
there's lies, damned lies, and statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just that's not my goal in any of these conversations. When I say like, how do you know that, right? I wouldn't ask like what they're
assume it. I never know it, but I assume that the people that I'm talking to most of the time, or almost 99% of the time when I'm talking to them in some sort of debate, I do not treat them as a good faith actor.
Okay, well,
and that's my way of acting in good faith. It's a bit like this. Some people kind of go, respect is earned. I say, no, trust is.
1 second.
I like that.
What?
I took debate in high school, and I ended up going to a really a school that's one of the top schools for debate, and that was interesting.
Why is the mute button just not working?
I think he's got it so it's voice activated.
Come on.
Yeah, it's voice
yeah, this is getting really awkward. It's like I finally got time to talk.
Mummy says it's time to go and do your chores.
Oh boy.
Anyway, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I know that's not really entirely contextual, but I think social engineering would be something you should look up out of curiosity, as it details a lot of the. Well, that's anybody. It details a lot of the same kind of constructive, like logistical gymnastics that people use in the same situations you guys were discussing about creating basically facts on the spot and trying to get away with it, or loosely tying things with the idea that it is. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Huge false dichotomy.
Gaslighting.
Yeah, gaslighting.
Pigeonholing.
False dichotomy. A lot of false dichotomy.
Oh, absolutely.
I was saying to a lot of people who are sort of like terrified of communism, you listen to that sort of thing. The biggest way. Do you know how communism started? That's where you should really look into. What do you mean? It's like, well, the reason that they had communists is because the uber rich took the piss too much. If you have a look at the French Revolution, the reason the French revolted was because the very, very rich weren't paying their taxes. That's what happened.
There's also
no, in Russia it's not very, very rich. It's very, very noble and rich.
But that is the rich.
In Yugoslavia, it was literally.
How many poor nobles do you know?
Hey, I don't know any noble.
America has the worst problem with aristocracy compared to any other nation, simply for the fact is it doesn't realize it has it.
Oh yeah, Rothschilds.
Oh no, a lot of us realize we have it. The problem isn't that we don't realize we have it. We just don't realize that we can't be it.
Or too stubborn to accept the fact that we are still under that kind of.
Americans
what I mean is
they are temporarily impoverished rich people.
Yeah, it's more along the lines of this. The difference between an aristocrat and a very rich person is time. That's all. An aristocrat is merely just somebody who's been in a rich family for a really long time.
It's next of kin, essentially.
That's all.
So if the French Revolution...
Buckler is back.
The deserving. Have you ever heard of the undeserving poor? Have you ever heard of that expression? No.
Undeserving poor.
The undeserving poor. Yes, this is something that is sort of pushed a lot within Republican and sort of conservative circles. Is that the reason that you're poor is your fault? And so
I
the reason I'm rich is God gave it to me.
Oh yeah. Pray for another jet plane, kind of. You're talking about that. Yeah,
I'm God
yeah,
given.
that's what I thought. I remember hearing it.
God given, but you're
Stop being poor is one of the Milo shirts or whatever.
Yeah, this is the same aristocratic sort of thing. It's basically saying that God chose the queen.
Well, it's a really shit argument to say, well, the reason like I'm saying that justifies it is because you can get rich if you can work your ass off or whatever, when in reality it's like saying basically I'm better than you in a very convincing way, and saying the only reason why is because you suck. There's no other external like things in your life that are causing you to be weighed down and being subjective to poor standards.
Everyone could be rich in this system.
It's the most disgusting thing, or one of the most disgusting arguments I've heard from anyone really recently. That it's like you're literally a product of your environment, and yeah, you can overcome that, but that's never an easy task.
It's a rarity.
I've
always said this to people. You know, I sort of like circles that I'm in. You get freelancers. Oh my God, Alejandro, you got to work that one out, mate. It's you know, people are always saying, well, I worked hard to get where I am. It's like everybody worked hard, mate. Some people are working hard just to fucking stay alive. Some people are working hard just to tread water.
You know, I had said something recently, or it's like I was trying to explain my situation to somebody very briefly, and I said that
Alejandro
can enjoy their
mate.
Yes, sorry, an animal got. I live on a farm, and an animal got out.
Let's just do a little thing here. Yeah, you've got voice activation on your thing right now. So basically, every time you mute yourself, the moment you speak, it turns off the thing.
And
like you can hear me right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can you see it's sort of unmuting you every time you speak?
What the fudge?
Yeah, that is a bit weird, isn't it? Have you not got a button on your actual microphone?
No, I got a webcam mic.
Oh right, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and the thing that I had said was that that some people can focus 100% on their passions, and then there are people who scrape the bottom of the barrel to make it the next day. And I live somewhere between both extremes, as to imply that, you know, it's crazy, yeah, but both of them aren't really that. They're not. Both of them are pretty much extreme situations, and there's a lot of people who fall in between that. And I'm just saying that, you know, like I look at it, it could be much worse. It could be much better, but it could be much worse, you know. And to look at both sides and say, well, you know, this is just, there's a lot of elements in play, and the matter of success, in my opinion, is more so to do with how I regulate and transcend through those problems. And there are weird problems that you can have from only focusing on your passions. You can get disconnected from other people. Your social skills can be completely decimated when you're separating yourself from them.
Specialism makes you really good at one thing. Shit at everything else.
I need to stop both of you, and just to butt in, when you finish your points, I want to reserve time to speak out about this.
Okay, speak out, mate.
I'm actually done. I was just remarking.
Bakar, do you have something to say?
Yeah, it's kind of a joke. I was just trying to say, if the French Revolution was the result of rich people being pissy or being funny, what's going to be the end result of Brexit then?
Okay, this is because serious time now from me. I have so many Americans say to me that because I'm not poor theoretically, I am poor looking at myself. My wage is around 320 euros, which is around 300 pounds for you guys, and I work mostly 6 days a week, mostly nights, because I'm sound technician. So I work at parties. It's mixture of physical and technical job. I don't have time for school. I cannot go and educate myself. I'm losing my time because I need to earn this money. I still live with my parents, and I'm like, 27 years old. every money that I have extra, I save on the side. I drink on my father's, literally, I drink father beer. Father buys beer for me and myself, and stuff like that. And then American goes, why don't you work? One more job, you lazy cunt. Like, no, I'm not lazy. But I work from 6 to 3 or 4 in the morning. This is the first time that I have a whole month free of weekends. And like when people tell me, oh, you're just lazy. Yeah, I'm not. My pay is awful and I cannot get any better because I live in a fucking awful country.
Where do you live, may I ask?
Serbia.
Nobody went, no, it's lovely.
Who would?
Just goes,
neither do I.
It's nice in the summer.
No, it's nice in the summer because you can.
It's too hot in the summer, too cold in the fucking winter, and the beaches are crap.
Listen, Sean. It's good for me in the summer because I can sell cheap medicine as a drugs to British people.
I wouldn't say that out loud.
Sounds about right.
What have you got? What you got anyway?
What I sold was literally broken up aspirin, and told them it was speed. And they came. Sorry.
You're about to say, and they came back, aren't you?
Came back for more.
But they were in no real danger.
No.
Well, it's not going to kill them.
Snorting aspirin.
That's
Worst
something.
drug dealer ever.
Well, at least
It's
he's
the same kind of
selling.
logic where you
but he's
take an
selling them
Xbox from one
drugs.
GameStop and bring it to the other and sell it back for more or whatever. I can't remember.
One of the big,
It's much more healthier than speed.
one of the big things about legalizing drugs is that if you did, the quality of the drug that the person buys is going to be better and isn't going to be filled. Because, I mean, you go to your dealer and you're buying, I'm not about weed now, I'm about, coke and shit, coke, crack, heroin, whatever you want to call it, all that kind of stuff. There's very little of it in there, but there's a lot of brick dust and plaster. And
You're going to the wrong person, mate.
Me, I don't buy that stuff.
Yeah, you see, you got to go to the right guy. If you've been looking for chemicals, folks, it's very important to find a decent human being. Somebody's got their own website,
Go to a chemist.
So I'd like to go back to
I've tried boots several
Shut up,
times.
everybody! Yeah!
I'd like to go back to the conversational aspect that we were talking about prior to.
1 second.
Before everybody went on to a specific tangent.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of sitting there like, what?
Can I just, Sean? I just wanted to hear what Sean had to say. The rest of
It's
that.
nothing. It's honestly nothing. What were you saying, Pascal?
Yeah. So
about what we talked about previously.
in terms of conversations, one thing that's been a real mood killer for me as of late, in terms of argumentation, that sort of thing, is people who read enough philosophy to be able to start arguments, but they don't necessarily understand arguments themselves. So I like to call them philosophy bros.
I like
So
that.
philosophy bros, what they'll do is they'll have the checklist of all of the fallacies on their second monitor, and the second you say something that remotely kind of fits into that little cookie cutter approach, they'll sort of table that. Well, you're doing a straw man fallacy. Well, you're doing this fallacy. You're doing that fallacy. But when you look
fallacy.
when you look at the fallacies themselves, they have exceptions to the rules, and a lot of times you're actually arguing an exception in a particular case. Another thing,
Plato, bro.
Another thing, because of people like Destiny, because of people like Rem, they will do. Now Destiny does this, but he does it in a thoughtful manner. He'll ask pertinent questions that are related to the argument at hand to try to get to the core of what the person's arguing.
I'm sorry, I need to butt in, but no matter how he right is, he's still a fucking cunt.
Sure. Other people, when they decide to do this, like people who gravitate around him, like Rem, who apparently is a philosophy student and seems to have some problems in relation to understanding how arguments function. At least in terms of like applying them during discussions, from my experience. He will use the Socratic method, which is basically just sort of ask questions about a certain person's position, but he'll do it in a reductionary sort of a fashion. And the problem with this is that you're never going to be able to essentially have a solid argument if somebody is constantly pulling at threads, trying to get to the next sort of layer of your position, just because of the way language works, because of the way meaning works. So, for example, we all believe that you shouldn't kill people, right? I mean, this is sort of a universal
Don't speak for me.
kind of a concept. But there are caveats. There are caveats to that. But in general, it's generally bad to just
Death
up and
is
murder
considered
somebody.
a no-no.
Right?
Let's be honest here. Human
That's
beings
sort of. This is not. Hey. This is not meant to be argued against. This is not meant to be argued against.
It's literally
Guys.
Yeah.
Honestly, we don't need to basically just run into the woods while we're trying to walk down a path.
Right.
Okay.
So
imagine
this
yourself
is...
like dogs on a leash. Okay, and you're just come back here. Come back. Oh look, I want to
Sorry.
sniff that dog's ass. No.
Sorry. 2 hours ago you
we're
said
going
this
to
is
the
the
corner
pub.
shop. We're
You
going to
put me
the
on a
corner. Yeah,
leash.
well, exactly.
I'm just gonna roll over onto my back then.
Yeah,
This is what philosophers call an axiom, right?
Yeah.
So axioms are essentially these universal concepts and rules that have stood the test of time that you need in order to get to the next logical step, because epistemology is circular, and if you don't, you're always going to run into the weeds. However, when you use the Socratic method to a certain degree, if you ask certain questions, you can derail a conversation entirely, especially if it has nothing to do with the topic at hand you're trying to present. So in terms of conversation, I think that these philosophy bros are really annoying to deal with on the internet and do a disservice to everybody as a whole.
Let me ask a question. So you think he's using the Socratic method in a disingenuous manner?
I don't think that I don't attribute malice to people when I can't read their minds. I don't like saying it's disingenuous. I like saying that he's not using it the way it should be used. He's using it in an incorrect fashion.
Interesting.
Should there be? Sorry, go on. I wanted to make a joke. You're serious.
I could probably just
Pascal?
add to that and say that it's not so much that people use malice, but their want to win gets in the way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay. Let me just right off of that, and then you can say your joke. That Socratic method thing is something that I do a lot, but oftentimes I find that the conversations that I have they're not really a matter of winning or losing. For a lot of time, it just kind of fizzles out if they're really trying to win or something, because it's not. They're looking for a fight in an argument, whereas I think I'm just trying to really understand.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah. And oftentimes either they'll just show themselves to be incorrect, or they may have something I could genuinely learn from.
It's like the second somebody has sort of established themselves for a particular position, they're going to do everything in their power in order to use resources available to them and just debate in order to argue that point, instead of being comfortable enough to abandon it,
And
or
this is
in
why,
part or entirely.
Yeah, this is why I always treat such people as being not, I do not consider them good faith. They have to earn good faith with me. This is the thing. I treat them in bad faith, and if they're like, well, no, hang on a minute, I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry if you can tell when somebody who is acting in good faith, who you may have treated as acting in bad faith, will react to you.
Yeah, that's
Mike can go ahead.
I was just about to elaborate on that. They generally tend to get very, very defensive in this way. You'll see them kind of attack. Well, you're not treating me like I'm. Yeah, because you want me to treat you as though you're in good faith, so you can lie to me. That's the thing. A lot of people within these sort of circles are debating in bad faith, pretending to be in good faith. And if you were to call them out on that at any point, they will be very I can't believe you would dare say such a thing. How dare you, sir, that I, Sargon of Akkad, would ever act in bad faith? Not when I've just told you that I act in good faith 15 seconds ago. It's just,
Well,
what circles could I ask? Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Many circles, really. Almost, if you're going into these, into sort of like the debate of YouTube or whatever like that, you will meet a lot of these bad actors.
Okay.
And that the thing is that they make money out of acting badly. It's just that, it's just the way of things. They're not there to do the truth thing. They're there to push the agenda thing.
Well, it's being a good debater leads to popularity, I think, is the motivation behind it. Where, I like having that particular aspect, and I do love doing my own sort of share of social dominance. But a lot of the times when I talk to people like from the alt-right in the time, is I defaulted to sort of a charitable position, and one where I was actually listening to them without necessarily sort of making a conscious effort to do that. And I found it was like in line with cognitive science and how you persuade people. So maybe it's just something that I learned from an early age.
Something I'm kind of curious about. This show spends a lot of time. I guess I'll say Robin, since it's a show. You spend a lot of time going on about various YouTube type personalities because I think, as you said, they're taking positions that they don't really believe because they
take positions for money, whether they believe
for money.
Whether they believe in them or not.
Right.
You've got to remember that the motivations are cash, the
right.
idea of winning,
right.
fame.
Right.
And all the trappings that come along with that, including obviously money.
All right.
So to look bad is to lose.
Right. And the thing that's always, I guess, puzzled me about this focus is that this doesn't strike me as particularly different from the way cable news pundits act every day, every night. And I feel like they have more influence by and large than YouTubers because they have a wider audience. But there's a lot of focus on YouTubers here and not so much on TV, and I don't really understand. I guess I don't really know why.
It's the same thing as the mainstream. What the mainstream does, but for a much smaller audience that believe in your lie that I'm different than them, and yet you're similar to them.
I think the difference is and did you want to finish that point?
I wanted to say differences is you have a unique take that is somewhat different and risque for mainstream to do, and you have liberty to say stupid shit that as a mainstream you wouldn't be able to say something.
Well, the thing is, you would.
I mean, it just depends on what it is, right? Like, obviously, you can't say, I wouldn't rape you on CNN, but you can say,
Well, you can say that. It's just that the advertisers won't be advertising on CNN. That's why they don't.
That's why you cannot say it.
That's why you don't. It's not that you can't say it. It's that you don't because you're not a fucking idiot.
True. And you got quite wrong. It's I wouldn't even rape you.
Yeah. Even. Sorry.
The issue is for a lot of us, and I mean maybe I'm sort of in a special position because I sort of grew up before I got onto the internet. But saying nigger over and over again isn't actually that funny. I know a lot of people have like freaked out by the concept, but it's not actually that funny. I know like loads of people kind of go, oh, that's a really horrible word. You really shouldn't say that. So you saying it must mean that it makes those people feel awkward. Making other people feel awkward and you laughing isn't comedy.
Maybe that's why my stand-up tanked.
Yeah, there's a lot of that out there. They think that when you're losing, when you're crying on the table somewhere, and there's all of us laughing at you, this is comedy. We're only having a laugh.
In relation to mainstream media,
the comedy. Sorry, I want to argue about the comedy part. The comedy needs to have a punchline.
Yes.
And most of punchlines are like, do you know why Bosnian dogs only have 3 legs? Because Serbs put the mines in Bosnia. But
That is.
It's awful. It's
that is
awful.
hilarious, mate.
No,
So
it's not.
in relation to the mainstream media, I think that the difference between them and like what YouTubers are doing is you do have that aspect of like op-editors that might necessarily fall into those trappings. And I think the distinction needs to be made when you're consuming materials from like the New York Times and a lot of these publications. Is this an op-ed piece or is this a journalistic piece? Because journalism has a certain set of rules and understandings and things that are ingrained into their students. Like, you have to get the facts right. That's why they have sort of situations where they will admit and state when they've gotten something wrong, like when they've had to make a correction, for instance. So I think that's sort of like the difference. Whereas like YouTubers, they're entirely opinion based, and they don't necessarily go via that journalistic integrity kind of meme and present things in a fashion where they're going to be accountable. Because
right to reply would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The thing is, oh, sorry, go on, Baccarat.
Yeah, but I was actually going off on what you were saying, Alexa, about how comedy has to have a punchline. So Robin said you got these YouTubers who say nigger, and they think sometimes, and they seem to think that's a joke, or just swear all the time. I've seen reviews. I've seen people who review things, and it's just consistent swearing, even if they're positive. And I'm thinking, you're not really that funny, mate. But like I said, comedy needs a joke. Let's give an example of one that I once made. I was at an anime convention, and I was walking to a bar with someone who I was sharing a dorm with, because this convention was happening at a university, and it was night. We were going to the bar, and I saw someone start walking in a certain way. And so I said to her, I just realized at events like this, it is hard to tell the difference between the ones that are drunk and the ones that have cerebral palsy. And I thought, and what she said to me was, that was mean, and I say a lot of mean things. But the point is, there was a structure to that joke. The highlight that it was at an anime convention.
You could at least hide behind the fact that you were attempting a joke.
Bad joke is still bad joke.
But it's still a joke.
It's still a joke.
That's right.
Saying
That's the difference.
One word over and over again. I said a bad joke. Why does the Boston dog
hang all the
likes?
niggers? That's not a joke. Just saying that. I was only kidding. You're not joking. Yeah.
I've noticed this thing on the internet where people decide whether or not what they said was a joke after somebody had a bad reaction to it.
That's definitely something that people do. I think that's mainly a new trend because people just want to say shit and see how it feels.
I call them Schrodinger jokes.
That's an old trend, you think?
Oldest days, mate. I mean, look, people have been getting away with this. If you imagine,
what is Luca wearing?
There is an entire sort of comedy genre based around insulting minorities in the UK, hiding behind comedy.
I've
comedy genre that's based upon that. Yeah. It's just literally pointing out the fact that somebody is coloured black, for example. That's it.
Yeah.
It's like calling him sooty or something. It's like sooty, isn't that like a yellow sort of bear? Oh, soot as in like smoke soot. Oh, I see. He's black. Oh, that's really fucking clever. That sort of base level of, let's call it, humour.
It's like appealing to some weird thing. When I did stand up, because I did stand up for a period of like around 4 to 6 months a while ago, but I stopped because I was bad.
Now you're here, mate, so we know how that went.
Yeah, I was. I mean, you'd be surprised how incredibly difficult it is.
You don't know me.
Okay, I guess I don't. But
you just went. You don't know me.
I can barely even manage sort of disappointment now.
Yeah. The thing with jokes a lot of the time, it's like there is of course definitely a structure to them, and when it comes to stand up, people are like, I think this actually has to do with good faith. Like, people are trying to find what's funny by juggling the things that are.
What's your shortest joke?
Yeah. My shortest joke. I don't know if I want to say it. I'll say it. So my dad doesn't believe I'm not gay, and I keep telling him, Dad, I'm not gay. I'm not gay, but he just keeps on fucking me.
Fair enough, I get you. It's not the shortest joke I've ever heard, though. I was hoping for a shorter one. Anything shorter? I mean, the shortest joke.
Isn't it?
The short, that's one. Mine one is to Americans, and it's actually the setup is longer than the actual joke. And I say, my shortest joke is this one. It's only really targeted at Americans, and it's exceptionalism. We've all tried it.
That's fair. I mean, yeah,
it's very short.
To write. It's a good short joke. It's hard to write jokes. Incredibly difficult, and so you get up there and you say shit that is just not funny.
That's not how you go. No, don't do that when you go into a comedy show.
No,
don't just start saying things unfunny. You're really off to a bad start there.
You try and write a joke. You write it on your own. You think it sounds funny. You go up there and you really don't know if it actually is funny 100% until you actually say it. And that joke sometimes gets a good response. Sometimes it doesn't. It depends on delivery, all sorts of things. But there's a difference absolutely with the people you said in the UK who are just, and there are probably plenty of people here who are just saying things probably because I guess it's funny that people are black.
They're just literally reinventing the word nigger. That's all. It's just reinventing the word nigger. There's like words like nignog. You ever heard that expression?
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah, it's like they're just saying that because you can't say that word, can you? So I'll say this one then. Oh right, that's clever, isn't it? That's some clever shit. That is.
Yeah, there is a genuine difference. That's what I'm pointing out between people juggling those tough, complicated subjects and that, right? So no word is necessarily off the table, but it's a matter of how it's handled. It's just, I guess, my point.
I just think it sounds unintelligent.
Yeah, maybe that's a matter.
Well, it is. That's the thing. It's appeasing to a simple, base, childish sort of. This is what society thinks is not nice, and I'm going to do it. Oh, look at me doing things that society doesn't deem responsible. Ha ha ha. That's it. It's honestly that is, if you want, the joke.
Yeah, I'm not.
People don't like me doing this, do they?
It just sounds like a baby crying.
It's faux rebellion. It's like a false rebellion.
Yeah, I'm not condoning that. That's. I agree with you on that part.
Yeah, I don't really care about this topic. It just seems so.
You wanted to go to conversation again, or did we already state it?
Well, I think we're sort of like discussing the attitude that seems to be quite prevalent around this world right now, and I think it's along the lines of, if I can't win, at least if I make somebody lose, it makes me feel a little bit like I've won.
It's scorched earth.
That sort of attitude.
Because you can't achieve anything of your own.
I mean, like I was saying about Affluenza. The title of this video is called Affluenza, the coronavirus of our time. And it's now got to the point where the affluenza is spilling out into society now. You've got the whole idea of meritocracy just completely just falling down on its, nepotism rife. The idea of people working hard in order to get up the ladder, gone. Nobody thinks like that anymore. Nobody's thought like that in quite some time. The only people saying that are there who basically probably got their job through nepotism. And it's the only way they can get up in the morning if they say, yeah, I earned this. Your dad, the guy who runs the thing. Shut up. I know, I worked for this job. You don't even turn up. Shut up! It's in that sort of attitude, it's this sort of, and everyone around them is just bored of the pretense. They're just tired of the pantomime. And it's like, we can't stop the show, guys. And it's like, I can try. What I'm going to do, this is one of the reasons why I look at Trump like an Anakin Skywalker. He was saying he was going to go and drain the swamp, and everyone sits there and kind of goes, right, when? You seem to be inviting the swamp, and it's almost as if
he did drain the swamp straight into the White House.
Well, it's almost as if he's actually sort of bringing the swamp to the point of critical mass, if you will.
So drain the swamp, not drink it.
Well, no. When I mean critical mass, I mean if anybody knows a fraction of nuclear physics,
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I know
so,
what you're talking
so
about.
what you mean by a critical mass is basically the amount of uranium you need before it starts explodifying itself.
So it's Chernobyl 2, Washington Boogaloo.
Yeah, so what he's doing is he's almost compounding and compressing all of this horrible shit.
Yeah.
And all of it is being squeezed together just to see if it's going to explode. And I mean, you've looked at the Senate. Not one person can actually hold a straight face and said that they're conducting a fair trial right now. Nobody on the left or right. Anybody on the right trying to say that, they're just laughed at this point.
Yeah, I had that conversation on Twitter about this earlier, where I was like, the thing is, if they fold to a populist wave, which is kind of what's got Trump elective, if they fold to a populist wave to ensure, their re-election, can you really count on them to not be populist when the time counts? And I'm not sure if that's really the case. I don't know if you can.
But the problem is he's not populist when it counts, because a lot of people who voted for Trump were like, yeah, he will take people from Syria and shit like that. And then Iran happened, and like, yeah, we should go to war with Iran and shit like that.
Well, that's what I mean. Populists are more concerned with, he's very Jacksonian, but populists are more concerned with, I think, just the general attitude we've been talking about this entire time, just winning.
I'd argue
just winning the whole argument and
I'd argue he ran his election as a populist and then he ruled the fucking country as a conservative.
No, he is 100% more a populist than a conservative. Conservatives are much more moderate.
He's not autocratic.
Not in this country, they are.
He's only autocratic. He's only autocratic in the sense of how he runs the government. But as far as actually as a politician, this isn't somebody who does press conferences. This is somebody who talks to the media very, very infrequently and only in front of a helicopter.
Donald Trump?
Yeah, him talking is him tweeting. He'll go on Fox, and that's about it. But he doesn't actually do press conferences. When's the last time you saw a White House correspondent thing?
I don't know, but what's...
It's been a while now, isn't it?
Yeah, he shut them down. He doesn't want to talk to the press because they will actually, ask him hard questions. Something the rest of his, sycophants won't do.
That's not a conservative thing to do. Conservatives are much they're moderate compared to him.
Once again, not in this country.
What kind of conservatism do you mean? Social or economic or what?
I'd imagine, social economic conservatives, generally along the lines of Mitt Romney. I don't know where. I think we have this, especially at least in the United States. There's not a conception that there are good conservative arguments for a lot of things, when in reality, most conservatives and most people on the left are also mainly just moderate. Right.
Conservatism really just basically is a naturalist fallacy.
But let's be honest here. The people on the left
Hear me
in
out,
the
Dusty.
United States.
One second, Dusty. Once again. What I'm saying is that conservatism, if you want to nutshell it to, I'm not trying to sort of nuance it or anything like that. I'm just putting it down to its base salt. Okay, conservatism is what we were doing all right yesterday. That's it. That's
I think
obviously there's caveats to that, but what I'm saying is, in its nutshell, when you look at things conservatively, to conserve, it is really to do with preserving what happened before. It's traditionalism, when it comes to traditional socially or economically.
Robin, I just wanted to make a point. Something to add to that. I really see such a strong pressure for conservatives to force a certain outcome and not look at giving opportunity, if you know.
So I would say that within the United States, there's a huge wave of reactionary populism on the right. I also feel that is the case in a lot of circles on the left as well. But what I'm saying is, I would disagree with what you're saying about what conservatism is, Robin, because conservatism, like liberalism, has a long pedigree of philosophy. Edmund Burke, for example, wrote about what conservatism is about. I'm
trying to be very, very blunt here and
Mm-hmm.
very black and white about this.
I
And
suppose,
very often,
but-
and when you say liberalism, it's not really the opposite of conservatism. That would be progressivism.
Yeah.
So if you imagine liberalism, you can see liberalism on the right and on the left. Okay. So you have people like
Yes.
liberalism could be saying to somebody, well, if they're not harming anybody, what's the fucking problem here?
I think
conservatism kicks in and kind of goes, well, hang on a second, they weren't doing that yesterday. And you're like, well, what does that matter? Well, we want everyone to be doing what they did yesterday. So we can have some sort of normalcy,
What if
Everyone
the
just
value-
stay the same. Can't we just have things the same? And the progressives are saying, why can't we make a change?
This is the difference. What I'm saying is, I don't know what the value is in like going so bare-bones. The conservative position typically is that there are institutions that have been shown to work, and they want to be reformist as opposed to
That's not conservatism.
yeah, the conservatism is generally a reformist position as opposed when they trying to go for social change.
I'm saying that isn't.
I would say that if you want base most political philosophy in the United States, conservatism is based off of things like Edmund Burke and these other philosophers that talk about.
Yeah, but the thing is that you're what you're doing is you're taking historical bits of conservatism and not thinking about conservatism as probably the best way to describe conservatism is a donkey with all fucking feet dug directly on the ground, being dragged so fucking slowly towards something slightly different by progressivism.
I don't know.
Now they're digging their heels in real hard, and when they've moved there, I mean, if you ask, say, conservatives now, I don't hear many conservatives say these days, kind of going, maybe we shouldn't kill gay people. Maybe we shouldn't kill. But you notice they're not really saying that anymore because nobody says, why don't we have a debate about killing gay people?
Well,
nobody's having that debate anymore. Why are they not having that debate anymore? Because society has progressed. Well, the conservatives are not saying that anymore. They're not trying to reform and say, well, hang on a second, we've been spending the last 20 years or so, and we've really found that there's not a lot of gay people being killed. So maybe we should bring that back in. Aren't we?
Let me ask.
So that would be regressivism. Conservatism is saying, we're all right today, what the fuck? Why do we need to move on? Regressivism is when you take that progressivism and kind of go, I don't like that, I want us to go back to...
I don't think that simplification is worthy because, I mean... Okay, let me ask this. So what... The Overton window has moved, obviously, on gay rights issues, right? So, why are you not conflating the people who, are reactionary? Are you conflating reactionaries and conservatives, or because I don't think that all conservatives were the ones arguing, for example, to not allow gay marriage or even abolish gay marriage, right? I think that's more of a reactionary stance.
Well, yes, but it was the thing is that it's a reactionary stance once conservatism has lost.
Yeah, as far as from what I'm hearing what Robin's saying, I agree with the core base blunt approach that he's talking about. It makes sense. It's more stubborn form of I want what I remember to be the right way, as opposed to I want to try new things.
Well, it's more along the lines of, right, we're here right now. There's a lot less conservatives out there in the world are basically saying, let's kill gay people. Okay, we can at least agree upon this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in fact, quite a small percentage are. Almost to the point of really, they're just fringe idiots. Well, if you were to go back 50 years, your average conservative would be kind of going, we should be doing it at birth. Fucking, the moment we know. And that was the norm. That was what was considered normal. You would be castrating people if you found out that they, like the butt stuff.
Lobotomize.
Mm-hmm.
All kinds of different, let's call them treatments for this illness. Okay, so now
Sure.
that the, as you said, you want to call it an Overton window, but it's not really an Overton window. This is Overton window is really an individualistic thing, depending on the actual human being themselves. Everyone is right set dead in the middle of their own Overton window.
Whatever. Go
if
ahead.
you're a right-wing extremist, there's no one left to your right.
Sure.
Basically every Republican.
Yeah, so now you think that you're the normal guy trying to fend off the evil lefties
Wait.
who
Well,
have
okay.
taken over the world. The
I
thing
don't
is
wanna-
that your Overton window is always going to be different from mine.
I would okay. I guess when I talk about the Overton window, I'm talking about the social, general, accepted realm of discourse. Also, every Republican is not a super far right extremist. I feel like that's disingenuous.
We were talking about conservatives.
I didn't hear that at all.
Yeah, we were
I
talking
didn't
about
hear that at all.
I was talking about conservatism.
I know. I'm not saying you. I'm saying
When our moderate leftists or righties, yeah, they kind of are.
Wait, what? What are you talking about, laughing?
If you compare America to the rest of the world, our leftists are actually the fucking right of most of the other countries.
I don't know about that.
Yep, he's right. Obama would have been right wing in UK.
But anyway, yeah. What I'm saying to you is that conservatism generally, like I said, it is something that is constantly moving, just like progressivism is.
Okay, well, can I ask this?
If anything, probably the best way to describe it is imagine society as a car, and these are the people in charge of the brakes, and the conservatives are in charge of the brakes, and progressives are in charge of the accelerator.
Sure. Can you give me? So we put well, we were fine yesterday. So what is the progressive position? And go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Simplification, Robin, is what I'm asking you.
Okay. Well, progressively this obviously depends on what is at the time. So once again, this is, like I said, this is a moving sort of situation. So let's say 20 years ago, for example, progressivism would have been, shall we not lock up gay people? Shall we give women rights to, I don't know, work?
Well, no. Well,
now, no conservative is saying we need to take women's rights away. No conservative is saying we should be able to kill black people now. They're now complaining about whatever the progressives want today, and saying no, you can't have it.
Well, then, what is the purpose of conservatism?
I know.
What are you saying? Because I feel like this. It can't be that an entire
Conservatism has a purpose in that it keeps us from advancing in the wrong direction.
But it also has
Brakes
a tendency.
are useful.
Yeah, but it also has a tendency to slow progress too. So it's in that sort of a way. They're looking at somebody, when you're talking about somebody being a progressive. Well, a lot of these particular conservatives have decided to call them regressives as a lovely nickname, so that it can make people think that this is something bad, you see, rather than, when you hear the word progressive sounds great. So in order to actually sort of counteract that, they're noticing that somebody says, well, these people are looking for progress. It's the semantic idiocy routine.
Let me just say, okay, conservatives and Republicans in the United States, I'm going to disagree that they're basically considered far right. I think that is, at least in the United States, that's probably massive overgeneralization.
Only far left.
We're talking about concepts here, not people. Because people have specific flavors.
Only people in the far left would consider people who are conservative to be far right. The far right people are the regressive types who are looking to take back social they want to get rid of multiculturalism, for example.
And when you're speaking, Robin, I will assume that you're speaking on the concept level and not specific people.
Well,
and
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the thing, like I said, with the extreme right, certainly when it comes to conservatism, reactionaries, all that sort of thing.
So, I want to just also speak on a concept level about conservatism in the United States, for example, because the pedigree of conservatism does exist in the modern day philosophies of people who identify as conservative and act as conservative in the government. So and we might have positions that overlap. Liberalism applies to both the left and the right wing within the United States, but it may apply in different zones or in different ways, right?
Economic and social, really.
Sure.
Yeah, you can really separate a vast majority of things into either a social framework or an economic framework.
Sure. But there's also different emphasis in terms of the social realm. There's different emphases in what is the emphases thing.
Nuclear.
It was just starting to wind me up, you know.
You're right. It is in terms of conservatism.
He had his first go, and I thought he'll get it right next time.
Thank you.
No.
In terms of conservatism, they are they don't like the atomization 100% of how liberalism goes more into the individual. They like more of a family unit. But you think that there's actually overlap between a conservative position and a liberalist progressive position here, because nobody realizes this, but Marco Rubio, being a conservative from Florida, actually consistently argues on the House floor for maternity leave paid by the federal government for women. You would think that this is a progressive position, but it's
no, that wouldn't be a progressive position.
Congratulations, he's made it to the 20th century in the rest of the world.
Yeah, that's not a progressive position. If he was actually, certainly in this day and age, he should be doing maternity care for both husbands and wives. That would be a progressive position.
Yes, that would be a very progressive, considering...
Saying to a woman, oh, you can quit your job for a bit, he can't. That ain't a progressive position. That is actually
that's very traditionalist.
Yeah, it's a reinforcing of traditional gender roles there.
I've been waiting.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I just want to interject. I've been waiting like 20-ish minutes to make a statement.
God, it's not a bar, mate. Just order your drink. What do you want?
Yeah. I was just gonna say, when I really look and break down like the bulk concept of conservatism, I kind of look at it kind of like how you view a fence. Right, it's like, are you fencing the problem, or you're fencing yourself and sheltering from the problem? All right, like what side of the fence do you want to control, your side or theirs? And I see like a lot of arguments currently with conservative ideas right now to portray a more I want to control the outcome of a situation, which is kind of weird because, like you said earlier, progressivism is kind of like the opposite side of, you know. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but from what I recall, you said something on the lines of what I guess I hear: difference between equality and equity. And I just see a lot of equity arguments right now from the conservatives, which is really weird, but I can see why.
Well, I love this phrase, which was the government, in all its equality, has deemed that the rich and the poor cannot sleep under a bridge. That's the thing about equality for some people. Is that equality means that the rich person is and the poor person get charged the same.
So I'm in a pretty rough position because I feel like I have to take devil's advocate for the conservatism position. I mean, I'm not a conservative myself, right? I don't consider myself a conservative, but I do genuinely feel that like republicanism and Republicans in this, at least in the United States, right? There's not so much alignment with being so considered as far right. And you said before that only the far left people would consider that, but I'm having a hard time at least working to provide what seems at least like a viable and understandable argument for conservatism, because there is one. There is one, absolutely.
Well, when I was saying to you about the donkey dragging its heels, what I'm saying to you is that if progressivism has got a virulent sort of amount of effort that can be put into this, and that thing is dragging its heels along, it is society. This is the thing. If you look at conservatives, they're talking for society, and if this progressive thing, whatever it may be, has got the legs, it's got the chutzpah, got enough energy behind it, it's going to be able to move that donkey along, no matter how much it fucking kicks up a fuss. You know, you've got gay marriage now. You've got you've got gay priests in this country, so it's okay. It does happen. What I'm saying is that if that particular progressive idea doesn't have the gumption, doesn't have the effort, doesn't have the virulence behind it. It's not going to push that fucker, and so we stay. That's its advantage.
There's also the thing about,
but also, and what I was just about to say to you, it also turns round to the extremists and the reactionaries and goes, "Shut the fuck up, kid," or at least it should. It's not doing much of that.
Right?
Days.
Yeah. Right now,
and that's why it's undermining itself and making itself look like it is with the extreme right, because it is not very forgiving of the left.
I would agree with
far
that.
Too forgiving of the right. That's its problem.
On the reformist versus
Back in a mo.
What? Oh, well, yeah. Just let me. I was gonna say that. Typically,
he said back in the moment.
Yeah, I know. My one statement was that just typically when on that donkey analogy, you guys, that conservative would push, like, without that donkey, maybe, for example, whoever's pulling that fucking donkey would go flying off a cliff. Basically, the conservatives would rather take reformism and maintain institutions that have shown to have historical value to them, as opposed to somebody, let's say, who would say, let's abolish the concept of marriage entirely, right?
You're talking to a dude who still lives in a country where legal gay marriage doesn't exist, and we have gay prime minister.
Oh, don't worry. That's only been a couple of years here.
It's been since Obama was in office.
The thing here, like, literally, if this shit passes right now, there will be a shitstorm here. There need to be a round of generational education for this shit to pass.
Yeah.
But our government did a smart thing where they made a new law where people can get same benefits as marriage, but it's legal living together statute.
So it's just a civil union. It's not a marriage, quote unquote.
Yeah. And it doesn't discriminate on the gender.
Oh, and just as a reference,
a civil partnership.
Just as an understanding of where I come from on my arguments, a few years ago, I would definitely have considered myself a conservative, and in no way do I consider myself politically affiliated or tied to one specific group. The closest group that I would consider myself going towards is the orange liberalism, which was like basically 1930s to 1950s infrastructure, global markets.
I might be that.
Onset of, just kind of like basically like the growth of global capital trade and stuff like that. I'm more interested in those positions than anything else, but I still like the idea of opportunity for people in regards to like social policies and stuff. I'm really open as to where I wasn't a few years ago. So, and it's been a very interesting transition because the further away I go from a lot of people who would be considered to be top class conservative minded speakers, the more frail their arguments seem to be and are very heavily supported on like social peer pressure kind of positions on certain topics and such that it may sound like it's backed up from like a factual position, but it's really just
that is the problem of social conservatism a lot of the time. Is it's so because we think it's so, because everybody's agreed upon this.
It's so because we think it's so because we think it's so. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Circular reasoning,
And it really I don't think
what was it somebody said about what was it traditionalism is peer pressure from dead people.
Yes. That's a great fucking quote. I love that. Yeah. I actually haven't heard that, but it just immediately it just makes sense.
Yeah, it resonates well, doesn't it? And it's in that sort of a vein. Like I was saying beforehand, you get this within conservative circles as well, the older generations versus the newer generation. So you look at people who are social conservatives now, and they're battling, whatever, mainly sort of free speech. And when you sit there and you kind of go, what sort of free speech are you championing? I want to call that guy a nignog. And it's like, oh, great. Well, aren't you progressive? Aren't you pushing it forward? Some of them really, it's
I'm sure
honestly,
some of them.
It's
but
honestly down to things like, you know, people kind of going, why can't I call black people inferior? It's
I-
like, what, you know? And the thing is, for like some of the middle-aged conservatives and stuff like that, they don't want to go down that line. And
No,
the older
but-
ones learned that lesson a long time ago that it isn't wise. And so this sort of current crop of the conservatives, if you will, they're more regressives than actually conservatives, and they're trying to regress back to a period of time which nobody wants to go back to.
My opinion for that is that if they want to do
wouldn't-
that in their own home, that's on them. I
Yeah.
don't give a shit. They have the right to act and live in the way that they think is best, as long as it doesn't violate the freedoms and laws of the land.
But the same, the same free speech advocates are whining on about Facebook.
Just
And
because
and yet,
your
like,
freedom
Florida
to
government, the actual government of Florida, have banned the words climate change in their own government. So you can't
Really?
actually use in Florida. If you use the words climate change, you will be censored.
I don't. Is that true?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I
don't think that's not constitutional. That law would
It
get
sounds
struck
like it would
down.
be overridden by
That law would get struck down 100%.
Yeah, as soon as it actually gets taken to court, we have a lot of laws like that are unconstitutional, but they have not been taken to court yet.
Well, so Robin, what I was saying before you left was that I wouldn't consider those people that you're talking about conservatives, like legitimate conservatives. I consider them, I don't know, some fucking stupid off-breed of the fucking alt-right internet, whatever the fuck they are.
Okay.
One second, please.
No, I was just saying you've got to understand that I don't hate conservatism or conservatives. However, I understand that they're a very stretched out group. And what I mean by that is that the younger ones aren't conservative about things that the older ones are.
Yeah, I could see that. The thing I was mainly drawing as that when you were talking about that donkey digging his heels in, what that donkey's probably saying, by reformist, when there's social change to be happening, right? Because the opinions of the next generation are going to be different on average than the ones of the before. They want to, rather than disassemble the institution that they have, they would rather reform it than, take it away. As opposed, like, for example, add gay marriage into the thing, reform the institution of marriage, as opposed to disassemble the concept of marriage entirely, that you might hear the fucking whatever animal is pulling that donkey, right? If that donkey wasn't there, they'd just probably throw it out.
What? Yeah, I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that vibe from most people when it comes to progressivism. As far as sort of gay marriage is concerned, things like
Perhaps, I mean, this might be testament to the bubbles that exist within the media nowadays, but
who wants to ban marriage?
Not ban marriage, but probably just disassemble the concept of marriage entirely.
Yeah, but what is the concept of marriage?
I would suppose remove all the concept of marriage. Interesting.
Well, you're saying to me about these donkeys that don't want the concept of marriage destroyed, really, yeah?
Are you?
They're being drawn.
Let me say
the thing is,
institution.
I think what you're saying, the thing you're confusing here is that the donkey is just sat there still. It's being dragged by whoever, wherever, in whatever direction. Now, what you're alighting to, if you will, is along the lines of the rhetoric of people who are against said progressive sort of stance. For example, gay marriage. Do you notice how many marriages dissolved after that? Heterosexual ones. 0. Not one. Not one marriage died because gay marriage was a thing. And that's an evidence.
Can I?
So once that is evidenced, you've got to understand is that rhetoric is meaningless.
Are you okay? Can I ask a question? Are you specifically talking about the government's definition of marriage, like legal marriage, or are you looking at both, like religious view on what marriage is?
Talking to me?
Yeah, because I feel like I'm not clear as if are you saying like the people who want to reserve what marriage means, I would say could be conflating legal marriage as like the religious views of what marriage is, and I like to separate those two.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Because when I always approach the argument of gay marriage, I'm like totally for opportunity, and I'm looking at it in the legal standpoint. And if somebody wants to say, well, my religion says that marriage is not like this, then I'll say, okay, you might
marry a gay person.
But you're looking at it in a religious view. That's religious marriage. We're looking at a legal system of rights and opportunities here, and I'll argue for that all day.
I'm not talking about the religious end of it. It's probably a better word I should say is the institution. And in terms of people calling for like disassembling that entire thing, right? That on the farther end of the left spectrum, that would be the position, right? Of the donkey that's pretty much digging in its heels.
Well, dude, at that point, you're talking about like a spider with a tiny flick of web trying to move this motherfucker, because I'd have to look and find said people who are looking to actually destroy the actual institution of marriage and count them on my hand.
This is where we get into the perception, because when I do have discussions with people who consider themselves conservative and people I respect. In fact, one of my best friends I would consider, considers himself conservative, and yet for some reason our media cycles or whatever, the perception that there are people that they're definitely out there and making their voices be heard, that they think the concept of marriage is old and outdated and was built upon the foundation of discriminating women or hurting women, or was a sexist foundation to begin with, should be totally abolished from society.
I can understand that those people exist.
Yeah, those people are probably more present to them than they are to.
Yeah, but that's because we're talking about the existential threat thing.
So, what?
What if you can imagine? Yeah, I mean, what do you think's more scary to somebody, the ghost under their bed, or the hordes of evil army that's 200 miles away? What I'm saying is that the idea that a minor pocket of people on the left who are really radical feminists are going to suddenly have huge change over the way that the institute of marriage is just going to be abolished over the course of a couple of years or whatever like that. I mean, it's asinine on the face of it, just for the idea of it. I mean, like people are always worrying about this country, for example. A lot of conservatives sitting there kind of going, Sharia law. There's all these Muslims coming in. They're going to make Sharia law. And I'm sitting there kind of going, first of all, Sharia means law, so you're just saying law, which sounds fucking dumb. Okay, so you're not really fully informed about what's going on here. And if you have a look at Sharia law, it's not really that much different from most laws. And there's only about 4 million of them. And there's 65 million in total. And we live in a democracy, which means that a tiny minority of people don't necessarily get to tell us all what to do. It's weird like that. So if you have no faith in your institutions at all, and think that there is no robust measurement of checks and balances produced in your country, even though it's been surviving for several hundred years before you were born, sure, you should be worried. But I think you're over-egging it. I think you're overdoing it with said worry.
Mm-hmm.
They could outbreed us in 70 years. You'll be dead. It ain't your country at that point.
This is the thing. I feel like those that equates to the regressives of the conservative side, right? Those fucking super removing the institution of marriage are more or less equating to the regressives of the conservative side. Like they're
feeding
not
off each other.
They're not as prominent as I think either of us as much as we perceive them, right? Because they are more of a threat to our particular positions. Those far aggressive ones.
They generally tend to move the needle within their own circles rather than outside. Extremists tend to... I did this sort of example during Gamergate, which was when a group tries to push you and say, yeah, you're from the right, for example, yeah, they're going to squeeze all the centrists to push them over to the right. And we're going to defend those people on the right as well as ourselves and say, no. We're somewhere here in the middle. Once that's over with, the extremists on the right that we've saved tend to kind of go, let's go after them. Let's have a go at them. And if you're sensible people, you'll kind of go, no, mate, you can go fuck off. We're not going off to the right. We'll stick here. Problem is that you have a cohesion issue that kicks in, of course. If they can just nudge a little over to the left, little over to the left, little over to the right, little over to the right, and you can see everyone getting a bit separated. A lot of sheep sort of herd mentality kicks in. And people just nudge themselves a little over to there in order to keep the whole in a nice, cohesive manner. You know? And it's this sort of drawing and dragging that these extremists do of these groups, and it sort of squeezes the middle out. And so it's sort of like, if you agree on this, then you've got to agree on all of these other things. Otherwise, you're not part of us.
Well, sure.
You know?
Yeah, I'm just...
And
okay,
so you
I
put
guess.
people into this false dichotomy. You're either with us or you're with them. And so
Yeah, and I mean, that's
put-
not what we're doing to conservatives right now in this conversation, right?
Well, if you imagine conservatives do that to each other,
I'd imagine that
most groups do that to each other, if you know what I mean.
That's
There's,
most
there's a
groups.
certain
thing
subset
is-
of ideas that a group hold, and if they don't
Okay.
hold any of those particular things,
Here's-
then no. However, in certain other groups, some of them will agree upon certain aspects, but not agree as a whole. Now,
I
of
know,
course,
yeah.
you know, depending on the size of said group, this can mean that those people that don't
Okay.
wholeheartedly agree will be
Let me-
ostracized.
Let me ask. So if we're going to count the super far right people as not being conservative, rather they're regressive, then and the people on the median moderate left as being the progressive, moderate
Well,
right is
did you notice
conservative.
that? Yeah, I understand. I was just saying. Did you
So-
notice that I didn't actually pick whether it be right or left?
Yeah, no. I'm asking a question. Then what? So the regressive or the far right? Then what would we consider the far left? And
I'm sorry.
No, it makes sense.
No,
Okay,
no.
what we're struggling with is a semantic argument here, rather than what
Yeah.
somebody represents. Is that how the word sounds?
Well, yeah.
So when I say regressive, what I mean is that if you take conservatism and take it to its fullest extreme, you would have full stop. No social changes, good, bad, ugly, whatever. We are the same as we were last year, no matter what. That is the extremist possible argument that conservatives have.
Okay.
Whatever happened yesterday is going to happen tomorrow and the day after, no matter what. That's conservatism at its worst. Regressivism is saying it was better back then. At this point, we need to go back to there. At that time, that was when things were great. That's when America was great again. You know, that's regressivism.
So then what's the-
Progressivism is
Okay.
making changes, is making new changes, if you will. Regressivism is going and changing back. to
Yeah,
older ways.
that's what I stated. So then what is the equivalent of regressivism for the left, if you want to say?
Well, progressivism.
Well,
But I'm not. The thing is that when you hear that, you think that word is a positive. I don't think of it in a positive or negative light. I just think of it as a word.
so progressives are not dichotomized by conservatives.
It's not a good or bad.
In direction. You could be walking into a wall. You're still progressive.
Well, you're not really, actually. No, what I'm
No.
saying is you could be running. You could be. It's probably the best way to describe it is this: progressivism is moving you forward, whether you want to or not. Regressivism is moving you backwards, whether you want to or not. Conservatism is not moving anywhere, whether you want to or not.
So conservatism is in the middle of this?
No, it's a stagnation. It's really it's a stagnancy, if you will. It's neither forward or backwards. It's just let's keep it the same thing for a bit. And
Status quo.
Well, yeah, exactly. And you have a level. Of
Anyway, I want to break
Yeah,
you.
go ahead.
I'm leaving
Yeah,
you guys.
just- No worries.
It's
Take it easy.
3 a.m. and I'm
Holy
yawning
shit.
like crazy.
European time for you, innit? Much love, mate.
Yeah,
Take it
see you
easy.
later, guys. Maybe next week.
Yeah.
Hello.
So I mean, that's just on the
Yeah.
basic concept. If you imagine, I don't look at words and think of them in a
Okay.
particular positive or negative way, male or female. I'm just thinking about it, what it actually means. To progress is to go forward. To regress is to go back. It really is
and
that
it's
simple.
I guess what your definition of progress is variant.
I mean, a midlife crisis is a bit of a regression. It doesn't make it a bad thing, you know.
No,
Kids
yeah,
get to
okay.
drive around in a two-seater for a bit.
All you're saying is tools are tools, and how you use them determines how good it is.
Well, the meme that I love is, and it basically says it's all about perspective. The sinking of the Titanic was a godsend to the lobsters in the ship's ship's kitchen. You know, fucking miracle, brilliant, good for us. You know, And the thing is if you have a look at progressivism, in some cases, I think the problem with progressivism is not so much about progress, but about speed.
I really don't like. Yeah, I'm going to continue, but I really don't like how neutral words are taken and perverted by movements who feel like the need and justification to take such a neutral and such a universal word and to make it theirs and only theirs. To me, it's pretty much one of the most destructive utilities of politics. Is to take things like that and to just continuously polarize and shift things and say, hey, this is ours.
So
progressivism. But we have this thing in the United States wherein our progressives are actually just arguing, please just catch up to the rest of the first world. We're not even trying to progress past what we already know works. We're just trying to catch up to what we know.
You're actually, America is in this sort of tug of war thing going on where you go back and forth. I mean, we were talking about Mr. Donald Trump earlier, who was loosening restrictions on landmines. Why? Obama.
So he can find the border.
Fucking Obama. He sees something with Obama's name on it, and it must be killed. So this is a dangerous sort of precedent for someone to set, because it's basically saying, yeah, fuck the Geneva Convention.
Oh, we already said that back with Bush.
Yeah. So if you will, you could say he's a conservative.
What?
But you could also say that he's a regressive, because he is basically taking a lot of this down.
We tortured people. We punished no one. The Geneva Convention.
If you can,
no, it was called enhanced interrogation.
If you can show me where that violates the Geneva Convention, sure.
What, torture?
In that in the particular manner that they did it, yeah.
Torturing people, yes, that's against the Geneva Convention. Torturing people to find out information is against the Geneva Convention. Actually, getting information out of somebody who is considered an enemy combatant is against the Geneva Convention. Also, showing them off, putting them on state television, for
humiliating them.
Yeah, humiliating them. All this is all against the Geneva Convention. This has been around for. It's not like torture's a new thing.
It's just like, everybody's like, we're gonna lose our rights. Patriot Act. It basically removed fucking a good chunk of them. It's unconstitutional as hell, but nobody wants to take it to court.
I don't understand why you think that torture is, okay with the Geneva Convention. I don't understand why.
No, I don't necessarily. I don't think it's okay with the Geneva Convention. I just don't. I'm just not willing to say, well, that was definitely a violation of the Geneva Convention when I don't understand either the Geneva Convention or the full extent of what was done.
That would be why you'd question it, because you're not really
informed
on the subject. But I mean, you can have a look at the convention. It's been around for quite some time. So I mean,
what kind of torture did Bush do? If you guys were more educated,
well, it was they renamed it extraordinary rendition.
Well, no, that was one
enhanced interrogation.
No. Extraordinary rendition was flying people to black sites so you could torture them in other countries that didn't have laws against torture.
Yeah, because it's also illegal to do most of the shit we did to those prisoners on our actual land, so we did it someplace else.
So
that made it okay.
Yeah, so we if you imagine, it's not torture if you want to just read it by the letter of the law, but sending somebody over to another country that you know is going to torture them, that is against the letter of the law.
So you mentioned okay, but I mean, yeah, but that didn't answer my question. Like, what part, like, what kind of torture was done, and how does it violate the Geneva Convention? Is what I'm asking.
All torture's violating the Geneva Convention. Whether you put people in the stress position, whether you waterboard them, whether you sleep deprive them, they're all methods of torture. Waterboarding definitely happened. And waterboarding is basically they strap you on a plank,
and drown,
hold a towel over your head, and then pour water all over you.
Have you ever heard of a guy called Christopher Hitchens?
I've heard the name.
He lasted what, 8 seconds?
Yeah. he was actually a proponent for it and wanted to prove that it wasn't as bad as people thought.
Yeah, but you can't.
Didn't
You
work
can't.
out for him.
You can't really resist your brain going, "I'm drowning. Dear God, make this stop."
Well,
The trouble, one of the big troubles with torture is that people will tell you anything to make it stop. So if you're going to torture, there is nothing to say that the information you get using torture is accurate, and that's the big problem with torture.
Well, here's a question. Okay, do you think that waterboarding was, say, cruel?
Exceptionally.
How about
guys? I'm talking to Alejandro.
Yeah, sure. It's cruel.
Do you think it was sort of a bit of an outrage to somebody's dignity, for example? Or do you think it might have been humiliating for them too?
I guess I'm not sure what. I mean, I'm not sure what that would mean. If
putting somebody into a position where they are in fear for their lives, they may shit themselves because of the state that they're in, because of it. Where you're giving somebody no option than to feel as if they're drowning.
Assuming that, yeah, okay.
I mean, the feeling of, say, I don't know, somebody being killed for, I don't know, electrocution, for example. Imagine you pretending to electrocute somebody to death. Not quite electrocuting, so they don't die. It's not like you're boiling their organs or anything. But you're just running a small current through. It's okay, isn't it? It's not like electrocuting, just a little bit. You know? It's like, you don't drown, if you were to say, yeah, we drown people as a form of torture, you'd call that torture, wouldn't you?
I'd call that murder.
Dipping somebody's head under the water to the point where they can't even, they've like stopped kicking and then draw them out.
Is that what? That's not waterboarding, is it?
Would you consider that torture?
But that was torture, sure. But
all you're doing, like I said, I mean, you're not electrocuting somebody, for example. You're just giving them a little bit of electricity. It gives them the pain of the electricity, but you're not actually electrocuting them. That's what you're really saying when it comes to this. You're basically kind of going, yeah, but their feet aren't wet, so it's not drowning, is it?
Well, I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm sort of saying that in a rhetorical way. But really, I mean, what the difference between bobbing somebody's head underwater and putting somebody's head under actual water so they can't breathe, the only difference here is really the wetness of my feet.
Waterboarding, well, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't think waterboarding is that. Waterboarding is the cloth that's over the face, and then they pour water.
Which simulates drowning.
The idea is that
actually, the water's pouring, you cannot breathe. You are
interesting thing, because they pour it, down the nose and area. Interesting thing. I believe in the records that I listened to, of those enhanced interrogation times, there was, I think he was a member of Hezbollah or either the Taliban, being interrogated like that. They would pour water, but he managed to open his mouth in a way that made it flow out into his nose and flow out his mouth, which basically they couldn't crack him. I'm not saying it's all right. I'm just saying that's just interesting.
I've just posted a link about things that happened in Abu Ghraib.
The key to
remember that place?
Torture is doing it in such a way that you don't kill them. You can't get any information if they actually die. That's why you don't drown them. You waterboard them. You don't actually electrocute them. You shock them.
Well, I mean, like I said, torture doesn't work because you get what you want. If you're being tortured, the person getting tortured tells you what you want to know, so it stops. What you do is you go, right, mate, we've got you. What can we do for you? How can we get you and your family? What can we do for you? And you get them. You don't torture them. You get them, and you say, "We've got you. You go down. But how can we help you and your family?" And you work on them that way. As far as
a device on actually getting somebody to give information about Al Qaeda and the whole sort of business with Bin Laden, the biggest device that was used most effectively was a packet of biscuits, a little packet of cookies to the Americans. The guy's already in prison. He's got his red suit on. He's not going to go anywhere.
He's in prison without trial. Remember that part.
And the guy's turning up to him and going, "You want a biscuit?" In other words, getting them to actually trust you is to say, look, we're the good guys here, mate. We're the good guys. We're not the bad guys. If you're the torturers, you are the bad guys.
There was a method used by the British soldiers in Northern Ireland, and it was called Hearts and Minds.
I mean,
And that meant that instead of being horrible to people, you treated them civilly.
And you don't ask questions you don't know the answer to, which means it's kind of pointless, really.
Torture doesn't work.
So these guys were sentenced to prison.
They were not. They were not sentenced until we moved them to our country.
Illegally.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the people who committed the torture acts that were outside. Considering that it says it's not applied by the Geneva Convention, then the American U.S. Supreme Court overruled that, and then 11 soldiers were charged with dereliction of duty, maltreatment, aggravated assault, and battery.
That's Abu Ghraib, right?
Yeah, Abu Ghraib. Yeah.
Yeah, that they weren't sort of done for the torture. They were done for taking fucking pictures of it. That's what they were done for.
Well, yeah, it got.
I mean,
wait,
that's
what is that? They were done.
What I mean is, all that was going on in Abu Ghraib was not just a few bad actors doing some bad acting, and then the governments found out. No, it was government-issued bad acting that got found out because the bad actors decided to photograph themselves and somebody got that information out to the papers. That's what was going on.
We know who ordered this shit, and we never punished them. We only punished the people who were doing it. We punished the people who follow the orders, not the people who gave them.
The people on the photos.
Of course, that would require us to,
those guys thought
punish Bush.
those guys thought that this was so okay that they were getting photographs of them taken with them. They didn't see, they got to the point where they were so desensitized to the conditions that were going on there and thought that they were immune from prosecution so much that they're just taking photos with their mates. I mean, if I was in a position like that and I was working for the army and stuff like that and I was in that sort of place, last thing I would want to do was having taken my picture with it. I would really not want anyone to know that I'd worked there if I thought it was that bad.
So who ordered it then?
Donald Rumsfeld, definitely. Donald Rumsfeld's been around since the 60s, mate.
I know who he is.
In Iran-Contra, in all kinds of places.
I know who he is.
So he's just a dirty, dirty actor. He's always has been.
No.
Yeah, if you've not heard Christopher Hitchens, he's he was pro-war, but not for religious reasons. Let's say that.
And then, of course, there was Obama, where he dropped a bomb via drone on a teenage American citizen.
Yeah, Obama definitely did not. I thought Obama's foreign policy was actually very, very, very trash.
His foreign policy was Bush's foreign policy.
No.
Most of his policy, in fact, was Bush's policy. Just kept shit going.
I would disagree, but Obama was far. I feel like he was far too concerned, especially when it comes to Syria, for intervening. The red line idea with Syria, even though they did use chemical weapons against their people, yet there was no retaliation.
Actually, we've got more information since then, and it wasn't actually the Syrian government that used those weapons.
It was okay. I'm gonna need evidence of that 100% because that just doesn't seem to be evident at all to me.
What was this? Sorry.
That Bashar al-Assad did not use chemical weapons on his own citizens. Because it seems to me that he absolutely did use chemical weapons on his own citizens.
But the obvious issue that we have here is
And you know that how?
when did the Russian propaganda start kicking in?
Are you talking about me?
I'm gonna go ahead and step out. You guys
What
have
I'm
fun.
saying is
Yeah,
RT
have a good one.
have been around for quite some time now, guys.
Yeah,
And-
RT.
Yeah, and the whole sort of the thing is that Russia have been playing these games since the early 2000s.
What does this have to do? Are you saying that they are spreading misinformation about Bashar al-Assad and the chemical weapon attacks?
Well, that
No, they spread disinformation about everything, and they don't even spread disinformation so much. I would say because they don't make stuff. Well, they do make lots of Russian outlets make stuff up. RT doesn't tend to make stuff up, although they do sometimes. But it's more a misinformation so much as it's designed to get you to question your understanding of what is happening, not toward any conclusion, but just so that you no longer think what you're being told by the other members.
But that's my question though. Like, what? So is RT saying that Bashar al-Assad was not using chemical weapons on its citizens?
Well, I mean, no, they'll say there's question being raised as to whether or not Bashar al-Assad committed chemical weapons on his people.
There's questions being raised about climate change.
I was responding to laughing, saying that
there's questions being relayed on smoking-related health.
We've actually determined it was ISIS that deployed said weapons.
Laughing. I'm fairly sure that is not true. I'm fairly
at the moment.
I'm fairly sure that it is not true.
You guys argue this amongst yourselves for a second. I'm just going to go smoke this.
Go ahead. I'm fairly sure it's not true, and I'm pretty sure Bashar al-Assad was the one who deployed those chemical weapons against his own, citizens, right? That being said, Obama's response to that was not really a response at all. And we have to ask ourselves in light of this, what does it really mean to have an international law when somebody can break it and nothing happens to them?
We break it every day.
We don't. Okay, break it every day. That's.
We are currently illegally inside 9 different countries.
That's a claim that you seriously have to support because illegally.
What legal claim do we have to be in Iraq?
Thank you for bringing this up. So what? Okay. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to help him because we do have an agreement, a status forces agreement with Iraq, so that's a bad argument. But we do, in fact,
kicked us out. We
in fact have no agreement. We in fact have no agreement whatsoever with Syria. We technically have invaded that country.
We don't have any troops in Syria anymore. That's fine.
We do. We have 50 troops. We had like 50 troops on the border with Syria, and we also had a number of troops inside Syria for the purposes of training and assisting other troops and
the Kurdish forces primarily, right?
Right, but the point is that they were there not with the support, and in fact with the opposition of the Assad government, and Obama put those people in.
And there's a question.
We don't have actual foot soldiers inside the country does not mean we're not there dropping bombs.
Okay. First, when it comes to Syria, recognition of whether or not we should, ask their permission to fight ISIS when it comes to the Kurdish, because the Kurdish are the ones they were fighting them. We were supporting the Kurds. I don't know about the other 50 troops. Sure. When it comes to Iraq, there is a military agreement. I don't know what other 9 countries you may be speaking of. And also that's the United States.
Military agreement with a country we fucking made. We invaded, we destroyed their country, we installed a government, and we have an agreement with them.
Are you even aware of why the invasion in Iraq even took place?
Because we were lied to.
No, we weren't lied to. I don't know.
Where's the weapons of mass destruction?
We did find weapons of mass destruction, though we did not find. Yes, we did. There's a Department of the Army report that came out in 2009 that detailed 550 sarin and mustard gas warheads found in the desert in Iraq.
You mean the ones we sold to them?
No, the ones that they were supposed to get rid of.
Warheads.
Those are classified as WMDs under international law.
I just wanted to just sarin gas warheads, yeah.
Sarin gas. I believe sarin, sarin mustard gas. Now, the Iraq issue. Now, I don't believe it was a lie. This is why. I read the NIE report, or I should say, actually, I read the chemical weapons portion of the NIE report, which is the National Intelligence Estimate before we invaded Iraq that was given to Congress. This estimate said that there was a lot of intelligence that, there was a lot of weapons capabilities and things that the Iraq government was not dismantling post the Gulf War, like Saddam Hussein was supposedly agreeing to do. He also wasn't allowing peacekeeping troops into his nation to prove that his dismantling of his WMD facilities were happening. The reason the Gulf War happened, by the way, is because he did use WMDs on Iranians, and he invaded Kuwait as well.
But what did he do to us?
That was the first Gulf War. That was perfect. Nobody's got a problem with that.
Yeah, no, but the Iraq War stems directly out of that because the UN tried.
I actually do have a problem with that because we shouldn't be the police of the world.
I'm going to have to. Okay,
what did they do to us? Why?
Let me say this. So, when it comes to military intervention, I think it really depends on the intervention because it really depends also on the situation. But let me just. But for this example, right? So, I believe Bush was at least trying to somewhat enforce international laws and make sure that Saddam Hussein did not ultimately invade and try and kill innocent people again, right? Saddam Hussein was not a very nice guy if we go by all standards, right?
But he was our guy. He was our guy. But
neither is the vast majority of the dictators we actually support.
By the way, my understanding is that
we support them because they're stabilizing.
The chemical weapons that were found in 2009 in Iraq were left over from previous. They were sort of understood to have already been there. They were previously declared. We knew they were there already, so that wasn't. They weren't.
Well, we knew that I don't there because we sold it to them to fight Iran.
No, it was more along the lines of they'd already been rid of, and there's trace amounts of this sarin gas apparently on these warheads because they'd already been dumped.
Wait, what? No, I could pull up the Department of the Army report that states the munitions that they found, but in terms of them actually knowing that they were there, we didn't. Also, where do you? Okay, first off, before that, why do you say that we sold them Geneva Convention illegal weapons?
Because we did.
How? Who? Really? Did you really sell them?
You sell it to a third party without an end user agreement on it, and the third party just ships it on by the by. It's how people get round things like. Do you remember the embargo on South Africa about 20 years ago, 30 years ago?
I'm just going to read from this is called foreignpolicy.com. The United States government may be considering military action in response to chemical strikes near Damascus, but a generation ago, Americans' military and intelligence communities knew about and did nothing to stop a series of nerve gas attacks, far more devastating than Syria, blah, blah, blah. 1988, during the waning days of Iraq's war on Iran, one that we asked them to start. The United States learned through satellite imagery that Iran was about to gain a major strategic advantage by exploiting a hole in Iraqi defences. US intelligence officials conveyed the location of the Iranian troops to Iraq, fully aware that Hassan's military would attack with chemical weapons, including sarin and lethal nerve agent. The intelligence included imagery and maps about the Iran in troop movements, as well as the locations of Iranian logistics. Officials have long denied acquiescence to American Iraqi chemical attacks, insisting Hassan's government never announced he was going to use the weapons, but retired Air Force Rick Francona, who was a military attaché in Baghdad during the 1988 strikes, painted a different picture. The Iraqis never told us that they intended to use nerve gas. They didn't have to. We already knew.
Yeah, no, it is a fact that the nerve gas that Iraq possessed.
That was just us.
That we gave them.
Okay. And that's just proof of us knowing that they had them and that they were willing to use them, and us giving them data in order to use. Then we have the UK secretly supplying Saddam. Obviously, we used to call it farm equipment back in those days.
Okay, well, what? Okay,
we supplied them with tanks. We called it farming equipment, but it was actually tanks. So if you imagine the idea of us selling him gases and stuff like that, if anything, we would have sold them the methods in order.
When did the Ba'ath Party fall?
Well, at the end of the Second Iraq War.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking, because it says in 2009 they declared the Iraq War. They declared that these bunkers were here. So what happened first? The bunkers with the five former chemical production facilities.
Okay, you have to go quite a way back. But if you imagine, Iran are not really people that like the UK and the US for some reason.
We know exactly why. It's not.
Let me help the guy out. Let me help the guy out. Exactly. Do you know much about the history of Iran and its relationship with the West?
I get.
Okay.
Well, I guess not.
We can go back, centuries if you like. But really, the real crux of this one was 1953. So this was around a guy who was basically elected to lead the country, who was a Democrat. He was American sort of centric kind of a guy. Nobody had a problem with him. However, we as in British Persian, which was the name of the company at the time, it's called BP now, owned all the oil that came out of Iran. And he decided that 30% of the revenues coming out of that oil should go to the people of Iran. We decided that he was a communist. So we got rid of him. That included actually bombings and killings of other human beings and stuff like that, and blaming them on him, to the point where he was basically taken over. We helped take him over by installing somebody who was a Shah, which is basically a king or a queen in those sort of places. They did something which was really weird. They banned the burqa back then.
This is Iran?
Yeah. Bizarrely, you see these videos and pictures of people in Iran and stuff like that, yeah, and you see all, they kind of go, look what it was like back then, before the Muslims came in. But if you didn't know, those ladies wouldn't even be allowed to wear a burqa. They wouldn't be allowed to wear a hijab. It was actually banned. And this was during those sort of times. This Shah was essentially a dictator. I mean, he was getting money in, so he was doing some progressive things and stuff like that, but he was essentially the sort of, I suppose probably the best way to describe him is he was Iran's Pinochet. Probably the best way to describe him. And then there was a massive revolution that took him over. That was the Iranian revolutionary forces that are in control today. So Iran doesn't really have a great relationship with us, because we tried to take them over with a coup. During these particular times, we decided that Iraq, who was a great friend of ours, because we really liked Saddam Hussein, even though he was a brutal dictator.
And by the way, I don't mean to derail or anything, but it's not like we've ever, apologized or even, felt like we've done anything. Like the CIA admits that they absolutely, yes, did 100% back and throw the dude and replace him with the more pliant, person, and we're just sort of fine with that. We think this is we see nothing to apologize to the Iranians over for having done this.
Yeah, and basically we got Saddam Hussein, our great ally, to attack Iran for us. And so when he went to attack Kuwait, he thought he had us on his side. But he forgot about the Saudi Arabia.
Iran for you.
Yeah. He was our boy. We're talking about what's his face?
It's not the only person we've done this to.
It's just one brick in our massive interference in the Middle East.
We played Muammar Gaddafi essentially the same way in Libya. We set him up. There's all sorts of John McCain, and
Donald Rumsfeld again, comes up in all of
meeting with
this?
the guy, all sorts of, probably Hillary. Actually, now that I think about it, I say probably. I don't actually know.
Well, no, but this is all coming. This is all stemming from the
in the early
Kissinger sort of white man's burden kind of deal.
Oh, I think you guys are. So you mainly have a problem with the realist foreign policy school. That's coming.
And then, like 2009 or whatever, we decided to invade the guy because it's problematic.
But that's not realism, you see. That's just basically we're in charge, so we best make sure that. Mate, we're talking to a Brit here. We know this. We do gunboat diplomacy, mate. This is what we've done for centuries.
We invented it.
So realism in the school in foreign policy school is effectively the realpolitik, the idea of taking. Well, it's.
Do you not acknowledge the pretentiousness of that position? I take the real politic of how this. We use the realism form of foreign policy.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to explain to you
foreign policies that don't acknowledge the real world.
Drew. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Donald Rumsfeld and Henry Kissinger and people like that, they belonged to a school of I guess geopolitics called realism, and realism typically
realpolitik,
realpolitik is they typically do things. I guess I'm not educated enough into it, but effectively it's align yourself with my enemy of my enemy is my friend, even if it's a bad fucking person, even if it's they have ends justify the means kind of deal. I don't like realpolitik. I'm more of a liberal internationalist.
That's why everybody hates us. Realpolitik is why everybody hates us.
As being a shithead, I think calling it, realpolitik is sort of like that's.
It's Henry Kissinger. He's an egotistical tosser.
Well, I think maybe you need to read more on the geopolitical theories, because there's like liberal internationalism. But the thing about
he's just laughing at the irony of the name.
It's not really
sure.
It's more like a deliberate, if you can establish that your school of thought is the realism school, then it sort of casts shade on all of the other schools of thought. They're essentially not seen as not real.
When it comes to geopolitical discussion, it's not really valued as such. What I mean by that, but the thing is, when it comes to geopolitics or foreign policy, if you want to have further at least interests abroad, I don't know what you guys think of foreign policy, but some realist position has to happen in some areas. You do have to align yourself with shadier characters, the lesser of two evil options.
Why?
What, Drew?
Why do you have to align yourself with the lesser of two evil options? Like, how about?
Okay, so in the geopolitical scheme, there are actors, let's say, that genuinely view things the United States interest of democracy or liberalism, right? That is the main foreign policy objective that we have in spreading our influence across the world.
We go, right there.
Yeah,
right there. That's the problem, right there.
Yeah,
but the manner.
That's the bit about the realpolitik everybody hates.
That's not real. That's not realpolitik. That's the.
That is the problem, you see. Because
realpolitik is the manner.
Hear me out, mate. Hear me out. What I'm saying to you is this: that bit about the whole spreading democracy to everybody else. Yeah, that's the ends in which you justify said means. So when you're saying, well, we're going to spread democracy out to everybody else, how are you all going to do that? Oh, we're going to side with these dictators because they're expedient to us right now.
Mm-hmm. That's the realist position.
But that's not. It's literally counteracting the entire thing. Without your means, you never get to your ends. If you're saying we want to promote freedom across the world, and by doing, in order to do that, we're going to side with people who are dictators. Freedom, dictator. Can you see the mismatch?
Not even dictators, really, although we do that too. But we will sign with people who are of the create a system of democracy that then elects people who take freedoms away from people.
Okay, let me go ahead, laughing.
The fun part's when we tell them fix your shit. Then they try to, and then we assassinate that leader because they tried to do something we didn't like.
Okay. So yes, the United States government, right, or governments who are major powers in the world try and spread the influence through similar ideals and their governments, right, and similar governments. This is geopolitics 101, especially when it comes to major powers. This is how they work. This is the case for other governments as well. Governments who also view our particular set of ideals as threats to their particular system of government. Realists generally will say, I do not want your threat, your threatening ideals, let's say, for example, the influence of a USSR, and they will take a realist position, support the dictator to stop at all costs the communists' flow. When it comes to geopolitics, I'm of the opinion that sometimes you have to make the lesser of two evil choices because you need to have influence in the region. Otherwise, if you give up your influence in the region, not only do you just open it up for the other major players to enter into that region.
No, I get you. The thing is what influence, though? Because it's actually quite important. Yes. If you're going to have influence, surely, say, the influence over Iran shouldn't mean that they want death to America. Because the influence that we have in Iran is they want to kill us. We want to kill them. That's the influence that we have by being in there.
We influence them through a variety of means. If we're talking about Iran, right? The way the United States conducts its influence on the world stage is through economic and military soft power, and then occasionally hard power. Go ahead, Drew.
Stop laughing, Drew.
No, sorry. I mean, the thing about using hard power, which is obviously some shit that I think the realists are a bit too gung-ho on, is that I do agree with them that if you're going to use soft power, you're also going to need some amount of hard power to back it up, right? If your military means nothing, then you actually effectively have no influence.
I mean,
not necessarily.
Oh yeah, I don't.
In what sense?
Well, soft power, like one example usage of soft power is using financial system to freeze bank accounts and make it so that people can't spend any money. There's a run on the currency and all that stuff. That's pretty fucking disruptive. That causes some crazy stuff, but that's still considered a soft power tactic. You don't need a military to do that. You just need a banking system that everyone uses.
Though military is another field around which. So if we have military soft power in an area where threats of deterrence are actually real. For example, I guess we could say Qasem Soleimani's bombing, right? Now, this move, if you ask me, was the most random and weird move because it's evident that the Trump White House has no strategy involved when it comes to geopolitics.
Oh, this was just to distract. That he killed a man just to distract from his impeachment. That.
Sure. Yeah, that as well. That's actually a fair point. But he doesn't have strategy when it comes to geopolitics. But you do see that show of force allowed us to exert an amount of soft power militarily. The kind of Iran alienating themselves through the over defensive response, even going so far as shooting down a passenger plane, which I would argue is a direct result of their extreme wariness of the U.S. military response, shows that we do have an effect in soft power. Now, economic soft power is real.
You really?
Whoa.
Okay. I'm gonna let Drew jump in on this one.
I didn't really have anything. I just thought it was. I mean, yeah.
Go on then, Pug.
Can I, Laughing? You said we indirectly killed them.
Yeah, they shot that plane down. Why? Say it again.
They shot the plane down because I guess they were really freaked out.
That we were going to fly in there and bomb the shit out of them.
Understand this. They did aim their missiles and they purposely missed. This is evident that they purposely missed the U.S. bases in Iraq when they tried to retaliate. And in Iranian media, they claimed that they killed 80 soldiers when in reality they killed nobody.
Right.
They were worried of retaliation from the United States. It makes sense. But Laughing, I'm going to say this, man. I do not think I think the responsibility of those actions is absolutely bearing down upon the Iranian government. The thing is,
everything you do has consequences. Everything you do can have a backlash in an unexpected direction.
Yes, I agree.
The unexpected direction of the backlash of bombing their general was them shooting down a fucking passenger jet.
And that's very unfortunate and very sad. But when something happens, like this is just as a general concept. If something happens to me and it affects me and somebody else's actions, I do something stupid because of how their actions affect me, it is not their responsibility that I did that thing. It is my responsibility. And the Iranian government has to act as an agent as such. It is not the United States' responsibility, as unfortunate as those deaths were and how we may have contributed to them. In fact,
whose
go ahead.
Can I just ask, whose responsibility is it then of having airstriking an Iranian leader on Iraqi soil? Who should be going down for that war crime? Because that was a war crime.
That was an act of war.
Can you define? Can you? Okay, how was it a war crime? I'm unfamiliar in that.
Necessarily, I'm just curious
what the second in command of a nation you are not officially at war with. You have decided to basically just drop a bomb on that person.
Yeah.
Simply for the fact is you don't like them. On somebody else's soil.
More than we don't
Robin,
like.
on somebody else's soil, not even your own. It's not like this person was an immediate threat to you in your own country. It's
not like
actually in somebody else's country.
We've done all this before, though. We dropped a bomb on Anwar al-Awlaki in Yemen, I believe, which is a country we had no official agreement with whatsoever, who was an American citizen at the time, and that was done under Obama. So I don't really see why this is.
This is what I mean. Is that what we're kind of doing is so what if I killed your dog? It's your responsibility not to beat the shit out of me for it.
Robin. So that what you're saying there does make sense.
Yeah, you know, just because I killed your dog in front of your sister, that doesn't mean you have to punch me. You should just go to the police, sir. You know, have some fucking personal responsibility. That's sort of attitude.
But
I'm sorry, mate, but America had already sort of rung the bell.
Allow me. So
no bell ringing. Nobody's getting upset.
Well, then let me ask this: why was Soleimani even a target? Right?
It's because the Iranian special forces were designated as a terrorist group in April.
There's much more than that.
But that's the truth.
But it is. They
we were singing his praises. We were singing his praises last year while he was dealing with ISIS.
I wouldn't say we're singing his praise before. We're happy to work with him. It's a lesser of two evils, sort of
real
thing.
politic, isn't it? And now he's a terrorist, and we kill him. And we're the good guys, aren't we?
Evil, and
I would have rather never worked.
We use people to kill people we don't like, and then we kill them.
I'm not a real politic.
I'm just saying is this is real politic. This is the means to the end.
This may be a real politic move. But the action, right? Whether or not it's a war crime, I'm uneducated on it. I would love it if you could show me how. But the Soleimani, right? Absolutely, when it comes to in Iraq, we do have a military agreement in Iraq. I'm fairly sure that it wasn't against international law for us to even do that bombing on Soleimani, as well as Soleimani is, directly responsible for Iranians funding of many proxy groups that carried out attacks on U.S. citizens since he's been a thing. He's funded Hezbollah and Hamas, who commit incredible destabilization.
It must be awful somebody coming into a country and trying to kill your people.
Gee, I wonder what somebody does.
So what is that? What does that mean?
What I mean is, dude, is that when you're looking at this person, you just see everything he's doing wrong.
Yeah, and I'm not advocating for a real politic position. But I'm not saying that I'm sad that he's gone.
You're completely missing the fact that there is more than one actor in this.
The reason Iran's doing the things they're doing right now is because of what we did in the 50s.
Well, let me go back to what ought the United States to do as a geopolitical power in the world of geopolitics? What ought they to do when there is a power, right?
Defend our country.
I think an isolationist position will just surrender way more than you might realize to country.
The thing is that you're entering into the false dichotomy thing. I was just complaining, let's say, of the American military bombing a second pretty much in command of an entire nation in somebody else's country, exasperating an issue that has already been inflamed by the fact that the same country that ordered this particular thing has decided to tear up an agreement that everyone was abiding to. Just out of nowhere, just because, well, I'm in charge now. Fuck it. Obama signed this shit. I've got to do that. All that crap.
I'm not defending his actions.
I ask you this.
Okay.
What fucking point has Iran got to trust us about anything? What point has Iraq got to trust us about anything? Because we're so fickle, and I'm talking about we, as in the United States and the UK, because we are really the main sort of problem for most of them. The French kind of come along.
Yeah,
the Italians are kind of going, well, we're not really doing anything. We've got enough people guarding the coast right now. Do you want a battalion?
I mean, give China this, right? They're consistent. Give Russia this. They have a type. They stick to it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
What I'm saying is
what is the question?
What the point I was trying to point out to you is that those aren't particularly good interventionist things to do. I'm not saying that interventionism is bad. I'm saying there is bad interventionism and good interventionism.
I was probably more responding to laughing there. Sorry.
I would be saying that if you say to somebody, what we did there was wrong, and what we did here was wrong, and what we did here was wrong, that is not them saying interventionism is bad. It's just them saying the interventionism that we did do was wrong. And I think that's when I hear that, that's my little radar of this person isn't acting in good faith, because you're arguing the idea of interventionism rather than something being either a good interventionist model or a bad interventionist.
I see.
And the worst thing you fall into, of course, is ends justifying the means. Because when we put the ends justifying the means, as you said, at all costs, all. The moment you start to get yourself into the point where it's at all costs, that's when all gets got. That's when you lose it. The Germans wanted to basically make Germany great again at all costs. No?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not trying to not act in good faith. It's easy to fall into a hole.
Right. That's why
right?
I've made that. That's why I put this
to
you.
Yeah, sure. Also,
don't fall into that pattern of behaviour of arguing against the idea, rather than differentiating between it being good intervention or bad, whatever. If you start arguing the idea, I can't remember the name of the fallacy, but it's like you shouldn't have farted in my face, and it's like, what? People can't fart, you know?
But I mean, I forget what laughing was said, but I wanted to respond to that. Whatever. But when it comes to Soleimani, the current position that we're in, right? I don't think that we can just retreat out of the Middle East. I don't think we can just focus on defending our nation, laughing by securing our borders, or just retreating inward. An isolationist position, I don't think is.
The real trick is trying to allow the people in the Middle East to do. The thing is that I suppose probably the best way to describe it is imagine somebody who's got a mental whatever like that, and it's not something that maybe they're depressed or whatever like that, and somebody gives them a bunch of drugs, and those drugs make them not feel bad, so they just take the drugs. They don't actually fix the problem that's making them upset. They don't address the problem that's upset. They're not having the feeling anymore, so who cares? And you never get out of it. Or worse, if you don't have the drugs anymore, you're back to that state again. And it's about earning it. If you earn your joy in life, if you earn your happiness in life, that little bit of gold that you've managed to sort of, slowly pan out of the shit that's life, find that little chunk of gold, that's your chunk of gold. And that's your democracy, let's say, if we're talking about a country.
Mm-hmm.
America, what it tends to do is just spray paint people in the face with gold. And they're like, see, you're free. And you're like, fuck off. Fuck off. Let me do this. Because, and the UK...
I wonder.
And the thing is, the UK, what you're talking about when it comes to American foreign policy over the past 50 to 60 or 70 years, yeah, is basically British foreign policy 100 years ahead of that. 100 years ago from there. Where we were taking over North Africa, taking over the Middle East, you know? Having all of our problems with the Indians. It's not... this white man's burden that we had just got passed on to you. And because you're the big I am right now, you're the ones in power, you're supposed to hold on to this stick. But it's not a stick that anyone really should be holding. Yes, the Middle East may turn into a bit of a powder keg at some point. They may have some wars with each other. They will. They probably will.
Whether we're there or not.
Yeah,
Has become will remain.
And those will be their wars. And when they get a democracy up that's an actual democracy, not an apartheid state pretending to be a democracy.
That's right.
That's when we come in and kind of go, hello mate, do you want to buy some graphics cards?
No, typically that's when we come in and kill them because they don't want to sell us cheap oil.
Well, this is the other problem, of course, is us getting ourselves off of the oil teat. But that's really, a lot of it is to do with
or bananas.
Certainly not freedom, or certainly not geopolitical influence or anything like that. It's basically, do we pay 1,000 guys for this oil, or do we pay one? Which works out better for us?
Well, okay, hold up.
It's not just oil. We did this over bananas and a whole lot of other shit.
Orange juice.
Okay. What is that stick that you mentioned? Maybe nobody. Maybe okay. I don't think that. I don't know about this oil thing.
Well, you understand about the petrodollar, yeah? You understand the petrodollar.
Well, I'm not talking about. I'm going back to what you were talking about with you said this white man's burden. You're effectively the big man in charge right now. This.
Well, yes and no. What I'm saying is that you're one of two things. You see, the reason I was mentioning the petrodollar is that the fact is your currency is pinned to oil.
It's
so
also
whenever anyone is buying or selling oil, they are buying and selling it in dollars. So your economy is linked onto this particular resource. Okay, that means that you are responsible for looking after it. Because if that fucks up, that's your economy down the tubes.
If we ever lose the petrodollar,
you get to enjoy its benefits.
But wait.
You get to enjoy its benefits of everybody wanting the dollar, so you've got a nice robust currency, and you're able to borrow against that and all that sort of thing. But if it all goes wrong, and it's pay the piper time, and nobody wants to deal their oil in dollars anymore, your entire economy is fucked.
I'm not. Let's slow down, please. Let's slow down, because I'm not. You guys have gone ahead of me. I'm still. Yeah, I'm not. I don't. When you're talking about the position of the hegemon, right? United States involving itself. You mentioned the one with the big stick, the person who's. And also, you said one of two things, and how do I know that's not a false dichotomy of sorts? What I'm trying to get to is that you mentioned.
What I'm saying is the one with the big stick also has to maintain the big stick. That's the problem with it.
But somebody's going to have it, and is what I'm thinking.
No,
right?
not necessarily. You see, what I'm saying is when I'm talking about the big stick, I'm actually talking about the petrodollar.
Oh, wait, how does that come back? So
okay, beforehand.
Whoa.
When we were in charge of the Middle East, everyone used to buy their oil in pounds.
Okay.
Now that you're in control of the Middle East, everyone buys their oil in dollars.
There's actually an agreement.
Or you could just, if you'd like to just reverse those two statements, it sounds like this: because everybody's buying their oil in dollars, you have to look after the Middle East. That's what it means. Somebody gets the advantages of
but I want to go back.
Their denomination being used to buy and sell oil. The only problem is, of course, is they are fucking terrified of oil prices fluctuating ever. Why? Because their economy is so linked to it. It is an anvil around your neck, as well as something that makes everybody want to come and see.
The only thing keeping us
the United States. Okay, I don't want to get into the oil discussion because you mentioned. Oh God, fuck! You mentioned yes. Okay, they will enter into the war. You basically were advocating that the United States pull out entirely, and then once they form the real.
Didn't say that.
But you
what
said.
I'm saying is that what we're doing is we're fighting people's wars for them.
But rather you
under the guise of interventionism. If you go into Afghanistan, for example, and you say, "Where's the Taliban?" the person, whether they're the Taliban or not, or whether the person that they're about to point to is the Taliban or not, is completely irrelevant. What's relevant to them is that the Americans are here to kill the person I don't like.
And that's usually what they have us.
Well,
so you go, "Where's the Taliban?" They point to some village over that hill there somewhere and say they're the Taliban.
Okay.
And they're really actually just basically the people that they don't fucking like. And you get to fucking and then you do an airstrike on them and they're like, brilliant.
Can we
in the eyes of that tribe, you just airstruck. They go, "Oh, Americans on side with so and so." So to which we don't actually give a shit, but now we're seen as having taken a side in something we have no interest or care in.
I feel like we transitioned from arguing about the concept about intervention, and then into oil.
Our interventions, both the UK and the US interventions, have nothing to do with democracy or making sure that the world is a better place as far as the Middle East is concerned. All of our intervention is to make sure.
I'll tell you that.
All of our intervention is to make sure that there is a stable oil price
in the Middle East.
That's right.
Okay, that's so.
Yeah.
Which of course
democracy
makes
is
our drilling in Alaska really stupid.
Remember what we said about ends and means? If you've got your dollar pinned onto oil, you will, no matter what, no matter the cost, make sure that that's as stable as you can get it. Otherwise, your economy is fucked.
Well, then can we shift back to the conversation about what an agent, right, like the geopolitical agent of the United States was in? Because you mentioned that we are just now in the position that England was in such a while ago. This is what I'm not sure about. Why would we, right, shift away, allow the wars or whatever in the Middle East to happen, right? Allow them then when there's a democracy that truly forms, not one that's actually just posing as it.
Well, my answer to that is simple. We are now in a point, certainly the US is, where they are actually energy independent. As far as
we export more oil than we import.
That's right. Sure. Now that's one thing. However, your only issue is, of course, the fact that it's the petrodollar. This is why I'm saying that you're in the same position that we were in. We were willing to do whatever the fuck, as long as it keeps people buying their oil, people buying it at a reasonable price, and they keep buying it, keep buying lots of it, and it's in dollars. Great for the economy. It was great for our economy too. We're just about now, just at the end of that, and that was like 100 years ago.
Look at America's debt, and then just imagine that everybody didn't need it. Need our currency anymore.
I'd like to propose a thought experiment where you don't necessarily have to answer this, but Myanmar, right? Burma, depending on which you want to call it. The Rohingya Muslims have been their own people slaughtered by the military. They're now stateless because they tried to move to, I think, Bangladesh, and Bangladesh kicked them out, and it's a whole thing. I'm
aware.
Rapes and murder. Why have we not attempted to ride in on a white horse of peace and love and C-180 gunships to bring justice and vengeance?
I think we should.
American way. Don't forget the American way.
Right, and the American way to those good people.
British values.
I think we absolutely. I mean, okay. For the example, the Clinton administration, right? I think we should intervene to stop a genocide. Is what I'm saying.
My question is, why haven't we?
Because there's a retarded isolationist populist movement in the fucking United States that was fueled.
No, that's not true. Because mate, if that was true, then there would be no interventions at all, would there?
No.
The one humanitarian thing that the Americans could turn around and kind of go, hey, look, we're actually looking like the good guys here. There's no sort of reason for us to come in there for any other things apart from helping people.
I don't know. No, wait, because I think Laughing said it earlier. This is because Laughing. Go ahead, Drew. Sorry.
The answer is because there is no oil in Burma.
No,
Okay,
there is oil in
I'm-
Burma. There is oil in Burma.
There's oil in Burma. Laughing said it earlier because the sentiment in the United States, and Laughing, you are an American, I guess, by your accent, that we should just defend our country and we should not involve ourselves with the rest of the world. Winston Churchill even said it himself that the United.
No, that's a terrible, mate. Okay, what you're arguing with is the idea again.
Yeah, the problem is
What I'm saying is,
even though we have this
the idea,
internet-
if you think that basically America, we're not big on intervention, are we? America, you're saying that because somebody says, why aren't we in Myanmar helping these people out? And you go, well, we're not big interventionists. I'm saying, well, if you aren't big interventionists, Iraq, Iran, like Afghanistan, all of that's going on, and all this turning, we're saying, but we're not interventionists. Can you see how completely ridiculous
there's
that looks?
actually places
Slow
we
down.
should be.
These are older interventions.
This
though,
one
right?
tiny point, we're saying, why aren't we intervening here? And you're saying, because we're not interventionists. And then you
These-
look around the entire world, and there's a base pretty much everywhere in almost every country.
Myanmar-
It's surrounded around.
Myanmar is mostly a natural gas producer that sells to China and Thailand.
That's also another reason why we probably are not in Myanmar, because of the influence that China has on that state and the absolute backlash we would get from them. But what I'm saying is the general sentiment of the people is non-interventionist, as well as the fact that the interventions that were carried out in Iraq are left over from previous administrations when realpolitik was even more of a thing. Donald Trump purports himself as much more of a populist and isolationist.
Yeah, he says that.
He hasn't invaded any new nations. That's the thing. These are leftover conflicts that we can't seem to get ourselves out from. So I don't see how what you're saying to me, Robin. Maybe I'm wrong,
Well,
but
no, what I'm saying is that the argument against the non-interventionalism bit is, you're just picking on this particular bit here, saying that's the bit where we're non-interventionist.
Drew asked,
and then I'm
go
looking
ahead.
at all Middle East policies, North African policies, all this sort of thing, and it's interventionism across the board.
Well, let's just think of one intervention we could do without any military force whatsoever. We could just stop selling a nation that is currently committing genocide weapons. Could anybody name this nation? Just me?
Go ahead and name it.
Saudi Arabia.
What genocide are they committing?
In Yemen?
Yeah.
How? Okay. Enlighten me.
I don't want to sound funny, mate. Saudi Arabia murdered one of your journalists, and you couldn't give a shit about that.
Jamal Khashoggi, I thought, was a Saudi Arabian journalist.
He was an American citizen.
No, he wasn't. He was.
He worked for an American paper.
He worked for an American paper. I'm trying to remember. He's a citizen. He had a weird.
I thought he was a Saudi Arabian citizen that decided
He
to
was
report against the
originally
regime.
Saudi Arabian, and that's why he had to go to the Saudi embassy to get permission to get permission to get married to the girl.
He had, I believe, he had some form of U.S. protection. He wasn't.
Okay, but this isn't proof of that. I don't know. It's not evident to me that Saudi Arabia is conducting a genocide. Please, I'm not trying to be crass or anything. I just want to know: are they committing a genocide in Yemen? If so, what is the case?
Genocide?
Because here, okay,
they're
okay,
they certainly have human rights abuses.
Yeah, sure.
And they are starving. You could make a case for genocide. They have starved civilian populations of
Well,
food.
let me ask this,
I think
because
that-
to my understanding, actually that humanitarian crisis and stalemate was caused by a proxy group that actually Soleimani funded.
No, it was certainly exacerbated by the Saudi Arabians occupying the port of Hodeidah, which is the only major port, and then use that to regulate the flow of goods and refuse to allow supplies to anyone that they didn't want it to get to, which resulted in, I mean, there were plenty of problems before. There was, cholera outbreaks and whatnot that killed lots of people, but when the Saudis were occupying the major port, they did so with the purpose of starving the civilian population of food, which they then did.
Well, the Saudis occupied the port with the purpose of it.
Yes, they occupied the major source of goods and services, and then blocked those goods and services from being given to the people of Yemen.
Oh, why did they do that?
Because they're fighting a war, and that was the way they felt would be the best way to get the other side to capitulate quickly.
Are you saying they blocked it because there were the Houthi rebels in there, and they don't want to provide resources to the Houthi rebels?
Yeah, it was previously, I believe, occupied by the Houthi, or I don't. I believe the. It's worth noting that I think the leaders of, like, the guy who Saudi Arabia was blocking is dead, who was backing is dead, and I'm pretty sure that the leaders of the Houthis that were supposed to take over are also dead. So it's not really clear to me what purpose the war actually serves anyone at this point. It just seems like Saudi Arabia is sort of happy to lob, air missiles over into the country.
How did we land on Yemen? Yeah, I think.
Well,
okay,
we're talking about Saudi Arabia basically committing a genocide.
Well, yeah, but
we landed there because we are a nation that likes to pride ourselves on policing the world. In an instance where we wouldn't have to do anything at all other than to not receive a check, we received the check.
Well, instead. Why did you bring? I want to go back. Like, why did you bring
soft power?
There have been human rights violations.
We were talking about.
There have absolutely been human rights violations by both sides of this conflict, but my understanding of the available information is that the Saudis are responsible for the majority of those.
Not to mention the carriers of said big stick.
They use cluster bomb munitions in civilian populated areas. They
the ones we
deliberately target civilian populations.
If you're the big stick holder, you do hold the majority of the responsibility when it comes to escalation of arms.
Here, okay. Let me. Since I'm uneducated in these areas, then let me pose this as a general question. Then what is, at least in your guys' ideals, what at least, I guess, the United States or this kind of interventionist foreign policy should be in the Middle East then?
Well,
because I'm not. Well, yeah, I keep following. I don't know enough about these particular issues.
I mean, we should be taking our eyes off of the Middle East and actually keeping our eye more on Russia than anything else. And right now, it seems to be the opposite.
Can I respond to that? So that's kind of why my understanding, at least as the government wants to involve itself in these areas, because Russia and China will exert their influence in these areas otherwise, or regardless.
Well, yeah, but you've also got to remember is that right now they're exerting their influence under invite.
Yeah.
That's the difference, you see. And if they wish to exert their influence, guess what? It's none of your fucking business.
And what I mean
now, if they exert their influence through arms, what would you say? Let me ask. If, for example, China just decided to say, I don't know, invade Saudi Arabia, how would you feel? What would you think that the response from the US should be?
I mean, of course, it would be at the very least condemning it, right? It would be negative.
Yeah, but do you think that would be the you'd only do the least?
Well, are you saying the United States would
I mean, what would America
intervene?
do rather than what would the minimalist American do? What would America do?
America do?
Yeah, imagine China's just decided, fuck it, we're gonna annex fucking Saudi Arabia right now.
This is where I play.
Well,
just totally bomb Mecca.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know if they. I mean, I guess that'd be a really weird decision on the Chinese part for them to do that.
I am talking hypotheticals here.
I guess the United States would try. They would probably sanction China, or at most they use military force to fight back.
Right. Okay. So what could they do if China just turns up to Saudi Arabia and they have a really good deal? What business of it is of yours?
This is how China actually operates, by the way.
Yeah.
They buy countries. They don't take them over.
They do things economically.
Okay.
So at this point, the thing is that you've got to understand is right now that your influence over the Middle East is America. They're those war douchebags. They just keep on turning up and blowing shit up. And then you talk about Chinese influence in the Middle East, and they kind of go, they're all those people who've got money and want to sell us things and buy stuff.
They build roads.
I don't know about that.
Well, that's the thing is that's what when we talk about when we say influence, mate.
Let's
when we talk about influence, okay. I'm talking to you about what kind, not amount. Because if you say China is getting influence in the Middle East, so fucking what? What they're not doing is invading a country and turning it into dust.
Surely
that's okay, isn't it?
That's
or
okay.
Is China not allowed to have influence?
It's China. Interesting.
Because this is the thing is like I said with the UK and America, you know, like you're about 100 years behind us when it comes to this sort of thing. You know, as I said, you know, we've all done it, mate. That whole sort of manifest destiny thing. Well, maybe it's China's turn to have that economic influence in that area. Maybe it's their turn. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe America doesn't like that. The idea of somebody else having more influence over the world than them.
Well,
because we didn't.
Sure.
And we were willing to murder thousands, up to millions of people in order to preserve that. It didn't work out well for us.
Well, but is it about well, I don't know if it's ultimately about influence, though. That's the thing. Like,
what kind is the important thing I'm saying? What kind of influence? I mean, if the only influence that you have, you know, there are a certain subset of people that don't understand respect, but they do at least understand fear, and they confuse respect with fear. They'll respect you when they know that if they fuck with you, you're going to smack them in the face. That's their idea of what respect means. A certain subset of people that are out there, okay, they're just like that. They just don't understand respect. They have got it confused. And when it comes to influence, got all kinds of ways to influence people, and one of them isn't standing over them with a big stick telling them what to do.
Okay, so one of them is not. Okay, sure. So you're not. Well, okay.
What I'm saying is that right now the influence America has is you're gonna be all free and great and everything like that, and they're going, yeah, sure, or I'll fucking kill you. Whoa, bit much. And this is the thing, you see, is America has got this lovely front end.
Well, okay.
The moment you get through the skin, and then you start dealing with the administration, and then like kind of going, shut the fuck up, or I'm going to shoot you. Whoa.
Oh, here's a question. Then why? Can't you say the same thing about China, though? No, I'm going to say China because I mean we have. Maybe you're not pro the military force, right? I get that. Sure, but ultimately the way these nations act, right? Because we're talking about what the nation's like right way they should exert their
how many nations would
influence
you say,
on the world.
Well, how many nations would you say right now that China is a military threat to?
Taiwan.
I can think of
Japan.
One. Japan.
What? You mean the ones at their border?
Well, what besides Taiwan?
China and
well,
Japan.
the reason Japan's not under threat is because they have the support of the United States military.
Well, also the fact that they don't have that kind of a relationship anymore. It's been a long time.
I think so China's I'm pretty sure China's ambitions and in the world stage, they're going to exert their particular view and system on the world stage.
Which way do you think China looks? West or east?
What do you mean by looks? Like tries to exert its influence?
Yeah.
West or east? I would imagine.
Where all the land is. Where all the people
I guess
are.
east.
Yeah, so
what does that mean?
Where the economics are and stuff like that. So they're not interested in going west because there's basically Japan and ocean.
Oh.
What I mean is there's not a lot. If you imagine, after Japan, imagine if they did annex Japan.
Wow.
They would be in so much fucking trouble.
Yeah, well, the reason they would be is because they're not the main hegemon of the world.
But once again, are you saying that if you are the main hegemon in the
For
world, you
now.
can just take over countries?
No, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that. What I guess I don't agree with the way the United States 100% is conducting foreign policy. Let's say we don't like the way the certain wars are going, sure, or the way some interventions are going.
There's a lot of caveats there, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but
we're doing okay.
What I'm trying to say, yeah,
yeah,
what
I
I'm trying
crashed
to
into
say
that
is that
tree. Yeah, I ran that dog over. That couple that I bumped into, it wasn't really that bad. Apart from all of that,
okay,
however,
but
this
I'm
driving
not-
lesson was great.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't. The way that China would exert power on the world stage, like, at the very least, there's at least the democratic accountability that comes from the liberalistic system that United States has. I don't think China's
I'm sorry, mate,
has
but
that at all.
we've been watching the Senate, so do you want to maybe dial that one back a bit?
Okay. At least there is a Senate, At least there is a fucking Senate. Yeah, the Union isn't gonna fall. All right, I do believe. I will agree. It's fucked up right now, and there's definitely
every
an entrenchment going
falls
on.
Eventually.
Within about 200 years, usually.
Yeah, just right around our age, in fact.
Okay, but what can you guys explain to me then? What is the cohesive worldview? What ties this all together? What is the purpose of the way the nation is going to act in the world?
This is the thing. It's
power and money and power and money.
It's about the acting.
That seems.
It's about the acting, and it's about the action. It's very important. The one thing that the British learned through our lives was that it's always nice to be polite. Now, when you're doing a deal with somebody and you're very polite to them and you've got basically about 50, 60 warships just sat outside of their harbour, it does make for deals to be a lot easier. Granted. But there's nothing wrong with being polite about it. That's always a good start. And the problem with being polite about it is that you lull people into a sense of security that you're actually a nice guy. Then you've got to do the horrible thing of actually being a nice guy to prove that idiotic idea that you've given them is true. And over the next 30, 40, 50 years or so, you will slowly allow those people to believe that you're the nice guy. And eventually, you'll be the nice guy.
Rob, it's about the acting. Okay, can you state that without using an analogy, please?
Well, I'm talking about when it comes to foreign policy. Foreign policy is America steps in and everyone looks at the American kind of going, oh, fuck, what's he going to say now? That's not a good relationship for the Americans to have with the rest of the world. And what I'm saying is that diplomatically speaking right now, it's my way or fuck off. That's how it feels for a lot of the rest of the world when it comes to American diplomacy. It's not a good diplomatic position for it to be in. And I'm talking across the board. Friends, all of your friends are paranoid about you.
But I mean, but the question I was asking was, what ties the worldview together of what a nation ought to act in the world stage, particularly as a major geopolitical
always
power?
The big fish is the most responsible. The biggest fish has the biggest responsibility. But but when we say responsible, it's about acting responsible.
Now, let's say
not necessarily doing everything for your own benefit.
Okay, sure. Now let's say there are two other big fish in that pond, not as big, but they actively want to lessen this big fish's influence, right?
How is the most important thing? How is definitely the most important.
How they go about it? Well, Europe's
ascension, for example. Europe's ascension, for example, is certainly a detriment to, say, the US. Europe actually coming together and becoming a larger economic force that people wish to deal with and stuff like that is, if you will, an economic threat to America. But we're not trying to force ourselves on.
That's because they have the same systems as us. They have the same liberalistic values.
That's not
right?
what I'm talking about. No.
I'm
talking about it being a large economic body which people wish to either come to or deal with.
Sure.
Well, that means that will lessen the amount of time they want to come and deal with you. That is, say, a threat. But it's not something that you would consider to say a threat to you. We're not trying to shoot you or anything. We're not trying to get you off anybody's land. We're not trying to occupy anybody else's. We're just here, bringing people together. America right now has the reputation of not bringing people together so much as taking them over.
I'm not so much interested in the America right now position. I'm interested in the way.
But if you imagine
the way they're acting, right?
Yeah, if
So you told me,
China, you know, China's been around for 6,000 years right now, and they haven't really moved that far, have they?
You know how China's currently expanding? They're not doing anything militarily at all. They're
That's
buying
actually they did build military bases in islands in the South China Sea, as well as islands, I think,
in the South
west of
China
Australia.
Sea.
West of Australia as well.
Chinese people building Chinese bases in Chinese seas. You can see how that sounds a bit silly to an American who's got bases.
The thing about the South China Sea is it's heavily contested about who actually owns the thing. The other countries around there want that use of the sea as well, but China wouldn't let them. The thing about it is, I'm not agreeing with all of the ways the United States uses military force.
But there's defensive, and then they're literally talking about disputes outside of their own borders. We're talking about disputes that are literally a quarter of the way around the planet.
I'm going back to the concept. So,
but what I'm saying is that these are not two similarities here. This isn't two similar situations here.
Okay, yeah.
You're talking about what if these second people are, you know, they get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. What about us, big boys, right now? What's going on with us? This is what I'm saying is that this is the main fear for absolutely every superpower when they're at the top. They're always worried about the guy coming up underneath them and want to kick them down so they stay on top. Right?
Our influence is shrinking, and a lot of it is...
Allow me then. Okay, let me see if I can just put this. Okay, yes, sure. That makes a bunch of sense. The thing about it is...
Yeah, I was just saying, when you're worrying about them, and then what your worries are is that they're basically got bases in parts of that are maybe 100 miles off from their own shores. You can kind of see it's a little bit sad to sort of, you know, when you've got bases that are like 10,000 miles away from their own shores.
Okay. Then let me make
to do the same.
We have more bases.
Oh, I'm not
in
okay.
Our country.
Yes. Okay, please allow me. Please just allow me.
Just say good night to everybody.
Have a good night, Sean. Have a good night.
Okay, Alejandro. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So the manner in which it's done absolutely does matter. Absolutely. I'm not a realpolitik kind of guy, right? But military hegemony is going to exist in one key manner or another, right? And so when we're evaluating how that major power should act on the stage, let's say Russia and China, we have to take a look into account what the main values and governmental systems they have are, right? The way they exert and further their influence economically, we're not okay. We shouldn't militarily intervene to stop that, right? But if we lose military hegemony, there isn't necessarily anything to stop a Russian or a Chinese military hegemony, which, if you ask me, even how horrible the United States one is, would actually be worse, because they would be encouraging things and values that don't actively recognize things like human rights.
Absolutely. The thing is, is that right now, Russia has a moral high ground over America a lot of the time here.
Well, they did invade Crimea.
I'm talking about in general.
That's one.
In general,
yeah. Right now, we're the ones surrounding them. Right now, we're the ones occupying the Middle East. Right now, we're the ones that are pushing for all the wars everywhere. All what Russia's done, because they're a lot cleverer than they're a lot older empire than America. They're damn sight cleverer than you think. Making sure that you look like an idiot while they look as if they're helping people out.
They are doing okay. But I don't think that's necessarily a moral equivalency. Perhaps that's a bad PR, right?
Well, it's also the reasons as to why you're doing it. The other issue, of course, is that you've got 4 to 8 year cycles when it comes to your foreign policy, whereas a lot of other countries, especially those with dictators, could think about themselves in decades long. ideas.
And that is a struggle that liberalism is going to have to figure out how to deal with if we want to, continue to see the continuance of democracy.
Well, that's why you don't have an elected Senate, but that's already been fucked up now. So.
No. Okay. Well.
This is why.
Yeah, that's kind of.
You've got to remember the Senate wasn't supposed to be elected individuals. It was actually supposed to be people that were, the tippest top of Americans, handpicked to be in such a position.
That's
why they were.
I've never been educated into say that.
Yeah,
really,
they were allowed. Well, this is why they were allowed all of these rules along the lines of making sure that they actually had an agreement upon how they would actually come.
Okay.
Do like impeachments and things like that.
As an American, I'm pretty sure that the Senate was always meant to be elected.
No, it wasn't.
Speaking
No, it wasn't. It wasn't, mate. It was designed specifically to not be like that. It was designed to have a picked house.
Okay.
The Senate was supposedly to be handpicked people that did not have day-to-day politics as their mainstay to argue and worry about.
You can tell the difference between the Senate and the Congress in one simple area.
Senate is
you
Congress.
Just look at it.
Senate and House, I mean. Yeah, thank you.
The Senate actually has more expected of it.
Sure. Yeah, because they have a higher percentage of power per elected official because it's 2 per state.
If you just go look, check out impeachment rules. Congress or the House basically has rough
So the House has
the Senate actually has rules attached to their power.
Well, the House starts the impeachment proceedings. But Robin, if you make that claim that the Senate was devised initially to not be elected, as somebody who who's lived in the United States and been educated in the system, I've never heard that in my life. Could you please provide something for me to verify that?
You can just find them in your founding documents, mate. You've got to remember
the Constitution.
Okay. The America was most of its building blocks are based around British law,
common law.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So the idea of having a House of Commons and a House of Lords is basically what the House and the Senate.
I would like to dispute that because actually originally there wasn't the House and the Senate came out of the Connecticut Compromise when the Federalist Papers were taken back because they found that the lack of central government effectively just turned each state into its own little nation, and the states that had lower populations wanted more representation, so they split the congressional wing into 2 houses, where one was elected representatives based on population and then elected representatives equally.
As far as I'm recalling from this is not the case.
The Connecticut Compromise is the one that I believe created the House.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's been it wasn't the second half. Double check that.
I thought they were. Okay. I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not.
Because the Senate. Yeah.
I'm not a historian.
I'll have to look into that and find it. But I'm looking right now. But yeah, it's the principle of if you have certain elected officials to do the day-to-day stuff, the populist stuff, things like that, they were the progressive arm of the government. Whereas if you have a Lords or Senate, as you will, you would consider them to be the conservative arm.
I guess. I remember.
People that have got vested interests in that country.
I know that what you are saying when it comes to the Senate, they did want the Senate to be more of a removed from the people kind of position, where they weren't, as impacted by the people, I guess as you could say. But it never was evident to me. It's never have been evident to me that they were never to not be elected. I think that was the electoral college.
Hell, there's a lot of weird shit in our history.
There's a lot of
supposed to have a standing military.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You go check out the rules on why, or just think of why we have to renew our military budget every year. It's because we weren't supposed to keep them around forever.
I don't think that's the case, my man. I think we have a budget. and we sit down each year to try and determine what amount of government funds we're going to allocate to each position of the thing. I don't think there's anything in the Constitution regarding
it's not just the rule in the Constitution about budgets isn't about the entire budget. It's about the military budget. It has to be renewed every year.
The military budget.
Our military budget is only
interesting.
supposed to last a year.
Well,
that's why it gets renewed every year.
Yeah, so that's okay.
If you stop and think about it, that kind of just means we weren't supposed to have a military that's always there.
I don't know about that. I think that it just means that they might want to, depends on how much the individual government wants to spend on the military based on the elected representatives that represent their constituents, and their particular views on the military. I'm not sure that that's what that means. That it means that we weren't supposed to have a military. That's not evident to me.
Our particular view on the military is infinite funding is good.
I think that our particular view. I don't know about that.
As Americans, that seems to have been the view since the Cold War started. Because we've never reduced our budget.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine that
we've increased it. We've never reduced it.
I actually don't know if we've reduced or increased it. So perhaps
we just increased it under Bush. They gave them fucking couple $1 billion more than they used to have.
Constitution
or Trump under Trump.
Constitution. Do you know would you happen to know what article of the Constitution it was that stated the budget about the military?
I can remember.
I'll just look at the Constitution. I have one here in my room. Constitution, yeah. Articles of Confederation. Those were fun.
Earlier today, I managed to spit water all over my keyboard.
Oh, fuck. Is it okay?
Well, we'll find out. I'm pretty sure it's dry by now.
Robin, you're in England. What time is it over there for you? I'd imagine it's pretty late.
3:30.
Oh, God.
He's used to this shit, especially when I'm around.
I'm in one of those moods.
I got you.
Oh, come on. We used to do, 70-something hours?
We did 65 once.
Wow.
Oh, yeah,
I guess thank you again for having me on and allowing me to talk to you guys.
It's all right. It's what it's here for. I mean, people were talking about sort of you need to get on, people need to sort of come to a place and actually sort of discuss these ideas rather than throwing shit.
At least we're discussing them.
This is what the House was for. It's what it's always been for. It's been running for quite some time. It's just hasn't been discovered by enough people yet.
Wait, the House of the
no, the open house.
Oh, the open house. I was like, wait, you're talking about the United States House?
This is far too good looking to be unestablished.
Exactly.
I should put a little established sign at the top there,
Yeah.
Established since 2012 or 14.
I need to figure out what's up with Google, how I literally can't mute my mic. So every time I muted my mic, you've been able to hear my mother come and talk to me.
Yeah.
No, that's
what's
my
going
mom.
on is what's happening is that the microphone that you've got there, it's basically got a mute service, so pretending to be a noise gate.
So you can hear me right now.
Yes.
Fuck this.
Stupid, isn't it?
What the fuck?
You're probably gonna find it in the webcam controls somewhere.
I got a fancy new mic.
We the people.
Luckily, I can't fucking remember where the fuck that was.
Well, if I go to the Constitution and Control F, military, to provide calling forth the so this is Section 8, Part 15, provide calling forth the militia, execute laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. Okay, Section 8. Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties imposed, and exercises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To regulate commerce of foreign nations. This is the Congress shall have the rules. Okay, to coin money, to establish post office, post roads, to promote progress of science and useful arts by securing limited times authors, to constitute tribunals and Supreme Court, to find punishments and piracy, high seas and offenses against foreign nations. To declare war, letters of reprisal.
We actually increased it by 5%. Fuck.
What, under Obama or?
No, under Trump.
Yeah. How much did Obama? Did he raise it or lower it? I know that. I don't know. I don't know what position. I don't really have a position on military spending. I hoped I was asking enough questions there. It is I suppose because it's not my main. I'm not trying to be super educated. Or I'm not, no, I am trying to be very educated, but my main position was like I'm trying to understand things. I try and mainly defer to answering questions or asking questions, but when it particularly comes, when it comes to U.S. intervention or like involvement in other countries, like I'm kind of passionate about knowing these things and making sure that the United States, I love the United States, at least. I like the idea that liberalism can be wider in the world, right? Especially because I have family in the country that have been actively politically suppressed and jailed, frankly.
Well, it's getting a little bit off on that one, yeah. John Dickinson. Yeah. You know John Dickinson?
John Dickinson. No.
Founding father of the United States.
Oh yeah, that John Dickinson.
Okay.
John Dickinson. That's one that's not come up very often.
Yeah, but when he was talking about creating the Senate, he said that the Senate should consist of the most distinguished characters, distinguished for their rank in life and their weight of property, and bearing as strong a likeness to the British House of Lords as possible.
Hell, originally you had to be a landowner to even vote.
I don't. Okay,
well, the idea is that these are people that had grown. They were experts of their game, top of their field. Also, people who had accumulated a lot of property within that country. So if you imagine they had a vested interest, the Senate was where said vested interests would go.
Sure, I don't know.
Rather than the populist interests of the day, they would go to the House.
Was it ever ratified that they were to be? And this is one of the founding fathers. I don't know if the other founding fathers agreed with it.
I believe it all happened in the 1940s. Is it?
1940s? What do you mean?
Double check.
1740s?
When did you think "In God We Trust" got onto your money?
I don't know.
1950s.
Interesting. But what is? I'm confused. What does this have to do with the ratifying and creation of the Congress and Senate?
I'm just checking. I think it might be something to do with Woodrow Wilson. Let me double check.
Wait. We voted for Senate positions before Woodrow Wilson. I'm confused.
I would hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, we voted for the Senate for.
I'm just
pretty
skimming
sure.
through. There's quite a lot of history to involved with the Senate. If you
Yeah,
I just about got to the bit where they're talking about the idea of it being about just like the House of Lords.
Yeah, sure.
We have interesting history in impeachment too. Like one of the first people we ever impeached was a freaking Supreme Court justice.
What?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure impeachment is for presidents.
Nope. Judges.
We can impeach a judge. Okay.
We've used it most often as for judges.
Oh, well, it's a different process, I'd imagine, for judges.
No, the Senate still has to try them. I do.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, so you're saying that? Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. To provide okay. So Article 6, Section 8, Section 8, I guess Article 16 of the Constitution says to provide for the Congress shall have the power to, or to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states, respectively, the appointment of the officers and authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress, which is a lot of fucking words, but I guess it means that they can have an army.
Legalese. I love the legalese.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that it's not evident to me that we were never supposed to not have an army, considering we did fight a war to get our country.
We maintained a militia for like the longest time, and what the militia was basically, hey, everybody, you're supposed to have these weapons on you, usable. You're supposed to be able to use them. In fact, if we call you, you have to fight.
Apparently, the original Senate.
That's how it worked in the back.
The Senate originally met virtually in secret on the second floor of the Federal Hall in New York City.
What?
Wait,
what year?
Originally
allowed
in
no
fucking
spectators.
New York?
Oh, way back, probably.
That's interesting.
That's 1789 to 1865.
Yeah. I could see that.
No notes were published. It was all done in secret.
I don't know.
Oh, I guess that is.
But wait, 1789 to when?
1865.
Oh, maybe that wasn't the fucking Constitution.
Well, that was when they impeached that Supreme Court Justice Samuel Chase. The House convicted him. The House impeached him, but the Senate voted against conviction. 18 to 16.
Yeah, well, it's cool. History of the United States.
Early.
What do you guys do?
Originally, the president wasn't involved in the budget at all. That's interesting.
Well, not supposed
to
be.
George Washington, president and the head of the Department.
Presidents have veto power.
1789. To 1865. When were the articles?
For the life of me, I can't remember where the fuck I read that shit.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we all. I think so. There's this interest.
That's the biggest problem about me. Most of the time, I remember shit. I just never remember where the fuck it came from.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
You just get old enough to, you remember the information, just not where the information came from.
And I mean,
it doesn't help that I'm an information sponge. I remember literally fucking everything.
Except where it comes from.
That's kind of what happens. Well, this is what happens with people in general, right? Is that we kind of absorb things through osmosis, and we don't necessarily know where it comes from. So a lot of our beliefs, a lot of our, I guess, inclinations, cultural stuff comes through osmosis, and we don't really check on it because we're just people, and we just absorb it through that. And it's not, and you may have heard it from somewhere, and maybe you didn't hear it. Maybe it wasn't we don't know if it was true or not. That's why we have to check things. Because we're fallible, unfortunately. So Articles of Confederation. So, interesting. Yeah, huh. Were they not elected, though? Or are you still reading that?
Here's the thing. I'm not actually seeing the bit where it turned from them being unelected to elected.
Because, yeah.
I think what might have actually happened at some point during the line here is that you got basically... if you imagine all of these people from these sort of areas, they probably ended up being one party or another, for example, and you end up with like half of the country being basically for, the better part of a couple of decades being just leaning one side or another, and not them being able to vote them out of the Senate. If you see what I mean. Because the thing is
I guess
it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You see.
I guess the thing is, 1789 was when the U.S. Constitution came into effect after the Articles of Confederation. So there might have been a house. There should have been a house. What? Go ahead.
Yeah, like in the 50s, our entire country leaned left for a long ass time.
The 50s. Did we? Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. When was the Senate?
It's why we have the Social Security system and all of the fucking shit we created in the 50s.
So, here's also a thing. The House of Representatives was also established in 1789.
I do believe most of our government was established in 17.
Well, that's when the Constitution was ratified. I just wasn't sure if the House came after, if the Connecticut Compromise came before or after the ratification.
A few years after, yeah.
Well, it must have come at the same time.
No, how would it be though? Of course, because if you imagine if you want to compromise on something, you've got to have something to compromise on. So
wait, what?
although obviously these people are going through all of this sort of business and making a country from scratch, you've got to understand is that there's going to be issues that come with that.
Oh well, no, I think we might be talking about two different things.
You were talking about the Connecticut compromise, isn't it?
Yeah, that must have happened before the ratifying of the U.S. Constitution, because the Senate and the House were created in the same year. So that must have been because the people of each state met after they were discussing what to replace the Articles of Confederation with, and that must have how it got into the Constitution. Because, to my understanding, what I was taught is that the Connecticut Compromise came up because states with lower populations wanted an equal say in government, because a state with more population under only having a Senate would have more representation. Meaning, they only take 2 Senate representatives per state, and so they established the House, which would be an accompanying the state, the Senate, excuse me, so that they would have representatives based on population this time. Yeah, it's fucking dark. 7.
I'm surprised, just the crazy ass compromises we had while just making the Constitution.
I mean, yeah, you gotta understand, before the Constitution happened, effectively, the Articles of Confederation were so bad that the states effectively turned into their own countries, and it was easier for other countries to make deals with the states.
Basically their own countries. Even before
they were colonies, they were probably, I would imagine they still had to pay taxes in subservience to the British colonies, the British Crown, excuse me.
Yeah, but a lot of countries still kind of do that, don't they?
No, I don't think unless you're a colony, you pay taxes to another government if you're sovereign.
Most of the time, you don't pay so much taxes to it. It's that you just have your resources taken out by someone.
I imagine you sell them.
You don't sell them, no.
Canada managed to separate themselves.
This is the problem with.
It's not evident to me that this is the other thing. Well, okay, it really isn't.
Colonial countries deal with these smaller countries like this. We go in there, we take all your shit, and you go, well, what about me? And I go, I tell you what, I'll employ 5 of you guys. Is that all right? That's colonialism. That's colonialism 101, right there.
Sure, it's just not evident to me that when we were talking about the resource stuff, right? None of that really.
It's literally how we were dealing with Iran. That's why he basically turned around and kind of go, dude, this is.
Thank you. Okay, sure, I'll take that into account, but I need to.
We were literally not giving them any money for all of their national resources, and that our excuse was to say to them, yeah, but we employ a few of you.
Yeah, I'm not saying that didn't happen. I just don't know.
We've been doing that shit in Central and South America for a century.
That's what it's like in a colonial country.
Here now.
You don't organize a bunch of primary and secondary industries in that country, hand it to the country, and then just ask them for taxation. No, we own those companies. The East India Trading Company. Pretty much owned East India. It wasn't the other way around.
Oh, sure. I'm not. If I'm talking, okay, I know about the Banana Republics. I come from a country. Well, I don't come. I guess I'm fucking half Nicaraguan, right?
Yeah, we created that.
The Banana Republics were a legit thing. I'm not saying they weren't. The foreign policy of the era was, particularly fucked.
Donald Rumsfeld again.
Donald Rumsfeld wasn't around for the Banana Republics, my man.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. The Banana Republics.
Donald Rumsfeld.
Yeah, but
no.
We're doing the same thing.
Yeah, he was actually.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That was in the 1800s, man. No way.
No.
Banana Republics were 1800s. No way.
You're talking about the was it like the 70s? I think.
I was actually talking
no,
about
I'm
Nicaragua
not.
Or was that?
If you're talking about Iran Contra,
Banana
that's
Wars. That was
the Banana Republics. The Banana Wars.
He's talking about Nicaragua and Central America.
Yeah,
the
Banana
Wars was 1898.
Yes, those also took place in Nicaragua. Okay, those are a different thing than the Iran Contra affair. All right. Donald Rumsfeld, I'm not sure to his extent of involvement in that. I'm educating myself.
Kennedy assassinations.
We were basically doing the same thing then as we do now.
That's
the thing.
I don't know. The thing about Nicaragua, right? Thing about all of that, at least a lot of the banana stuff really isn't the main cultural memory is really the Sandinista revolution and the current political crisis, actually. I mean, I could go into talking about Nicaragua. I'm educating myself on the subject now because only recently have I really decided to, I decided to focus on that, actually. I'm trying to learn. That's why I'm in school, to be effective and hopefully become a diplomat. What?
A large portion of all the refugees we keep getting are due to the bullshit we were doing back then.
I would like to say, at least when it comes to Nicaragua, I think the Sandinistas have historically more than proven themselves. They are not acting, and they do not want democratization and liberalization, as well as they are not in the popular support of the people. They may have led a great revolution against a man who, while was backed by Roosevelt, and Roosevelt even said it himself, or is it FDR? I forget. He may be a bastard, but he's our bastard, when speaking about Anastasio Somoza.
Well, that's somewhat of a question. That's somewhat of an answer that I've heard in other diplomatic circles, including the UK, when it was talking about us buddying up with Stalin to defeat Hitler.
Yeah, again,
it's a sentiment. It's a sentiment. We're kind of going. I'll go with the devil, just not all the way to hell.
Yeah, it's not that good, but. If I could just keep continuing.
We actually did. It's just this a small aside, but because we were talking about Syria earlier, we actually used to be fairly buddy with Bashir al-Assad too in the 2008s, for example. Again, John McCain, Angelina Jolie, I think Angelina, which is an ambassador.
Angelina Jolie, yeah.
Angelina and his hot wife. Had a fancy photo. Assad's wife is super hot. But anyway, it was like a fashion spread. Right yes, it's a thing. But some people say that she's like the brains behind this whole thing. But anyway, no. Before like the 2011, or the Arab Spring uprisings and all that stuff kicked off, Assad was our buddy. We thought he was great. So
sure. I don't have a thing. Yeah, I don't have anything right to speak on that. In regards of Nicaragua, the Sandinista revolution, and you don't have to think Nicaragua has this long history of revolution, and you can ask any fucking Nicaraguan person, we'll say we're liars. And you don't have to tell the people to start building barricades. You don't have to tell the people to do these things. They just do it. There's a big cultural memory of what it means to go through revolution. And Ortega and the Sandinistas of past have more than proven themselves time and time again to not want, democratization and things like freedom of press, things like those. And the problem about the Iran-Contra affair is that it really tears me in half, because while the Contras were really shit, and while what Reagan did was illegal and against, the separation of powers, I as an American, it hurts me. But as a Nicaraguan, I see the tradition of democracy that we managed to salvage from that with, her name, the first president, I forget her name. God damn it, I can't believe I'm forgetting her name.
These guys who were anti-democratic, were they left-wing?
They were Marxists.
Of course.
Sandinistas. They took over the country against Anastasio Somoza, and there's a couple memoirs that I'm actually checking out right now about people who
asked that question, Drew.
What's up?
I was just wondering. I was just saying to Drew if he wondered why I asked that question.
Oh yeah, they were. Go ahead.
Drew, you there?
Which question? Sorry.
Oh yeah, we were talking about what were their name again? Sorry.
The Sandinistas.
Yeah. And you were talking about them being very anti-democratic.
Yeah, they when they came into power, the idea was that they would be more democratic. To my understanding, and to many of the people in the Sandinista movement understanding, there were actually many defectors from the Sandinistas to actually go to the Contras, though they were a very polarizing. So that's why it tears me apart, basically, because I loved the democracy and what we got as a result of the Contra affair. But I also hate the fact that Reagan went against, Congress, which was effectively illegal. And it's.
Do you realize that he wouldn't have given a fuck if those very same guys were right wing? You know that, right?
I don't. I guess I don't know. I guess. But
the other thing that you have to point out, especially when it comes to American politics, is for some reason or another they really cannot stand left-wing dictatorship. Right-wing dictatorships, it's okay.
I would say during the period it makes a lot more sense because the belief amongst those people is that if you were embracing of free markets, you would ultimately liberalize as well. But the belief is not, it's kind of proven itself to be false. So I understand that probably Reagan would have been more okay with it if Anastasio Somoza just stayed in power, or there was a right-wing revolutionary against, for some reason, a right-wing authoritarian government. Whatever it was, the liberals and conservatives have been fighting civil wars for years.
Did you say right-wing authoritarian government?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Anastasio Somoza.
So those people who took over, the anti-democratic Marxist types.
Mm-hmm. They were
overthrowing a right-wing authoritarian.
Yeah, and they became the new authoritarian regime.
Yeah.
So whatever you want to say.
This is the bit you see, is that nobody was overthrowing it when it was the right-wing one. They were overthrowing it when it was the left wing.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you. The policy of the United States at the time was anti-communism, 100%.
Well, it was McCarthyism rather than anti-communism.
That's the same thing.
Well, you'd think so. But
How
it's
not?
not. McCarthyism had very little to do with communism.
Everything
to do with propagandizing fear and hatred to anything other than right-wing ideology.
So, to my understanding, the McCarthyism was more of a thing that just went through the United States, like the Red Scare. It was like a kind of a massive panic, where people were getting, accused and sentenced because of a public hysteria against communism.
No, quite the opposite. You should actually look up the last McCarthyist trial. You'll understand just exactly how what was going on there. McCarthyism had zero to do with them trying to find communists.
Oh, I don't think. Well, I think it was more of a hysteria. I'm not saying it was.
No. This is the thing that propagated this system.
Okay,
it was called the Second Red Scare.
Yeah, I know it was. Right.
But this was zero to do with communism and everything to do with right-wing homogeny, and also making sure that Mr. McCarthy got his people where he wanted them. And this came to a head
perhaps
when he tried to get I think it was a friend's son into an officer's position or whatever like that, and he threatened one of the army sort of header-ups there. You don't fucking do as I tell you, I'm gonna get my boys to have a look through your drawers. I'm gonna find out about you. And he went, fuck you then, come at me. And they called his bluff.
Okay.
McCarthyism was everything to do with they call people pinkos. They weren't really communists, they were just communist adjacent. Do you know what that means? Leftists.
Okay, I understand that.
Remember we were talking about the false dichotomy thing? Back then, you weren't in McCarthy's line, you were a commie.
Yeah, okay, but what does this have to do?
We live in a world right now where America has a very right-wing foreign policy and has had a right-wing foreign policy for a very long time. That's got it in a lot of trouble because of this. Its internationalism is very, very limited to...
it's not really foreign policy for that matter.
Wait, what does it have to do with... What does this have to do with Nicaragua?
Well, what I'm saying is that Nicaragua would not have happened and didn't happen when you had anti-democratic people there. It only happened when it was left-wing anti-democratic people there. In other words, there was no democracy intervention going on.
Yeah, well, we supported Anastasio Somoza for a long time before that, right? Like a lot, his regime, multiple generations happened. So
yeah, we installed him, I do believe.
I don't remember, but that.
What I'm saying is McCarthyism wasn't them sort of like kind of going, oh my god, I'm really scared of the Russians.
Sure.
And then panicking about it like some Salem witch trial.
Sure, but I just don't know.
McCarthy was behaving like the chief witch hunter and utilizing his role as chief witch hunter to literally get rid of his own political enemies, to undermine the Democratic Party, to make sure that they were lockstepped into... I mean, you even see it today, where you hear people calling people like Obama or Hillary like Marxists.
Sure,
like,
but he wasn't the person who, you know, intervened and also McCarthy wasn't even a senator for the period of time that I believe.
Yes, but what I'm talking about is this is that particular timetable that we're in.
Let's be honest, McCarthy far outlived McCarthy.
Yeah, he was a peak.
Okay,
I would say
so then
I'd say McCarthy was like a peak symptom of it, if you will.
Probably, yeah. I mean, he was probably an outgrowth of the anti-communist sort of sentiment.
I'm saying to you, he wasn't so much anti-communist. He was anti anybody but him and his.
Sure,
he utilized communism and the Red Scare thing to his advantage. He wasn't somebody who gave a fuck about whether there was Reds under the bed.
I'm not saying that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But sure, this is in the same time period. But regarding Nicaragua, I don't think they should have supported Somoza. But yeah, I don't think McCarthy had any hand in the intervention.
No, I didn't say McCarthy had. What I'm saying is a lot of American foreign policy during those sort of times wasn't anything to do with like people taking over countries. It was more to do with the fact that it wasn't being taken over by right-wing parties. If it was taken over by something that was left-wing, whether it was communist, even soft left.
Yeah, but
mate, you do remember I was just talking to you about Iran earlier. 1953 this was. Pro-democracy, pro-American guy was taken out by us because he wasn't left enough. It wasn't right-wing enough. It wasn't because he was like a full-on lefty. He wasn't like the Bernie Sanders of Iran or anything. He just wanted some of those oil revenues to go towards his nation.
That's not
enough.
But that's not. I'm still smoke your thing. But what I'm saying is that what they did in the Cold War and why they supported authoritarians over left-wingers is because ultimately the belief that liberalism or the acceptance of markets would lead to liberalism, which I don't agree. I don't think that's the case. And I think they were wrong in that sense. I'm not saying they should. I just don't think that they were acting in such a mischievous way during that time, as opposed, like their main objective was like, oh, we're just gonna.
Yeah, but I think you've got. No offense to you, mate, but I think you've got a naive understanding of foreign policy in this way, of thinking about it as though these people are doing these for, like, reasons like democracy or like for some sort of geopolitical gain or whatever. These are, almost 90% of what's going on here is very, very rich people telling people to work out a fucking excuse. Blow the fuck out of them. I don't give a shit. I want my fucking thing. Give me my fucking thing. Make any excuse you can, depending on the situation.
The banana war is being a great example of this.
I'm not offended, but I just, for a claim like that there's a person or organization that's trying to effectively, it's an elitist plot, right? Effectively what it kind of sounds like. I'm going to need more evidence than just what's happened, because any sorts of things, right? Any sort of thing could have happened, right? Any sort of, basically I need more proof to believe that, right? That's what I'm saying.
We have a long history in this country of waging war for businesses.
Long history or not, when it comes to the Iran-Contra affair, and it's fairly agreed upon, to my understanding, it's fairly agreed upon. Call me naive or not, I could be wrong. I'm going to need, showing me the history doesn't show me whether or not the intentions of the Reagan administration at the time were for monetary gain. We're for all these other claims that you're making. I'm just showing you the history doesn't mean that this was the case, right?
That's the intention of every leader that has ever done some form of active war.
Okay, how can you say that?
Well, we get property rights to things when we wage war on places. There's always someone profiting, and more often than not, that somebody just happens to be involved in the decision making.
Sure, but what does that mean about the intentions of the war? Just because somebody might be profiting off of it doesn't mean that their intentions are inherently bad.
Sole intentions, probably not, but it's almost guaranteed those intentions were there.
You see,
because they're basically always there.
Okay, so if they're always there, does it mean that we should even account for them, and we should probably still just conduct war based on more moralistic attitudes? Somebody's going to be profiting from them.
I perfectly assume that we could just stop conducting war in general, because, as much as I will argue that, hey, if we wiped out humanity, all our problems would be over, because, well, technically that would actually be the case.
I don't think.
I'm actually rather against killing people for much of any reason.
I don't see what that has to do. Like, that seemed almost kind of like. I'm just saying, like, sure, somebody profited. Right here, let me use an example. For example, like in Nicaragua during the 1850s, there was a man who was a Tennessean-born man. He actually hired the private military and invaded Nicaragua on his own. He actually took over the country because it was at a civil war at the time. I guess you could say he benefited in many ways. At one point, he actually cut off with his control a prominent businessman in the area. I think Cornelius Vanderbilt, right? He made an enemy of Vanderbilt. So there were people profiting off this war, right? William Walker was the same. He wasn't a good dude. People profited off the war. Now, the people who went in there and fought and invaded him, which was a coalition of South American states with the help of Cornelius Vanderbilt and the British the British Navy, somebody profited off of that war too. It doesn't mean that war was necessarily bad. In fact, that gave the Nicaraguans their independence again.
I'd argue that most wars are bad. Just in the sense that, we can probably come up with a different way of solving our problems other than killing a shitload of people.
Well, you're looking to be a diplomat, so you should know this one. War means war is when diplomacy fails.
Yeah, war is when diplomacy fails. Sure.
And a lot of the thing is that that's not a truism for everything, because some people treat diplomacy like some people treat stage play like the producers. There are people out there that work out ways to make money out of bankruptcy. There are people that work out ways to destroy something so that they can profit from it later. Sure. And so the problem is a lot of diplomacy, especially in American and UK, is linked far too closely to business. And when people spend money on war, it's great for the economy.
No, peace is bad for the economy. War is bad for. Peace is good for the economy. War is good for the economy, right? It's the fact that
the thing is that when you say the economy, of course, we can think of GDP. Yes, GDP goes up if loads of people are buying things, but they don't have to be. And sometimes people can just be spending all of that money on arms. And it's if you're making the arms, then you're making a load of money, mate. It doesn't really matter so much about. And the great thing about making arms is it means that you've got a load of money to spend on politicians, and it turns that little chain round. I mean, what was his name? I can't remember the name of the general. He was a president for a while.
Eisenhower, I do believe.
Yeah, and he was talking about the military-industrial complex, and a lot of people have they kind of think of the military-industrial complex as some sort of underground bunker kind of deal. But it's a complex in the sense of a mental complex.
What I'm saying is that just because somebody might have profited off of war doesn't necessarily mean that the war was a bad thing, right?
Well, no. What it means is it's just more inevitable.
I don't.
And more likely to happen rather than not, and be more likely to be extended longer than not if profit motive is allowed to run around freely. If I said to you, we're just going to go in this, if I said to you, we're just going to go and we're going to go into this war, little peacekeeping mission, okay, that's all we're there for, and there's people waiting in the wings, kind of going, yeah, peace mission. We're gonna keep this going forever.
What? Okay.
20 years later.
What? Okay, sure. Well, I mean, this is all when we're making a claim about that the involvement in the Iran-Contra affair was strictly about maintenance of profit, or was not actually about, you say I'm naive, and sure, I'm not offended. I could be entirely naive. But the thing is, these claims are I'm gonna need something more than just like, it can.
Okay. The amount of money that military spending goes into propping up politicians.
What I would like is to see resources and things that I can read, that I can educate myself with. Because the thing is, when it comes
I've just said to you, look at the amount of money that the United States military and the military sort of contractors spend on lobbying. They're not lobbying them to basically, give peace a chance, are they?
I don't think the Iran-Contra affair has been declassified yet, so there's not going to be anything that you can actually read about it that's really all that important.
If the Iran-Contra affair has more than likely all been declassified, or if you can submit a Freedom of Information request to the Department of State. When it comes to the Iran-Contra affair, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm looking at the money. That's what they're spending. How can you say that the intentions of somebody who conducts a war, let's say Reagan, you're saying that the whole purpose of the war of the Iran-Contra affair was not for combating communism. It was in fact for, economic hegemony.
The question is, the question is, or it's and.
My sort of contention with you is this: why are you thinking that it's up to Reagan?
Are you saying that he's just a puppet?
No, what I'm saying is that that he's only there for a few years. He's there to take the rap. He's there to take the blame. He's there to take the credit. That's what politicians, certainly in leadership, sort of there for.
It wasn't his decision to go and do the Iran-Contra. It wasn't his decision to sign a deal with Iran and actually have the CIA funnel.
It certainly wasn't his idea.
Contras. You don't think it was his idea? This is okay. Showing me money and showing me that they might.
I'm talking about the fact that Ronald Reagan is one man, and when you're talking about United States foreign policy that involves a country of 200 to 300 million people, not going to be just one guy involved in this.
It's also really hard to steer the ship. We're on a course. Turning that course is not actually something you can really do in 4 years.
Whoa. I'm talking, Robin. So you're saying, okay, so my contention is that why is it up to Reagan?
Well, first of all, I mean, if you want to look at the person who was mostly responsible for this, you have to say it. Sing it with me, everybody. Ollie North, Ollie North.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the main culprit here.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, he took the fall, really.
Well, if you imagine, he was pretty much the person doing most of it, alongside a bunch of other people who weren't prepared to take the fall.
Yeah, they weren't. Well, I don't see how. You're saying it was their ideas instead, and what, Reagan just went along with it?
Well, it's more along the lines of, like I was saying, about taking the credit and the blame.
Well, he didn't take.
That's usually what the president does.
Just take the credit.
Well, he didn't take any of the blame.
Well, for example, United States Attorney General William Barr.
Okay.
This person's been around for a while, isn't he?
Robin, let me just interject. I'm sorry, but the thing is, if I'm gonna hear that, I want to know how an example. Like, are you saying that there is literally like the intervention? Let's say, because I'm talking about Nicaragua. The intervention in Nicaragua was not about stopping communism. Was not about promoting capitalism in the world. It was instead about just entirely the monetary and financial interests of the ones at power. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Then what is? Then
I'm saying that it's more than just singular sort of reasoning.
Okay.
There's a plethora.
Okay.
And
yeah.
When I say about America and its issue with economic interests overriding policy and things like that, America is porous to this, hugely porous to this. Generally, from the way that it's set up. Same thing when it comes to the UK as well. We're highly porous to this. That's why you've got like members of the NRA in your country basically almost going to jail for basically laundering Russian money. I mean, we're not getting into trouble for laundering Russian money because nobody's bothering to look. But
yeah,
it's the idea that none of this influence is having any influence on our politics. Of course not.
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about here?
I see that, yeah, sure, it does influence it. I'm just not. Yeah, I think. Yeah,
everybody's
sure.
waiting in the wings to make a fucking fortune out of this all the fucking time. I mean, the idea of a prime minister or anybody like that calling a war, and what, a bunch of people are going to turn around and kind of go, no, we can't have this.
Sure, there was an amount.
Everyone's egging them on to go and blow something up.
You know the one thing we never ask, can we afford this about? It's war.
Because it's not about affording it, it's about spending it. And if someone's spending, somebody's going to make a fucking fortune. That's the thing. And there's all these interests out there. Just
I agree that these interests. I just don't. I don't know it. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'm interested in. I have to probably look at it. I don't know how they exactly act within the government, right? How they act and actually exert these things.
Well, if you imagine people are lobbying and they're saying, "I would like this interest met." Another person comes along and says, "I'd like this interest met," and another person comes along and says, "I want this interest met." And then the politician is sat there with 3 different policies that they need to meet.
Basically,
in some
it's
cases,
a big club, and you're not a part of it.
And in some cases, it could literally be along the lines of, "I have, military contractors living in my state. I have them sat there looking at me, kind of going, so when are you going to make us a buttload of money, mate?"
And it could be, this guy's my friend. I want to do something for him.
Is that legitimately how lobbying works? In your mind?
I'm obviously, I'm certainly not.
United States lobbying works by you pay these people, they go talk to the senators. You sending them.
Well, the thing about that is that I'm not convinced that these people go to the senators without actual arguments, right?
Well, of course, they're not going to just sit there and kind of go, "I've got a load of money here. You know what we'd like you to do for us? We'd like to do this thing that if somebody were to record us, we'd all get arrested for."
They wait for election season to start handing out money.
They're going to make an argument for why their interest is in their interest as well. And I mean, it's an argument that I believe, at least in the name of academic honesty, should be looked at.
And usually that interest is, I'm going to donate to your next campaign.
I mean, sure, but I'm not sure if that. I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about like how the actual process of lobbying works. But I'd rather. It's complicated when it comes to Nicaragua. I just want democracy to come back to the country, and yeah, that's it. That's all I want.
It would certainly be nice if democracy came back to most of the countries in Central America.
You know what? Well, I think democracy is in most of the countries in Central America. I'm pretty sure that most. I mean, they all have a lot of issues, but I think there's relatively few that have unfair or unrigged elections. Nicaragua was actually the safest Latin American nation. And, Daniel Ortega fucked that up. Regardless, sure, there were economic interests in the Iran-Contra affair. I'm not educated to say that there weren't.
Oh, fucking El Salvador is the true biggest fuck up we've done. In
Iran-Contra, I would say, if we really want to weigh it, I don't know if it was that big of a. I don't know. I don't know if you want to say a net positive or net negative on it as the perspective of somebody who actually lived in the country and was in the country and has had family. In fact, I think my grandfather would probably hate me for this, but I'm a firm person with capitalism. I believe that capitalism is better than at least Marxism, right?
I believe capitalism is actually the fastest way to an actual communist society.
Okay, well, we can disagree on that.
Weird.
You're an accelerationist, I see. We can disagree on that. My grandfather actually peddled guns for the Sandinistas. My uncle, who I'm named after, fought for the Sandinistas and died. He was forcibly conscripted. That being the case, but
I've noticed a pattern in history. The failure point of communism just happens to be socialism.
What?
Every time communism fails and goes tyrannical, it happens because they tried to force it, went socialist, and
what are you
shit went downhill from
What
there.
are you talking about? I'm so confused.
I know, I'm confused as well.
It's like, I'm pretty sure socialism
Are
is.
you on or off your medication today?
In actual communist theory, there is the communist society, and there's socialism, which is the society that you use before that to prepare yourself for communism.
Okay, I guess
a communist society is literally incapable of existing as long as you have labor.
Okay. The thing about communist theory, my man, is that I'm pretty sure Marx misread a lot of stuff, and historical dialectics you can't predict, you can't say that history is going to result in one way or another. Nothing is guaranteed. I don't believe that.
Oh yeah, nothing's guaranteed.
Well, that's kind of what communism
was 100% wrong in thinking that socialism was the route to communism.
Well,
it simply doesn't work.
But that's communist theory, though. Communist theory is the idea that
when has socialism ever led to communism?
It's never.
No, what I mean is when there are communist countries, right?
I think communist countries consider themselves socialist.
Yeah, because under the actual theory, their governmental system is socialist.
I think the idea of socialism came from that. But the thing is,
a bizarre idea of what socialism is, guys.
I feel like
stepping stone to communism.
I used the original definition.
Fucking weirdly mad.
Socialism is a term that means different things to different people, though it's strange. What I'm saying is that Marx himself said that capitalism will ultimately result in the rise of the proletariat will overthrow the bourgeoisie. But the thing, he says it like it's a historical fact that you can look at history.
Well, it tends to. If you have a look at the French Revolution, for example, it's based around that sort of thing.
That was feudalism, but yeah, close enough.
No. Well, if you imagine like feudalism and capitalism, those are really no.
In fact, the French went to capitalism after that.
Feudalism and capitalism?
Well, of course, yeah.
There's difference between feudalism and capitalism.
Well, one is the only difference is time, mate.
What?
Well, my problem with a lot of people, especially ANCAPs and things like that, is that they like to argue in a vacuum when it comes to this sort of thing. And the very idea that capitalism has some sort of inherent self-righting mechanism, it's just laughable to anybody who's even dabbled in economics.
Okay.
Capitalism has this interesting conflict in it.
I think the main difference between the sort of markets that were used by, I guess, the colonial French and the others was because they were mainly extractive and mercantilist, meaning that if you look at history, most of the people were vying for control of a market, and so they would actually specifically say, you cannot trade with us if you're trading with this person, you cannot trade with this person if you're trading with that person. Whereas a capitalist society is, well, much more inclined for free trade. The trade
No,
between
I get you there, but the thing is that capitalist systems also inherit their own ecosystem issues. I give you the iPhone as a classic example.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not a perfect. I get if you're saying like the kind of bad labor things that went with it.
No. I'm talking about it actually as it's putting itself into it's this sort of like exclusive ecosystem. The capitalist sort of models tend to do this. It's like kind of going, right, we could make this phone, and then people could maybe put their own operating system on it. They can do whatever they like with it. Yeah, but then we won't make any. We'll only make money out of the phone. So what we'll do is we make our own operating system.
Sure.
Make the operating system for the phone only, so it can only work on that one. And then people will only use that operating system. And what we can do is then we can tie people in to only use our apps, of course, and we can get all those people to buy. If they're going to buy those apps, they're going to have to buy them through us, so we can make more money out of that, and so forth and so forth. Well, that's exactly the same as you basically stopping other people from trading with you. It's just done.
I think that's different than on a nation scale conducting mercantilism, where if
not really,
you know,
no. If you're going to deal with those people, then I won't deal with you.
That
happens in all kinds of companies all the time.
No, because on a nation scale, mercantilism deals with the trading of goods just across the whole board, as well as the nation has the right to impose tariffs. And
absolutely, what I'm saying is that when you look at things in this particular way, unfettered, without any guidance or whatever like that, without anyone stopping them, capitalists would end up in capitalist nations, capitalist systems would devolve into just the same way. As it gets to the point where money is becomes scarcer and scarcer, people become more desperate, and nobody is thinking, if I just hand a bit more money out into the system, then it will hold itself better.
Capitalism has this interesting conflict within it. It's emphasized by automation. It's completely logical to automate yourself completely, so you have no employees, so you have no one to pay. But if everybody did that, capitalism would collapse instantly.
Think about
you cannot run a market system without people being paid.
The problem capitalism has is that the self-righting mechanisms that people talk about involve people dying or losing like whole communities worth of work just decimated. And in order for the markets to right themselves, people have got to be thrown out of their homes, all kinds of shit. And there's loads of this stuff, all of these market forces that are more detrimental on the long run. Because what happens is, while that self-righting happens, somebody gets mugged.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
there's a reason I draw inference between capitalism and the communist society. If capitalism keeps on its route of automating everything, eventually the communist society will actually be possible.
Yeah, well, it'll come about simply with the fact there's nothing else to do.
Go ahead and accelerate. You are saying that there are also negative market forces. These are known in economics as externalities, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Right there. External. That's somebody else's problem.
No, externalities are known as a byproduct result. So, like CO2 emissions are an externality known as a negative result of a thing being produced or sold, right? In that market. So yeah, there are negative things.
External, but it's not a problem for somebody else. That's why they're called an externality. If it's a problem to you.
No, I think you're making a claim as to how they defined it, saying, "Oh, it's not our problem."
No, it's within the language itself. It's within the language itself. It's not a problem to the company itself. It's an external problem that they've created themselves that is for other people.
The only time you take an externality into account is whether or not someone's going to make you pay for it eventually.
Wouldn't be called an externality if there was a bill attached.
Interesting. Well, that being said, sure, there are negative aspects to markets. Still that's where regulation comes in. Like, yeah. It's not totally free, like ANCAPs, as you were saying. It's kind of
yeah, I've talked to a lot of these guys, and anarchists are always funny, because it's like whatever they want, whether it's ANCOPs, there's like anarchists and anarchist capitalists and anarchist communists. When those two argue, I just call them Capcom.
I personally love it because they think it's possible to have anarchy because it's hierarchy wouldn't just arise on its own.
Well, the other I call them Capcom, of course, because it's basically just a bunch of teenagers fighting in a game that basically has no consequence. But it's also due to the fact that apart from the other thing, for some reason or another, these people fantasize about killing people way too often. They talk about anarchy in such peaceful terms, but the moment that the revolution turns up, they know exactly who's going to be against the wall, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's the.
But it's also the idea that if you want anarchy, you're going to have to get everybody to agree to it.
No,
sort of. It's never going to fucking happen, is it, guys? You can't even agree amongst yourselves.
I feel like extremely far political ideologies root from, I don't know, some really weird base assumption.
It's rooted from the failure of the mainstream ideology.
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I always thought like maybe you resort to grasping onto extreme ideologies as a potential solution, almost religiously, for the. I guess you could say, the failure of the mainstream ideologies because of the pains of the present, if the mainstream ideologies are responsible for that.
Well, there's plenty of things that are mainstream that nobody argues about, I mean, it's like everybody's willing to, stick to the language. Everybody understands that this is, this is a that and that's a that and all that sort of thing. There's plenty of things that we're all prepared to agree upon.
You say that, but language slowly fucking changes.
Indeed, but we're still agreeing as it goes, Pug.
We have debates as it goes.
What I'm saying is that if the mainstream isn't working, okay, people aren't going to be so willing to make change. Because why bother? I mean, conservatism, if the real extreme conservatives wanted the world to stay the same, they'd try and make it the best they could.
Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of what they try and do.
And then it would stay the same.
I think that's what everybody's trying to make the world as best that they can, but there's different perspectives.
No, there's plenty of people out there that are trying to accelerate the worst, hoping that will create the best. There are people that are trying to make it worse, simply just to get back at the world.
I don't feel like those are the majority of people, though. I feel like that's a minority of people. A very small minority.
Well, I'm talking about the actors here.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you've got to be motivated on that. I mean, the vast majority of the world aren't particularly motivated in getting involved in the world. Because
the vast majority of people are happy to just have a cheeseburger at the end of the day.
I just want to fucking sit down and watch.
Yeah. Well.
I feel for those people. I really do. But they're also assholes, aren't they? Because their apathy has let the most extreme nutcases rule us. They are the good men doing nothing.
I don't know. I think about these kinds of things. I am gonna have to call it a night, though.
I think we should.
Yeah. Right. I mean, you're probably at like 5 a.m. right over there or something like that.
I got up late.
Okay. Well, good luck. I hope you don't have work.
It hasn't been 24 hours yet.
All right.
So,
have a good.
So thanks to everybody for coming along, and we'll see you on the flip. We'll be. Am I working Saturday? I think. I don't. Yeah, I think I should be all right for next Saturday as well. So much love, everybody, and see you again. Goodbye.
Have a good night.
And now I have to find something else to do.
You're welcome. Say something.
Something?
There we go. Maggie, it's Dusty.
Yeah, I'm 100% broke. I'm fine seeking things to do.
You have no money.
I got paid yesterday. I have $0.00.
Ouchies.
I'm a